Welcome to the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. This year, we'll witness the world's best teams fight for their share of the $4 million prize pool across the PMGC League and final stages. The league stage will be held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, with an all-new format consisting of 3 parts: groups, survival, and last chance. The group stage will kick off on November 10th all the way to the 27th, and we'll split our 48 teams into 3 groups. The top 3 from each group will advance directly to the finals, and the bottom 5 will be eliminated. The survival stage will take place from November 30th to December 2nd. The remaining teams from the group stage will battle to stay out of the bottom 8 spots to advance to the last chance, held on December 3rd and 4th, where the remaining 16 survivors will compete for the last 4 spots in the finals. The PMGC Grand Finals will be held from January 6th to 8th in Jakarta, Indonesia, where the 13 league finalists will compete with 3 special invite teams for the 2022 PMGC Championship Trophy and be crowned as the best PUBG Mobile team in the world.
Hola compañeros de PUBG Mobile, prepárense para experimentar los nuevos eventos que se vienen. Prepárense y únanse. Disfrutar el juego.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, as we're stepping into PUBG Mobile Global Championship Week 2, Day 2 with the green group. Now, right here with me, we have none other than the consistent and the top 5 teams here right now. We have 1 million with me, Venom the Fragger himself, the man, the myth, the legend so far. But okay, we want to ask you so many questions here today. How do you feel about your team's performance and their form after the first day match yesterday?
شنو مشاعرك بالطريقة اللي لعبت بيها ورا اليوم الأول؟
كان في أخطاء بس إن شاء الله بنعديهم باليوم الثاني على غرار كل شيء، فأظن أننا قدمنا أداء جيد.
there were some mistakes, but they're hoping that they can improve it in day 2. Overall, they feel pretty content with how they played in day 1.
Now, speaking of improvement, right? So, what do you need to do, like in your terms and your opinion, that you can get top 3 for today? What do your team and yourself need to improve based on yesterday's performance as well?
شو الاشياء لازم تتحسنون بيها عم توصلون توب 3 على اليوم الثاني؟ لما انت قلت في مشاكل، شو هاي المشاكل لازم تتحسنون بيها؟
كما قلت من قبل، من أهم الأشياء أن نحاول نصلح المشاكل اللي صارت بأول يوم، ونحاول نركز أكثر لأنه ما في مجال أنك تغلط ضد هاي التيمات، وإن شاء الله نحاول أن نقدم أداء أفضل بالثلاث الأيام القادمة.
He says that we need to be a little bit more focused. We can't afford to make mistakes against the teams of this caliber in this tournament. So we're just going to try to be more focused and hopefully do better in day 2.
Yeah, that's going to be a really mental challenging part for them to stay focused all the time, even though you're very exhausted by the end of the day. Now, speaking of your performance as well of yesterday, some maps, of all the 3 maps, Erangel, Miramar, and also Sunhawk, which map do you have the most comfortable and confident play? And can I know why do you feel that it's most comfortable? And what's wrong with the other 2 maps?
في الثلاث خطط الثلاث الموجودين ميرامار ارنجال وسان هوك، ياهم انهم انتم مرتاحين فيها اكثر وحده. ليه مرتاحين فيها اكثر وحده؟ وشو المشاكل اللي تواجهوها بالمابات الثانيه؟
الخرائط المفضله هما صراحه ارنجل وميرامار، بس اللي شوي هي سان هوك. فالسبب بيعود لانه سان هوك كل ما شفت الزون لازم ضروري انك تلقى عندك فييكل عشان تسوي روتيشن. بعض المرات ما نلقى، واغلب سان هوك معروفه بالغدرات.
He says that honestly, Miramar and Erangel are almost the same to them. They're very confident both. Sandhawk is their issue. The reason with Sandhawk is that every time there's a hard shift in the zone, they have to find a car to do a rotation. Sometimes they can't find it. There's a bit of luck factor in them that they're having trouble with in Sandhawk.
But for me personally, after my analyst coming up from your map yesterday, I think they are really strong when it comes to wrangle. They are really consistent when it comes to placement. Now, at the same time, since we are going to start the game very soon, right? So which team, if it happens to be, that you're looking forward to really get yourself a good fight against for today? And also why? Because we want to know. And also, if you can send a message to your most wanted rival, what would it be?
احنا ان شاء الله ورا شوي هذه اللعبه يا فريق الاكثر تريدون تواجههم، ليه تريد تواجههم؟ واذا تقدر ايش تريد تقول لهم هماتين؟
هي الصراحه بهذه الجروب الكل يعرف انه كل الفرق هي فرق قويه جدا، واحنا بنحاول نقدم اداء لنا افضل ضد كل الفرق، ما في اي فريق معين، ولانهم كاملين نفس المستوى، كاملين واصلين للبي ام جي سي 2021 وبالفاينل او الجروب ستيج. والمسج هو أننا بنحاول نقدم أداء أفضل سواء بيكون أي شيء من التوب 1 إلى التوب 16.
He says that honestly he doesn't have a real message to any of the teams because he thinks all of the teams are good teams. I know, that's what they say.
Too nice.
All of the teams are good teams and like they all made here to PMGC in this year. So they're not really focused, like there's no one team that they're really focused on. They think they're all amazing and their concern is just to perform well. Whether they end up in top 1 or top 16, they just want to perform well and focus on themselves.
Venom, one team, just one?
Just one.
وهذا بس.
بس واحد.
واحد بس.
بس واحد.
واحد.
We can say Nova and Nova.
Nova.
They are
I don't need to translate that.
Back-to-back champions, so.
Yeah, Nova. He said Nova. So at least they got one team, but he's still being very nice. But last but not least, what do you have to say to all your supporters out there, including me? I'm your supporter, and all the ones that are actually watching at home.
ايش شيء تقول للناس اللي يشجعوك خصوصا هاي الموجوده هنا؟
بدي اقول ثانك يو اول شيء، وشكرا لكل الناس اللي بتشجعني سواء بدايه من العائله او الاصحاب او الفانزات، وتحياتي للجميع، وان شاء الله نقدم اداء بيحمسنا.
But yeah, he says that he wants to thank everyone who's supporting him, whether you're family, friends, or a fan. He really appreciates all the things that you guys are supporting him for, and he'll do his best to make sure you're all proud of him by the end.
I will be proud of you by the end. I think that's it on ground right now. We're going to toss it back to our casters to get games starting. We can't wait. Excited to see for day 2 to start. Take it away, casters and panelists.
the PUBG Mobile Global Championships Green Group Day number 2. I'm your host, Hot Jukes, and I'm here with our amazing analyst, none other than the 7WG. And for the first time here, Glitter Explosion. Welcome back, Glitter.
Oh man, I am so excited to be back. Thank you for the welcome. I have been enjoying all of the games so far, and I'm excited to be back with the two of you. Seven, how are you feeling?
I'm doing great. Yesterday we got a bunch of great games. We saw some hot drops that we didn't expect. I cannot wait to see what we're going to be seeing here today, Hot Jukes.
Oh, me too. I'm looking forward to that first Aerogale match automatically. Man, so much has happened so far. We finally have made it to the big show. It's all come down to this. So I hope you guys go right now into the game. Make sure you get your PMGC token, log in, and vote for which team you think is going to take the whole enchilada, so that way you can get some nice rewards in game. Of course, also, I got to give a big thank you to our sponsors, the reason why we got this show here on the road. So, of course, I got to give a thank you to Sony with their Xperia 1.4 and Xperia Stream. They're created in collaboration with professional esports players. Play PUBG Mobile in 90 hertz with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. Best of the best, baby. Best of the best. Of course, I was going to give a big thank you to Pullman, Kuala Lumpur, Banksar. Our world is your playground. Oh, man. Okay. Now that we got all the business out the way, let's get to the serious business as well, okay? We have to talk about these teams up on top, right? And I hope you guys are joining us in that conversation. Make sure that you're following us on all the channels, okay? Subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the button, get it done, right, Glitter? Get it done.
Always get it done, okay? There's lots of really cool stuff going on all of the social media platforms, so people need to be making sure they're keeping up to date on all of it.
And for everybody, by the way, for everybody tweeting, I was actually looking at some of those hashtag PMGC and hashtag PMGC 2022. So shout out to everybody that was using the hashtags.
Yes, indeed. And here's the format for everybody that's just tuning in here for the first time here. We are in group stage green here, and you can see 4 teams automatically are going to go to that big show coming up in the grand finals here, 7.
They definitely are, and then some of the teams that I'm pretty sure today, as we hit the halfway point of this week, we're going to find out which teams might be going to survival stage or which teams are going to be fighting to not go there. And you can see there from December 3rd to December 4th, we're going to have the last chance. That's going to be absolute mayhem. So for all the teams fighting it off right now this week, try your hardest, because that looks very, very hard to go through. And then the prize pool, $4 million, and the point system that we are super used to here, Glitter.
Obviously, you want to get those chicken dinners for the additional 15 points, but time and time again, Jukes, we always know every single elimination counts. 1 point per elim. You cannot let them slip through the cracks.
Not 1 point at all. We've already seen way too many stages where one team is left out by just 1 point. Let me go ahead and show you guys the participating teams that we got here in this show. As you go down the list, I mean, man, I know that there's so many of these squads, so many people from around the world have been just rooting for their teams here, and from all over the world, 7.
They definitely are. I mean, we saw what happened last week with the first group and this group, as we all consider it the group of death. I mean, I was mentioning, I was kind of hinting at it earlier, the games that we got a chance to see, the quality of gameplay, it was amazing. I know the casters enjoyed it, and with the top damage, Glitter, you can see Tixie putting up some damage with 3,146.
Yeah, I mean, we have some really impressive things to talk about here. Obviously, 2 of the top 4 from our top team right now, HVVP up on top. Absolutely crushing it. So many points above the rest. So it deserves that they've got 2 of their players up here. Obviously, Nova making an appearance as the defending champs. Going to make sure they were top 4. But Coops still up here in the discussion, even with the lackluster performance out of Knights.
100%. And then, I mean, we got to talk about this team. HVVP, they performed amazingly yesterday. What they were able to do, I mean, we just saw what some of the players were able to do. And then Nova, I feel like Nova actually didn't perform as well as we expected them to. And I feel like that has to do because of their Erangel performances. In the 3 matches of Erangel that we got a chance to play yesterday, their average placement was about 13th place. That's not something that you want to see, especially out of the back-to-back defending champions of PMGC. I'm expecting Nova to actually put up a great performance here today when we start off in Erangel. And I really don't think, Hot Jukes, that we're going to be seeing any hot drops from Power anymore.
No, I think they learned their lesson by now. You know, I still blame Imperium for that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, so hopefully they learned their lesson. I mean, they should be coming in today feeling really good because they ended yesterday with a chicken dinner. And regardless of, you know, whether, hey, the zone was a little bit favorable to them, every single time that happens, you know that's got to pump them up and give them that momentum coming into here. So take a look at the day 1 highlights, Glitter.
All right, now I'm excited to take a look back at this because obviously I was not here to curse anybody yesterday. So we get to see if I can bring that back a little bit now that I get to hang out with you guys. But I mentioned it a little bit earlier. Obviously, HVVP up on top. Phenomenal performance across the board. Consistency in a top 5 spot all day, 7, outside of 2 games. And we talk about this all the time. And we bring it up in relation to PMGC. Consistency is going to be king in this moment.
100%. And you mentioned that 5th place. Well, even though they did end up getting those 10th place finish, they were still pretty much able to average a 5th place throughout the whole day. And I think they were just able to establish their aggressiveness. And something to mention too is that we actually saw a lot of fights between HVVP and Nova. So we have to keep an eye on that if they're going to keep just cutting themselves off in certain rotations. You can actually see it at perfectly timed right there that we're getting into fights. HVVP actually ended up getting the better of that team over and over again. But some of the other teams that we got to talk about, I mean, Alpha 7 was able to put up a great performance. This is a team that's usually known to be very aggressive in their region. It's good to see that they were able to continue that aggressiveness through. They did end up the day with an 8th place finish and only 2 eliminations. I'm hoping they're able to bounce back here in the first match. And last and not least, the team that really surprised us at the end of yesterday was Power. This team was able to go from 16th place all the way up to 7th place with a chicken dinner, Hot Jukes.
That's insane. I mean, hey, that's what it really took, though. I mean, they had 14 points before that one match, and then boom, you can see right here as we take a look at the overall rankings, jumped their way all the way up to 7th, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, and that's huge. And you can see, obviously, the blue teams are going to be the ones that would be qualifying through to grand finals. Right now, it'll be the top 3. The ones in pink will be dropping down to that survival stage. And you can see just how big of a cushion HVVP has created for themselves after their performance. So they're going to try and continue keeping that cushion there. As we see the second page here, the rest of those squads potentially in survival stage. And then the ones down there at the bottom need to push out of that spot 7. I mean, Pittsburgh Knights just barely outside of where they want to be. 2 points behind Vampire Esports.
Yeah, and luckily for Knights, they were able to finish off their day in a good form with the 3rd place finish and 5 eliminations. Hopefully, they might be able to carry some momentum here. But you know what? Let's talk about this 2 teams. Because in a way, it was night and day after the first match. And I say that because Bacon Time was actually able to get the chicken dinner on the first game yesterday. And then after that, they completely just dropped off the face of the earth with just averaging an 11th place finish pretty much throughout the rest of the day. And then when we go to Evos, I mean, this is a team that hasn't been able to get a chicken dinner. I'm going to be keeping an eye on that team because I want them to get a chicken dinner. And when we talk about the drop locations, you heard me earlier, Glitter, talking about the hot drop. I don't think it's going to happen anymore between Nova and Power.
You know, it didn't go so successfully the first couple times that it happened, and you saw, like you both have said now, the difference between when they hot dropped and didn't do so well, and then they don't hot drop and they get the 15 elim chicken dinner to close out the day. I mean, if that's not a message or a sign, Jukes, then I don't know what is.
I mean, that is as big as one as I've ever seen in my life, that's for sure. And, you know, going up against the previous champions, that is Nova, and looking for Gatgalut, yeah, not the best idea, I think, in the first place here. But let's take a look here at the day's matches. You know, the good old tried and true map rotation that we got here going on. But you know what? You know, we're going to see, I think today's a very pivotal day for a lot of the teams, especially at the bottom. for that mentality, you know, because this is the big show. There's a lot of nerves that go into this, you know, not to mention all these players are using gyroscopes. So if those hands start shaking, that aim starts messing with a little bit here. So I think after day one, hopefully they cooled down, got calm, they got collected, they know what they're dealing with, and they come in strong here to day 7.
100%. And I mean, you're talking about shaking. You're talking about some of these teams maybe getting a little frustrated. We saw it perfectly yesterday with Godlike Stalwart. We saw them getting out a little bit frustrated, but then they were able to kind of recover themselves and get a chicken dinner. I do expect them to continue to perform really, really well, and I'm actually surprised that I didn't put them in my teams to watch because they are going to be performing hopefully pretty well here in Erangel. And you heard me talking about Evos, how I expect them to get a chicken dinner here today. I actually want to see what Power is going to be able to do, if they're going to be able to follow up on that massive win that they got yesterday. And Vampire Esports, the champions out of PMWI, we just haven't really gotten a chance to see anything out of them, Glitter. And I can see you got Knights on your list.
Hey.
Listen, I had to put Knights on my list for a few reasons. Obviously, they're not performing where they probably would want to, but they also finish off the day on a high note. Okay, they had a 3rd place finish with 5 elims, definitely picked it up at the end of the day. I'm hoping they can snowball that a little bit now into this next match, or this next day of matches. Bacon started off the day strong. You mentioned it earlier when we were comparing them, so I'm hoping they can maybe do the same for themselves. And then, of course, Alpha 7 crushed it in the middle of the day all day, Jukes, but I want to see what they can do at the start and finish.
We saw Coops waking up.
That's right. We did. Coops has awoken. He's got that damage going on. Hopefully he's awake here today as we get the first match here on the road. It's time to get this bad boy started. Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters with John Allen and Zute.
We are ready and raring to go for day 2 of Group Green, match number 7, just about to kick off. My name is John Allen. With me is Zute, and we're taking a look at who's going to be able to ride those highs and lows from day 1.
Oh, this day 2, I feel like day 2 is going to be completely different outside of HPPV, right? I think from day 1 to day 2, things always change up, but with HPPV's performance on day 1, it was so consistent to a T, like the way they played, the style of method that they use to push into zones on all maps, right? They play the exact same, in my opinion, on all maps, and it's just pure consistency at its finest right now. But for everyone else, I feel like, you know, there's a chance for anyone to bump up into the top 3.
It really is. It's quite close towards the top, kind of from pretty much second, I would say, dropping down to, well, I think at this stage anybody can make it in. We've only had a quarter of the games coming on through, so you're right. I think it is very, very volatile still. We saw that over in Group Red as well, with the top 3 changing very significantly, I would say. After day 1, the top teams, I think it was Enigma Galaxy almost not making it into the survival stage.
And, well, we're starting it off once again with Erangel plane path out on your screen. This does set up another Gaka hot draw potential, but we saw yesterday on the very final Erangel game that Power decided not to hot drop, and they actually ended up winning the match. So I think Nova should be safe here for, you know, a non-contested drop. But we'll see if maybe Power, you know, got some motivation in them after getting that huge chicken dinner the other day.
I mean, to be fair, with this plane path, there aren't too many drop positions that you really think might be viable. I imagine that you might just have to say, you know what, we kind of have to go for Gatka. Look, Alpha 7 are out early, headed towards North George. This is something that they haven't really gone for so far. HVVP have been isolating that location. See if they can challenge for it.
They might just end up sharing North George. I know that city is extremely large. Probably, I think it's the biggest one out of all the locations on Erangel. And taking a look at Alpha 7, one of them's dropping up further north for a vehicle, but I do believe that's just to secure vehicles first. You see the other 2 members on that mini-map dropping inside North George Pool, so they will probably end up sharing it. A fight is most likely not to break out. And we got UDO Alliance here doing a far stretch of a jump, and the first circle is out, and we are pretty much going to be centered on Erangel with quite a bit of military zone in, but I don't think it's going to go that way.
Would be fairly unlikely at this stage, but Donuts USG and UDO Alliance both on a similar drop route, seemingly heading towards Rozhok or Sunken City if they have to drop a little bit short. We'll have to see what those calls come through as. Have to wait and see if they divert their strategy. Power did drop out further south. They're currently parachuting over the south of Potato Hill, just to the west of Farm.
Yeah, so no hot drops for Nova, which is good. We do see one member of UDO Alliance drop here. Maybe he might go for some shots up in the sky. You see him looking up there. He's got the M4, but I think it's a little bit too late. The other USG players have already drifted further. This might end up in somewhat of a hot drop here, and I think they're going to have to commit. It's going to be a 1v2. It's too late for him to pull off, as no guns found. He found the pistol, and that's the first knocked onto the side of USG Donuts.
And picks up a helmet and vest as well, so could be pretty crucial. But with that shotgun in hand, Donuts USG going to be struggling. Can he find a little angle? Going to be worried now that a gun's been picked up. And look at this, the teammates are rallying on through. Excellent to slow the fight down for UDO Alliance, but now they can start to control the cross. A SCAR as well as a UMP for Repo Boy is massive in this early game. It's so useful and so impactful. We'll see if they can try and challenge that out. It looks like do have is that a mutant on board? I think it might be on the ground floor. Moving on up towards the pistol player, but UDO Alliance stand strong together, and they are fending off Donuts USG really effectively.
Yeah, the weapons for USG is definitely not what they want. I think there's that one. Yeah, they only have 2 weapons. They're down to 2 players. And meanwhile, UMP, SCAR, 2 UMPs, a nade. They're down to 1 HP on the rooftop. This is going to be their last stand. USG is about to bow out extremely early here. That nade should connect. Yep, connects to 1. And unless there's some shotgun magic about to happen, which it does not, that is UDO Alliance picking up 4 early eliminations. Really good job by them. I do feel like USG Donuts could have been a little bit more prepared. I mean, they saw each other the whole way through, you know, floating right next to each other. And it's just, I think they were really gambling on just finding one vehicle to just hightail it out of there, or just picking up the weapons. But with UDO Alliance dropping close by in the water town, right, there's definitely weapons there versus that one little garage compound. So USG, I feel like they could have played it a little bit more better, think a little bit more heads up on the way to that far stretch.
I think it would have gone a little bit differently as well, potentially, if that pistol knock hadn't come through right at the start for UDO Alliance. I mean, that was really crucial. And to be able to nail those shots, it's not easy to get down, see the pistol, landing directly on top of it, pick it up, get the aim on, and start popping shots accurately before they get away from your sightlines. I mean, that's pretty solid stuff.
Yeah, and he grabbed the pistol first out of the 2 other players that dropped against him, right? That was a 1v2 drop. And I think, yeah, you're right. That first knock kind of probably baited USG into thinking, okay, all he's got is a pistol. We have 2 people here, and the other 2 players ended up, you know, flying in too, hoping they would find weapons, but none were to be found, and by then UDO Alliance had swarmed them. So that's a quick little spurt of action to start off day number 2. Meanwhile, in the rest of the map, it's looking pretty calm. All the teams are pretty much split up looting. Nova's already making their first rotation, dead in the center of zone. You have the Knights very close by on top of the hills, which is pretty much also central, but I don't believe either of those 2 teams will really engage, and they're just going to wait for the circle shifts.
Power have let well alone at the moment. I mean, you do have Scry on that south side at the moment, but not really providing too much of an issue. Hang on a minute, might come into conflict here. He is spotted. Did he see the player, though? Did he see the enemy player? He's certainly going to know about it now. Unleashes a volley of shots, and Scry's going to be wary.
Don't throw the nade. Don't throw the nade.
The rest of Godlike Stalwart are nowhere near this. Action actually is on the coast, but kind of not in the best of positions. Godlike Stalwart, can they stop their run of just losing players early, having a really unfortunate scenarios?
Yeah, I'm not sure why he threw the nade. I don't think Stalwart knew he was there, and that nade gave it away. And now he's caught in a 1v2 with backup arriving, though. So he should just look to stall for as long as he can as his teammates come in. But actually, forget about stalling. He's going to take the challenge, get that 1v1, get a quick 1v2. Stalwarts. This is just a bad start on bad starts for Stalwarts. Like, I think almost every single game for them, besides the one game that they did well in yesterday, they've been just losing players constantly in the early game.
It's not good. It's really not good. And I imagine that the frustration in that room is only going to get worse because, you know, you're trying to reset day on day, right? You can come into today fresh and thinking, you know what, today wasn't great. Yesterday wasn't great. It wasn't the best performance. We know we can do better. Let's keep it solid today. Let's keep it together. And the first game back, you come in and you lose 2 to a 2 versus 1 this early in the game as well. It's really going to take a knock to them.
What's worse for me, like just analyzing that down from like a deeper competitive standpoint, they had a 2v1, but you notice
that can't be right.
They went 1 by 1 up the stairs, and
that can't be right. Top 5 rate.
God,
like stalwart.
I see that. Also, USG Donuts. I think that prediction is cursed. That's cursed predictions. Whoever made those predictions, they cursed both of those teams at the top 2.
Oh, hang on a minute. No, it is. That is right. That is right. Yeah, all 3 games yesterday on Erangel. I mean, they had their 4th place finish, game 1, 1st place finish, game 4, and then game 6, it was 5th. So technically, every single game, they finished top 5 on Erangel.
Really?
Yeah, there you go. I mean, but as they were saying, the majority of their points come from Erangel. It is only Erangel that is giving them points right now, and to lose 2 this early is not good news.
That's true. It's such polarizing, like, such polarizing results, I think, right? That you see how they do in some of these games, and it's terrible. And then some games they do all right, which, you know, get them up there. As we see the next circle shift, too, goes really hard to the west. But I think a lot of teams kind of have in mind exactly how they're going to want to play this one out. You see Nova, once again, huge 2-1-1 splits. Yesterday they got punished once for it, but they're going to stick true to how they play these zones, and we'll see if it pays off for them.
Power sending through. They do know these grounds fairly well. I mean, obviously they've been dropping here for a while. They tried to challenge Nova on it. Not going to take a knock to Spec. Spec not quite getting the spray down with the DP. Not going to be able to isolate a player on an angle. Damwon pretty close by to the Pittsburgh's hilltop.
These hilltops are generally shared with 2 teams, especially at this stage in the game, and you can see Spec just backing off a little bit. Damwon and the Knights will take control of the high mountaintops, but this is a little bit off-center, so there's a good chance that the next zone, if it shifts a little bit away from them, they'll be in zone, but it's not going to be more central. It's definitely going to be on the edge. We see A7, or Alpha 7 here, driving right up next to Skylights. Are they going to go for a quick skirmish? Mafioso hops out, takes some really good shots, drops that player down. Just 1 HP. Can he connect 1 or 2 more bullets? And he gets away on the skin of his teeth.
Goodness me, snatches the hat from under the closing door. Gets away from it, action hero style. Skylights stay alive as 4. And we'll be able to move a little bit further. The smoke coming out of that vehicle, you want to swap that out as soon as possible. As soon as you spot another one. Maybe even regroup onto another teammate's vehicle. Go as a duo there, because that vehicle's going to be so vulnerable if it gets spotted.
Definitely so. Man, for that vehicle to be smoking, I mean, Mafioso popped in a lot of accurate shots. You don't usually see one spray down. Oh, hold up a sec. Incon getting a run over onto Kirill, but it is quite literally just going to be a drive-by. They're going to just keep driving. They're just going to keep driving here. And actually, Incon actually takes a knock on by the side of Skylights. This is a mad dash on the northeast side. 3 teams all getting into a scuffle with one another, and they will lose 1 player here.
Ooh, Nenebete having to swing that one around. 2 wheels on the buggy out. Not ideal conditions for driving. Nima from Skylights might look for a little shot or 2 over towards Nenebete, but he's picked up. And they will fold it back on in and move back down a little bit further south, just ahead of Bacon Time, who are still out on that east. They've been a little bit south of these scuffles so far, but now they might come through to play a part in them, as the Pittsburgh Knights will have to fend off as well.
Yeah. 3 teams still coming in from the east. Now 4. It's probably going to have to rotate in. The circle pretty much centers up right there. Nova, man, that 2-2 split. It's a little bit scary to hold that now, and you could see them starting to regroup. The north split coming down into the south split, so they are going to play in from the southern side. Nova driving in. Ooh, good cover fire by Paraboy. Actually gets Paraboy and Order gets 2 knocks. I don't know if they're going to go and try and confirm that, because you can see there's a lot of teams coming in here now. It'll be risky to reach your head out to try and confirm those eliminations.
Vampire with 2 playing in just this little shack here. Gonna be taking shots over towards Fireflux, towards all these teams moving in, but you're right, it is Nova just lighting up these fields from the south side on their split. Proving to be gateposts, but the regroup coming through is good. To bring them all back together, play from the stronghold on the south side of these open fields, with the fields being such a dominant factor in this next circle. I mean, it's got to be a solid position.
Yeah, those shacks are pretty strong, because you do get a lot of well, one of the shacks that I do believe, not the one that Fireflux is at. That one, they're going to lose all their vehicles. They're going to be trapped inside. But the one further east, I do believe, yeah, Inko is holding down. You know, you see that. It dips down quite a little bit, so they have a ridge line to use as cover, plus the hard cover of the shack.
You wouldn't know it looking at this sort of side swing of that cover, but yeah, you're right. It is quite significant, and it will keep those vehicles safe. Hopefully give them a little bit more mobility. Vampire as well. They have 2 shacks of their own. It is the shack attack on the south side. 1 million on the northwest, fairly isolated, nobody else near them. In Gatka, HVVP is starting to make their presence known on their north side as well, as the scuffles continue on the south side.
A lot of suppressive fire here. I don't believe any knocks would lead to eliminations, not at this point, especially for everyone in the fields. No real push can be made. Third parties are imminent, especially with Nova holding down that compound. They could take shots at anybody trying to push anyone driving across in that open side. You see Alpha 7 here trying to return some fire onto the Knights, because Knights actually picked up 1 elimination onto Alpha 7 just a few moments ago. And, whoa, all the way up in the northeast, and Mikado, there's some fighting going on here too. You do Alliance getting into another fight, already up to 4. And they are going to try and heal up here and get the revives going.
Not going to get pushed on just yet. Skylight's holding back for now. You can see them fairly low with 2 knocks on the forefront. That's what's slowing them down. They can't engage fully on the southwest side of Pachinki. That's going to keep Udo Alliance alive. One of them sending forwards, drawing a little bit of attention. Look at a scout pass down one and move towards Power's position, because the circle shifts away and will keep them out in the cold if they don't move.
This zone ending is gonna be hectic, John. We got the field ending, but this field has multiple shacks that teams could all squad up in with 4 players. 3 of them already taken. Now from the northeast side, a lot of these teams have to migrate down, and they might be thinking one of these shacks are open, but they're all already occupied. Nova in a great spot now with that southern circle shift. And meanwhile, HVVP, they've been quiet so far, but you know what this means when they don't get circle, John? They're about to go on a warpath.
Which way will they go? Are they going to swing out to the west, take on 1 million, who've been keeping out of trouble, keeping their nose clean? Or are they going to try and head a little bit further east? It looks like west is going to be their choice, and see if they come into a conflict with 1 million. In the meantime, Fireflux holding down the central area in a very vulnerable shack, but they're not going to have to leave it, which means those vehicles, losing those vehicles, not going to have an impact just yet on this game.
I do believe they should get at least 1 more circle with how center they are. And at that point, with the fields being so flat, honestly, you don't even want to do a vehicle rotation. That vehicle is just going to be a magnet. It's going to be so much chaos. You're better off laying down a bunch of smokes and just kind of going on foot, in my opinion. Here's that fight you were talking about on the northwest side, HVVP versus 1 million. Once again, HVVP playing on the very edge of every circle, pushing away everyone from their backs so they can just focus on their front side. This is something HVVP does so well.
They are playing in one of the other very strong positions, this hill that juts out into the fields. At the moment, though, teams are looking to move on in. Down one have the compounds just a little bit further north of it. 1 million, you can see they're trying to swing around and leapfrog with their remaining duo, get ahead of the game and see what they can find. They're actually going straight up and almost into the fields. No, they think better of it. Vampire have the crossfire on this. There's no way they stay alive. They are going to be lit up and taken down, eliminated, 14th place.
Yeah, when you're going to come in that late, everything is taken. You have to, in my opinion, just take that 4v4. They don't know it's HVVP. I mean, if they knew, I'd understand why they didn't take it, but that was a poor attempt at just trying to find something in a zone that, you know, at this point, everybody's already in there, John. So 1 million going down there. Here we're on the southeastern side, a fight for another hilltop. This time it's Bacon time against the likes of Evos.
Nade already finding the backline. This bombardment continues. Evos with the numbers. Evos have been lying in wait on these south hills just to the south of Nova for a long time, and now Bacon Time has stepped up. They're laying claim to it. They've been here for a while. They're not going to let it go, but unfortunately Shirty has things to say about it. Getting a little bit Shirty himself, lighting them up, looks for one more as well. Spots the player hitting the dirt and will find another, and now leaves them in a 1 versus 1 up the top of the hill. Noise trying to hold out for Bacon Time, but his teammates are falling. In comes Microboy. They were operating 4v3 Evos, and they were still holding out on this fight.
Oh, Nova's here for the third part. Oh my gosh, very nicely timed third party by the Nova team. They're going to pick up quite a few points here. They might actually take out both team. Evos, they were just dominating the fight just a second ago, but now with Nova creeping up, it looks like they are going to be down to just, once again, Microboy. Microboy yesterday, as a solo player for Evos, came up huge. I think he was in the top ranking for solo plays out of all entirety of yesterday, so we'll see what he can do. Order here, looking to pick up another knock. Bacon Time now just down to 1. Nova smelling weakness here. They want to secure 1 more point too, because they do not have the zone, and these points are more guaranteed than finding a spot in the zone at this point.
It'll be 3 points if they could pick up all the players around here. Looks like they are going to falter just a little bit. Order into the back of the buggy. Jimmy will go on foot. Order needs to be whisked away to safety, get some healing done. It looks like they are going to disengage. I mean, they might be more certain, but Nova potentially more confident in their ability to fight into the fields.
Maybe they have a really well game set plan for when they lose that position. And honestly, with how often Nova plays and the fact that they chose that compound and not a shack, I think they have a set plan that they want to execute and make sure they do it with enough time. Meanwhile, HVVP on the northwest side, they get that circle, so they're going to control this giant hilltop. And if they lose that zone, they could pick whatever shack they want and have suppressive cover fire if they push it.
Vampire, really the only other team that's close by. Alpha 7 playing on the east side of this hill with 3. But they're right on the toe of it. HVVP just control all of this high ground. Nova are swinging in. This is their game plan.
Oh,
they wanted to rotate through
I
and
see.
move in, but HVVP are here, and it will not be easy. With Udo Alliance setting out shots their way, Matic gets spotted, but Udo Alliance not going to be taking the shots over that way. It's just Paraboy who's been led all the way back and stayed in the back lines. King down for Nova. Order and Jimmy trying to move up this hillside, but HVVP are slowing them down. Matic did get spotted, but Meku cuts down Jimmy on the push. Order trying to swing up and in, but will be shot down. Meku again on the forefront and doing a lot of work for HVVP. Paraboy left high and dry.
Yeah. I do see the plan they had. They had that ridge in mind to provide that cover fire for the 3-man push, and honestly, it would have worked out decently well, but we did see Udo Alliance, get the opening on to King, and by then it was just too much to deal with. Once again, Nova and HPVV clashing. I think they've almost fought, 4 out of all the games that we've watched so far, but they will not come ahead this time.
Nova maybe getting spun out here. Hang on a minute. Noise is here. They're looking to finish the job. Nova denied even that, and Noise will take down Paraboy. 11th place and 4 limbs. This is not the run they want if they're going to challenge for the top 3.
Not at all. But we still have some other hard-hitting teams in here. Mostly just teams and shacks. The only team with a dominant position, I would have to say, is HVVP and also Alpha 7. They are dead center of the map, and that shack does provide a lot of room to work with, and they will get the zone once again. Inco on the southeast and Udo Alliance on the southwest. They're going to have to move out of their shacks and probably just force a push into another team.
HVVP with 3 players alive. They did lose one of their fold. Matic fell in the midst of it all. to a couple of shots. I think it might have been third parties coming in as well, or it might have been Paraboy at long range. I think it might have been that, in fact. But now they have control over the majority of this hill. They can move through. Vampire regroup on the position underneath HVVP. Gets a tag there for Tixie, and is going to just back off of it. Doesn't want to challenge those sight lines. Spots a player from Yudu Alliance, but doesn't go for the shots again.
I envision some nades raining into that shack very shortly. Once they make sure Yudu Alliance has left their position and if they can secure those points, their eyes are going to be set on Vampire Esports. That's 4 players out of Vampire, all stuck in that shack, I think.
Teams are really committing to these shacks at this stage. And why wouldn't you? They are solid. They do provide you so much cover. Stone spotted by Fireflux, who been in their shack for the longest time. Over to Inko. A lot of spray over towards Power, having to make a dash out in the open. Down one on the north side. They've been holding in this compound for a long, long time. They will have to move down south of it, but there is a building that is in the next circle. They should be all right for a phase more.
I do see Damwon maybe taking a fight with HVVP because they do have that hillside that they could slowly work up on. And they will take the northern side of it. Would they swing all the way around, though, to take a fight with HVVP? I don't think so. Damwon is not extremely aggressive. I think they'll just play their positions for now. And Vampire, actually, with a 3-1 split. So not putting all their eggs in one basket. And here comes Damwon. They're kind of sniffing this side out. They're seeing if they could get an opening, but I don't think they're going to do like a full committal push like we saw the likes that Nova did because they have the circle to work with, like you said.
They have that little slice. Vampire Esports, they took a knock. They have managed to get everyone back up. Ravenclaw, an outpost for them. Godlike Stalwart, this is their last player out in the zone. Only one elimination to their name. I don't imagine it's going to last too much longer. Fireflux trading back and forth, catch, fall. But they do manage to get the knock back over to Vampire, playing in those foothills underneath the watchful gaze of HVVP. Top trying to zigzag through the fields, but Mafioso to pick up the spray with the DP.
Man, Star Wars Esports just having such a rough time right now. They did manage to get up to top 7, so that's some placement points right there. And, ooh, huge nade out of Damwon. That might be the opening that they look for to do a huge aggressive push.
And a second coming through from Vampire. Stoned is there behind the smoke, and now all of a sudden, Vampires have ruined the chances. HVVP down to just 1. It's just Kitsune, and he's on a sliver of HP. Damwon knows exactly where he is. They know the vehicle. They put that nade in and spot the damage. And now they're just looking for the sprays. Tixie is flushed out. Kitsune falls, and just like that, with a snap of the fingers, somehow HVVP taken down 5th place.
Wow, HVVP leaving the shack from the low ground and having the confidence or having the info to push on up. I think it's because of that 3-1 split. Ravenclaw giving that info, seeing no more players out on that ridgeline, gave Vampire Esports the confidence to push on up, and this might actually get them the chicken as the new zone goes right on top of them.
A really valuable spot for Vampire. They made a solid rotation towards the start. They held some good shacks. And now they're reaping the benefits. I mean, a well-timed fight, if nothing else. Taken uphill against the Arbiters that existed. But Damwon now might take up that mantle.
Shots raining into Fireflux now as they have to leave their shack. 1 player down. I don't know how many more smokes they have left, but they're going to have the entirety of Vampire and A7 looking at them cross over in this wide open field. They might survive, but I don't think they'll manage to do it with 4 players. And Damwon, meanwhile, on the north side, they could choose to strike at any time, but they might bide their time just a little bit more and wait for the next circle before deciding to push whether to the east or the west side.
Vampire regrouping, bringing Ravenclaw back in. Getting actually a little bit of position up the top of the hill, so a high sight line, a little bit of scouting done as Damwon take a couple of shots over. Alpha 7 want to guard out Fireflux. If they can force the fight on the hillside, Fireflux have a really good third-party position.
Ooh. It's okay with a really good knock, but here comes Vampire. Just cutting them down. Actually, Fireflux catch one of Vampire. That's a huge one for them. Vampire looking so dominant with 4. Now they're down to 3. And now Damwon is deciding to strike once. Everyone starts shooting and they see action in the elimination feed. That's when they decide to third party. Well timed by Damwon Gaming.
Just Ketch remains now for Fireflux, but on the outside of the circle, is there cover to move towards? It doesn't look like there is, so Ketch is going to have to make a mad dash or try and heal out for a little bit longer. Try and just stay alive. Will be spotted, and it won't be allowed. Vampire shut that one down. 2 players alive for Alpha 7, 3 active for Damwon with a res in the pocket. Vampire on 2 with 1 in the pocket.
Those nades are getting awfully close, and they're getting a little bit clumped up, and they got to be a little bit careful. Forest primes his nades, tries to answer one back. Mythic still has one in hand, you see right there. And oh, he gets naded before his can connect, and that's huge for Damwon. They are now reset to 4.
Damwon back up and in fighting form. They take the fight over towards Alpha 7. Mythic dispatched. 1 player remains for Alpha 7. Vampire did manage to get all 3 of their players back and active. They spread out. They go a little bit wide. Schweppes is going around down south. Might even try and flank on towards Revo's position. Flukath in the meantime bombarding Damwon up the top of the hill. This is bold from Vampire. They're trying to take control of a lot of territory with minimal force.
Yeah, they want to play loud and big right now because they're down to 3. They want to make sure they get the terrain advantage at this point. Because Damwon with 4, if they're all backed up into a corner, that's better for Vampire Esports. And Revo's still alive here. He's still in the zone. I think Damwon has to creep up just enough that Vampire can maybe take a fight with them and then Revo come in third party. So Damwon in a very precarious situation.
Flukath and Schweppes playing on that same banked hillside, stoned a little bit further down. Are they aware of Revo is the question. I feel like they must know that there's someone there to stop Damwon moving that direction. Probably spot the vehicles as well. But Damwon not giving an inch right now.
Playing very safe, or as safe as can be, but 1 good nade. Just well placed could take down 2. You see them starting to spread out just a little bit. They have the very edge of this circle, but now we're into the final zone and it's going to just close and shrink down to the middle. This might actually work out for Damwon because now they can methodically approach this and use different angles. You can see this player right here creeping out to the eastern side and getting multiple sightlines now down onto Vampire.
Oh, Schweppes getting a lot of valuable damage over onto Damwon, forcing those heals to come through. Revo is just shuffling his way in for Alpha 7, trying to stay alive. There is a nade there as well. If he can get in range, that could be devastating to whichever side he decides to unleash on. It seems like Damwon are the victims there. Has got 1 more. The nade is in the smoke, but it bursts just a little bit short there. Will not tag on. Another one put in, and that is the resource run dry. Schweppes stands up, goes for a little bit of a spray, but the rest of Damwon are waiting for it. Fabian hits the drop shot and opens up onto Vampire for 1. Gets away clean with it, but unfortunately they do get spotted, and again it's a 1-for-1 trade. This is good news on the numbers game for Damwon, but Revo is still there. Revo is still a problem. They need to be wary, spotted out and flushed. They were on the ball with it, and now Vampire only have the 1 player remaining. It's Schweppes as the backline. As the circle closes for the final throws of it, 1 player down, will not find another knock, and it's Damwon with the chicken dinner.
Well done by Damwon. They play that so methodically slow. It was almost a bit scary to watch, but they knew what they're doing. They controlled their position. They spaced out correctly. Sure, maybe 1 nade would have, landed on them, but they had 4 up and they could get that revive potential. And look at them. They are celebrating that win. That was a huge one for them. And I honestly want to say this is kind of a sleeper team because last year they did really well. And for this stage so far, they haven't done bad whatsoever. They've actually done pretty decent. And with this first chicken dinner win on the 2nd day, like I said, from day 1 to day 2, things will change up real quick with teams once they are able to get that reset. We might see Prime 4 Damwon from last year playing now.
And they did play well for this as well. It's not like this was an easy fought victory. They did have to challenge on those hillsides, and they did well to do it. They took it away from HVVP with a well-timed, I suppose, collaboration in effect with Vampire Esports from down the hill, their opponents in the final circle.
And also Vampire Esports, showing up on the first game, getting a lot of points in. Same with Alpha 7. This team, has a lot of expectations, and I want to say that was a pretty decent start. Fireflux, troublesome, very troublesome day number 1. I do think they did better on the last game of yesterday, but this is a good start for everybody on day 2 here.
Picking up a second place in that last game. But in this game, going down a little bit earlier. Down 1, though, managed to go all the way and take the first chicken dinner.
Welcome back, everybody. Damwon is going to win that one in the first match here today with 14 eliminations, putting some big points on the board here, Seven.
They definitely are. 29 points. That's going to be helping them push up on that leaderboard. It's good to see that they were able to put up that performance on the first match. And then a team that I was actually talking about, Vampire Esports, I was wondering where they were at. Well, guess what? They were able to show up with 9 eliminations, 12 placement points with that second place finish, 21 total. And I know you're going to be happy about this one, Glitter. Alpha 7 with the 3rd place finish.
You know, I feel like we did a good job with teams to watch for the first game of the day. Not too mad about it. But I do want to talk about some of the top performers from this map because look how many Damwon people are on here. I mean, this was a solid performance. We were talking about this while we were watching the game, Jukes. They had incredible positioning from like zone 4 on. They utilized it so well, and when they had opportunities to push and take teams out like HVVP, they did.
Perfect execution. The nade usage, I mean, it's so crazy because any one of these teams, if they get that spot, they are taking you out, and Damwon just proved, you know what, we got it, we're here, and we're gonna make it happen here in the first game. You saw, I love to see the players, you know, just getting pumped up after that, saying, hey, let's go, let's get hyped, because you know, once you get that chicken dinner rolling, it's gonna really, really help for that overall mental factor here as it goes on. Oh, by the way, let's go ahead and take a look at the fan vote leaderboard. So it looks like S2G, it's gonna be ranked first so far. What do you think about that, Glitter?
I like it. Okay. You know, this is probably going to change up throughout PMGC. But this, I was going to say, that what I like is that we're getting some different options here, Jukes. The fans know what's up, okay?
They got something. They got some knowledge that maybe we don't know here, Seven, as we go in here the next. That's what I love about it, man. You know, everybody that's in the chat, you know, get back yourselves here on the back, because I know you guys are 100% right when it comes to predicting. 100% right, right, Seven?
Sure. Yeah, we'll go with that.
They're in the present.
We'll definitely go with that.
They are in the present. That is correct. That is correct. So we got a lot to talk about as always there. You know, it's good to see that we didn't have that, you know, that hot drop in Gatka that we saw yesterday, but we saw another one here today off the rip, and man, some pretty good shots with that pistol, but didn't look like it was strong enough, right?
Yeah, it really wasn't strong enough. You're talking about the USG versus Judo Alliance. It totally backfired for USG Donuts. I'm pretty sure they're going to be rethinking that in the future too. But the overall ranking, I mean, HBVP continuing that performance, now building up a 20-point lead. Alpha 7 being able to actually jump up to that second place. And what's actually even more impressive is that Damwon being able to jump up all the way to 3rd place, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, I think this team was in 10th place. That's a great jump up.
I mean, that's massive, actually, especially when you consider how close the points are right now. You can see that it's a very, very tight race. Second page here, lots of other teams dropping down a little bit, but not separated by a whole lot. And I think we're going to start seeing this is the fact that any strong performance out of these teams can completely just skyrocket them up these rankings, Jukes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think these teams know, though, they know this position that they're in. And I think that these teams here on the second page at the bottom are thinking it's chicken dinner time, because once these squads are so powerful, if they start getting a lead at the top, they're keeping it. They are not going to lose it. So I think now's the time to really just catch up with a really hefty chicken dinner and bounce up like we saw Power do yesterday. What do you think about that, Seven?
I definitely have to agree with you. And I mean, with some of the other teams, I'm gonna be looking at Knights. They actually didn't have one of the best performances yesterday when it came to playing Miramar. I'm hoping that's gonna be able to change. You can see there, especially on the drops, they kept landing very close, very, very close with Vampire Esports, and they kept pretty much conceding it towards the end. And I think on the second Miramar, it actually ended up backfiring because they lost 2 players super early on. I wonder if the team's going to be switching it up here today. I'm hoping that they do because of the position that they're currently on, Glitter. If you're going to be where you are at and pretty much going to be sent home if it was to end today, play it a little bit safer, Knights.
I like that. I like that, Kala. It's something that we know they're capable of doing too. It's just whether or not they're going to be willing to adjust to that playstyle.
Yeah, you know, I don't think it's a bad idea, especially when it comes to dropping Pecado. They're right in the middle of Sin City. You know, I think they're really hoping that that first circle drops in that area so they can kind of just hold that 5 stack and just chill throughout the match. But, you know, I think them leaving off a little early and just trying to play it safe in the early game is definitely not a bad idea. Let's take a look here at the teams to watch here for this Miramar match coming up. Seven, I see you got, both of y'all got Alpha 7 listed there, and I don't think that that's a bad decision by far. What do you think about that, huh?
It's great. Minds think alike. Look at that. We got Alpha 7. We got Nova 2.
Yep.
You know what? I'll talk about Alpha 7. They won their only game yesterday in Miramar, and I want to see if they're going to be able to continue those performances. This team is known for being able to perform really well when it comes to Miramar. They have great rotations, crazy rotations that we're not used to seeing, and I love to see that out of them. How about you? What you got in regards to Nova over there, Glitter?
Listen, Nova was another one of those teams that performed well on Miramar's second game out the gate. They had a slow start on the first match yesterday as well. Maybe it's just a little bit of a repeat pattern for Nova. I don't know, but I'm also on that Dam 1 train right now, okay? Because Miramar were the best matches, period, for them yesterday, and they just had an insane start to the day. Now, if this is going to be their best map, that could be huge.
Yeah, for me, another one. Hold on, Jukes.
Now go ahead.
Godlike Stalwart. I mean, they actually didn't
yeah.
perform in Erangel, and I was expecting them to actually continue to perform really well here in Erangel. They had to switch it up. Yesterday, they were the first team that got eliminated out of Miramar. I feel like this is going to be a big turning point for this team. A lot of teams actually expect a lot out of this team. Come on, show us what you're capable of. Please.
And I think now's the time. Day 2, I think, is a really huge day, because day 1, you know, you got the first day jitters, you know, getting used to being at a LAN event, all those different factors kind of involved. But, you know, day 2 is that pivotal day to really just say, hey, you know what, we are in this fight, because you're going to get left behind like that if you go have an off day 2 days in a row. So we're going into Miramar here. You know, we saw a couple different potential hot drops, and that's the kind of crazy part I think here about this tournament is we're seeing a lot more of that than we have seen in the past. Why do you think that is, Seven?
I think a lot of these teams are just trying to establish dominance in a way. That last one in Erangel, I felt like both of those teams were surprised that happened. Okay, so I don't expect to see that again. Now, I mentioned it earlier when we go here on Miramar. I'm really intrigued to see if Vampire Esports is going to continue landing there on Picado with Knights. Mentioned it perfectly too. I mean, in the second Miramar, Vampire Esports got the better out of that, so I really don't see them backing off. I do see Knights backing off when it comes to that Miramar hot drop.
Yes, indeed. Let's take a look here in the battlegrounds. They got Evos right there. Micro Boy chilling out. Macro Boy's had some pretty crazy performances, and he did a really good job yesterday, Glitter.
You know, I know that you guys got to have this all day yesterday, but the fact that we get to watch all of the players together, this makes... I was talking about it when we were watching the game, too. This might be my favorite part. We get the live reactions now, the little player cams popping up while we're playing the matches. I was doing this before off camera. Okay, I was trying to give the finger hearts as well. Like, I love this. I missed this. I am so happy that we get to see their personalities, the excitement, their emotions. Like, this is the coolest part.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. The fans on full blast to go and help cool them down from all the things that they gotta get done here today. And you can
Jukes,
just see there. What's up?
You were talking about Microboy. He was actually the last player standing for his team in the last match. They need to switch that up.
And he's had the most points when it comes to last man standing players. So let's see who's going to be the last man standing here in batch number 2. Let's get this show on the road. Let's take it on over to our casters.
We are getting into Miramar now as we load on up into the plane once more. Players getting all set already. Headphones on. Stay hydrated and get into the games. Of course, you will need it. Miramar, pretty toasty.
Definitely toasty, and I think it's going to get even toastier in Picado here. We saw yesterday Vampire and the Knights, they both dropped there twice. First time around, you know, they had a mutual agreement. You loot your side, we loot our side, and we'll play from there. The next Miramar game, we saw Vampire get very aggressive and actually take out, you know, quite a few players of the Knights, leaving them down to a duo. Now, with this being a new day, and I would say Vampire with a strong first game that we had just now, if they had any idea of fighting the Knights, they definitely feel confident to take the fight to the Knights now.
That's what it's all about, really. Confidence, staying on the level, getting that even kilter going in. It's easy to get swept away. I mean, with the frustration that teams like Godlike Stalwart will be feeling, it's easy to get swept up in that, and that really can play back into a feedback loop into your gameplay and spiral out of control. So you'd want to do everything you can. Just try and keep it nice and even. As the teams start to focus on loading into the lobby.
Have Stalwarts here. I hope they got all their frustrations out on the first day. We saw on the first day, Glitter was talking about, you know, we get to see the emotions out of the players, you know, their excitement, etc., but also their frustrations, right? Stalwarts, we had a desk slam a moment on day number 1, and with day number 2 not going, you know, too well to start off with, I think Stalwarts should be okay, though. They'll chalk it up to, you know, just a bad performance. Still have quite a few more games today, and the plane path extremely low down to the south, stretching just slightly up to the northeast.
We did have a pretty deep cut on the south of the plane path last time around on the Erangel, but it seems like that's going to kind of continue, I suppose. It's a little bit kinder on the lean, but still, as you say, isolating a lot of this south side. Teams will start to drop out. I think we saw Picado hot drop start to get a little bit louder yesterday in Miramar, in the second Miramar game. Is that going to repeat itself? We'll have to find out.
I mean, I think so. I think Vampire's feeling really confident now. For Stalwarts Esports, this was a similar plane path which had them stretched to the north of Picado for vehicles, and we saw them just get driven down by a party bus. And they were getting Winchestered and shotgunned as they were trying to get their bike to start. So maybe they'll adjust their drops just a little bit to avoid that situation once again. And we have a very, very new, different type of Miramar circle for today. I love this one. Up to the northwest.
Centering up in Crater Fields and Nera Pozo. They will have to move out that way. A lot of teams actually dropping near Picado, so a lot of vehicles will be slurped up and away from that. So potentially this engagement with the Pittsburgh Knights could be elongated by the fact that they won't have as many opportunities to grab vehicles and get away from this.
Oh, don't let him get on that bike. Oh,
oh dear.
The bike and wait. A bike and a buggy spawn that close to each other?
Maybe. I mean, I guess they must have done, right?
Huh. Unless that's like a new update or something. I feel like Order dropped down on the buggy first and drove over to that player to run him over before he could get on the bike. But Nova starting it off strong with 1 point to their name, and you see a lot of players on foot, right, stretching to the north, trying to find those vehicles that are so elusive.
Just trying to grab them, and everybody will be looking for them, probably more fervently than even usual, because normally you're looking for them quite eagerly, but this time around you will need to get on those bikes a little bit earlier, especially if you want to escape Order, because you're going to have to go pretty far on this northwest rotate, so teams looting down south going to have the hardest time of it. Probably that west road is going to be a really important piece of land to control. Bacon Time currently in the lead on it, moving towards El Pozo.
And I'm surprised HVVV actually looting all the way down in the southeast. We saw them do, I do believe it was La Cabrera that they usually take. This would have been perfect for them, right? They would have just jumped off the plane early, drove up to the north, and got in a huge northern circle. So now, this time around, well, actually, I think it works out for HVVV. They just don't have the circle, which is what they always play with, not having the circle, right? So warpath initiated for HVVP. We'll see in the next coming moments what they could do. Alpha 7 right here on the far northeast once again. So I think this is their claimed drop spot regardless of plane path. They like to start in from the northeast when it comes to Miramar.
HVVP were able to maintain the 20-point barrier that they had between themselves and second place. It was Ethos in second place, but this time around it's Alpha 7 who did step up a little bit more in that last game, but they still have that 20-point buffer. So HVVP definitely still in charge of this lobby. I'll have to figure out how they want to move into this next one. I imagine that one from Valle de Mar will try and head up that west coast fairly soon. HVVP might have a little bit more of a firecracker lit underneath them because they are really on the long side behind everybody in the queue.
We're only 4.5 minutes in, and the center of the circle's already starting to fill up. Players setting up on those high ground positions. These players have barely had any time to loot, but they understand the importance of having terrain control, especially with these high hilltops. And the Knights already, you know, they left Picado. There has been no engagement, and they're prioritizing a rotation. All 4 members of the Knights and 1 bus right now, too. So that could be quite dangerous for them. We see Bacon Time up here taking this high ground with the M249.
Shirty just scoping out the opposing hillside. Spots just a sliver of a vehicle and instantly zeroes on it. Doesn't take the shots, though. We'll have that information.
I think that's his teammate's vehicle. Yeah, that is taking a look at the minimap.
Okay.
Yeah, they already have a split on the north side and the south side. And you saw level 1 helmet, red dot. Not the best gear to be holding up, you know, on that high ground, but it's all about the presence. As long as they can pop off some shots up there, teams will keep their head down and, you know, think better of it.
Nova moving in from the east side. They're moving currently through past Hacienda del Patron on their west. Not quite in the circle. The circle is just a little bit to their west. Not too far at all, though. It's only about 200 meters to their west. So they are going to probably look to swing out towards the north and through Alpha 7's path.
Very fast rotations for everybody here. This is like 5 to 6 minutes and everyone's already on the road trying to get a good position. I think it also has to do with the fact with this circle, it's like unfamiliar, so they'd rather not chance it by taking their time and just get there quickly. And wow, nice shot. Xenox actually getting that one with the Uzi. So the Knights with a very fast early rotation pays out for them. They managed to pick up 1 point and probably pick up the loot from that Skylights Gaming player.
Really nice little turn up for the books. 1 million in the meantime, there on that west side as well, trying to take advantage of the empty space that will be ahead, moving up past Trailer Park now. Bacon Time spotted Fireflux's rotation around in these crater fields, but again, not really going to take these shots, not going to show presence.
I mean, the ammo supply must be very low, you know, for those 2 players up on the hilltop. They were there, it's like sub 5 minutes. So they want to make sure when they do shoot, it's to confirm eliminations or get, you know, for sure, at least for sure, get a knock. So spraying all those bullets at moving vehicles is probably not the best of ideas. You do Alliance here on the south side, south edge of the circle almost, slowly making their way in, doing some good scouting right there, spotting out the player of the Knights.
Evos still moving in on this east side. They started the day up in second place. They slipped a little bit, but still very much in that conversation. From their solo play from Microboy, they definitely kept themselves there. 69 points right now. It would be nice for them to get a little bit more and gain some of that ground back over towards Alpha 7. But HVVP, the prize at the top right now, still yet to let it slip fully. They're playing, as you said, very far back on that south side of the circle. They're not even going to swing out west.
Yeah, I think when you're rotating in this late, you just wait to see which side the circle shifts to, the east or the west. If you commit to the west this late and then the circle shifts to the east, you're just playing constant catch up. So, well, I mean, that works out
Even
for
better.
HVVP. Just have the circle go down right towards you. Very far shift down to the south. I wish it kind of stayed more up in the north. We get to see creative fields in play, but this area of power grid and those mountaintops down on the south still makes for very interesting gameplay.
There's a lot of roads cutting through this as well. The hilltops that Bacon Time operate on right now, really, really valuable if you can get that high ground peak. We've seen it be super, super impactful just a little bit further south of them, over the fields to the southeast of El Pozo. And power grid as well, a major feature in this next circle. Teams looking to move down south, crunching in. The path on the west is going to be chocker with about 4 teams. On the east, though, I think there's going to be a couple more moving through Semotan.
Yeah, the northeast is going to get very, very difficult to traverse. You have that just one roadway, but it's surrounded by high ground, which I see multiple teams already taken up. There's going to be a lot of fighting potentially on the northeast. A bit more manageable on the western side. But either way, this circle is not very friendly for anybody when it shifted down that hard to the south.
I mean, other than HVVP, right? Like that's kind of it. When you're the lobby leaders, that's just gravy on top of the meal. 1 million, spot a player from Skylights Gaming. Will not allow the revive either. Nima definitely going to get flushed out here, and there's just the full disengage coming through.
Yeah, instantly. 1 million yesterday, they were holding 3rd place. And we were quite surprised because they've had quiet, consistent performances. But I don't feel like that's enough because they have slipped down to 8th place overall. Maybe today, coming into a new day, they're going to ramp up their aggression, maybe just a little bit, or at least, try and stick their heads out, to have one of those bigger games rather than just consistent, small, top 5 finishes.
1 million on the west side laid claim to their position. In El Pozo, not really going to be challenged by anyone at this stage, so they're going to have to figure out how to leave it, I suppose, fairly soon at this point. It's going to be tricky with Bacon Time operating on the high ground to their east side. Nova moving into the north side, up towards the top of the hill near Power. I mean, if they can't fight them over on Erangel, why not take this fight over on Miramar?
It's either Nova versus Power or Nova versus HVVP. I feel like these two teams just cannot get away from each other. And it's like on the far northeastern edge. I don't think they're going to commit to that whatsoever. Because, yeah, once again, Circle going down south right on top of HVVP. I mean, talk about getting Circle blessed. I mean, as far as HVVP is concerned, they didn't even need it, but they'll take it.
You do take those. They're playing a solid four-way split right now on some high ground, controlling a lot of the open space. Dam1 will move down south and try and swing in through on the road to the southeast of Montenuevo. This kind of is good news for a couple of teams as well, because it means that the road isn't going to be a major feature into these final circles.
Taking a look at Evos here. They are on that northeastern edge of the zone, right next to Power Grid, taking the dips. And there's multiple little goalies and dips all around Power Grid. Might see quite a few teams just all converge around that area coming in from the northeastern side. The Knights picking up another nice little elimination. And this might be more than just one, as Solus trying to get out of there as quickly as possible with that buggy.
Solus continues to head down south, but still Xenox peppering away. UMP, though, needs a reload, needs a refresh. Fortunately, Coops catches it. Mini 14 on the red dot.
Mini 14 on the red dot on a buggy, driving horizontally? That's not an easy shot to make. Man, Coops.
Hey, Coops thinks, man.
It's just Coop's things, of course.
Oh dear. Well, Tensa now with his own challenge coming on through. It's Alpha 7 rolling over the top of the hill. Carrillo proves too much for him. Will get run down with a rear tire slamming in. Coops now up to the mantle. Can he perform Coops things, or are they just going to look to disengage here? Because they're right on the edge of the circle. They don't have too much ground to play with. It might be better to try and prioritize position, but looks like they want to surround, try and swarm on Alpha 7.
They have an opportunity in the shape of Xenox, and just as I say that, Xenox trying to do a cheeky play flanking them. He gets caught out. Alpha 7's, their positioning, their awareness just too strong. Now the Knights are forced to retreat, but you can bet your butt Alpha 7 is going to decide to push that because it's a 4v2, and this is Alpha 7 we're talking about.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to look to mount up. In the meantime, HVVP are controlling out. It's playing a little bit split right now. Still, I would say a 2-1-1 at this stage with Meku kind of split from Kitsune. I'm counting them as 2. But Fireflux very, very close by. Top of the hills still occupied, though, by Tixi. And I think that's Matic as well, up the top on the high ground.
Oh, another fight here. Nova and Evos on the eastern edge. I think Nova's in a much better position. Circle goes to the west. So we got a split of high ground and low ground in play now.
Will be very, very tricky for these teams on the east to navigate their way in. As you say, Evos and Nova on the precipice of a fight, but do they disengage here? I suppose with the knock coming in, Nova want to try and put the pressure in and will be able to find Micro Boy. A very valuable pickup on the Evos roster. Won't be able to accrue any points as a solo this time around. Evos down to 3 as the spray from Order just continues to put that pressure on.
Now you can see with the way Nova plays, even with such a huge advantage, they play it, on the slower side of things. The next zone did shift away from them, but I do believe they have sight lines exactly where they're going to play, so they're just going to take their time, and now they're going to spring into action. A few more Utos being thrown, and now Evos is getting choked out and panzered out. Evos now down to that just Lyzeric, the solo player remaining, and Nova picking up 3. And will be able to just edge their way into zone uncontested. Make that 4 potentially. Oh, just in the nick of time, he gets over that edge.
That was very, very close. Too close for comfort for Evos, but they'll play with a different solo this time around. Lyzerg will be trying to make his way in. The last representative for the squad, Alpha 7. This is the crash that you were talking about. They are 4, there's only 2. This is what they go for. This is the shot, but Spec drops a nade right around the corner, and Mythic eats it for breakfast. Unfortunately, it's not the most nutritious thing in the world. Coops, though, getting burnt away in the Pittsburgh Knights. They are not looking healthy. In fact, they will be down 16th place with 2 elims.
How did they know? How did they know Coops was in there? Out of all the compounds.
They know he's got to be somewhere, right?
Yeah, that was... Maybe they spotted Coops running in there and Coops thought he was, hidden. But either way, really well played Smalley. Looking down on the south side on the low ground, we have Damwon and Inko. Inko right now with 3 players, I believe. Taking a look at the right-hand side. So many teams suffering casualties here. Damwon Gaming with 4. They had a huge game number 1. Game number 2, they're keeping 4 up, albeit in the low ground on the edge of the map, however.
Power northeast side, 4 players alive. Keeping that line together. Vampire similarly positioned, similar area. Going to look for probably a very similar rotation. HVVP still continuing to exert their control, but with Order taking down Tixi on the high ground, that's going to force a reposition. It's going to severely reduce the sightlines available to HVVP. You can see Matic instantly responding to try and move over towards Tixi. They really want to look for this res, or at least try and find a little bit of an answer in a trade.
I love what I'm seeing here. You have the 3 players of Nova in the backside, giving huge supporting different angle lines, and you got the one-man army of Order just pushing on up. Oh, he's got to be a little bit careful here. He should hear the footsteps of Matic and not get sideswept completely. And Order, taking shots from Meku. And no way!
He's nailing it. He's nailing it in response.
Oh my god.
Order is single-handedly pulling apart HVVP. Fortunately, a nade from Matic slows it down, but with Meku out and bleeding, Nova can look to crash. Matic moves forwards, Kitsune is there as well. 3 players are alive for Nova in the foothills, and HVVP's once stronghold is now coming crumbling down. Meku needs a res, and Kitsune will dash out wide. They can't quite go fast forwards, and this is what HVVP are going to rely on. These positions not being available to them. Meku flushed out. Kitsune now left out in the open, needs to play the cover.
This could still work out for HVVP, though, because they have 2 on the high ground. They got that res, and essentially Nova's pincered in. One good nade could do them in. And taking a look at the minimap, I don't think either team's going to get third-partied. Everyone else surrounding them are safe in a strong position in zone. I don't think they're going to, try and third-party that fight. Damwon Gaming on the south side does get the edge of zone once again. Not so fortunate for Inko, though, because they lose that circle and they try and do some sort of push, but they are getting picked apart.
Only Vitu2K remains for the squad. It's northeast side of this engagement, and we'll fall down. Hang on a minute, that's a nade from Kitsune over onto King. So tune back in with the HVVP Nova fight. Damwon might try and push in and skirt around these hills, which is probably worse for Nova at this stage because the top of the ground is being held. Tixie, that's really good, but it's just a little bit too slow. It doesn't quite make it all the way down. Paraboy and King stay safe in the divot.
Cooked for just a second too long. And with those sightlines, actually, HVVP don't get full control of the top to choke down Nova. We have some suppressive fire out of Stalwarts. Stalwarts with 4 members alive this late into the game. This is a nice change of look coming out of them. This might be a big game as they do have that high ground. We'll see how they decide to play it, though, as a lot of other teams still slowly making their way into this circle.
Godlike Stalwart playing as 4. They're all alive for now. We'll see if that remains the case. USG Donuts moving a little bit further south. Will be fairly close to Udo Alliance on the southeast side of them, but have got this really solid cover on both sides of them as they occupy a valley. They're back, probably their most vulnerable spot.
Yeah, so many dips to work with here. 1 million and Alpha 7 on the western side. Alpha 7 down to just 2 players. Mafioso could get revived here, but they have the team of Skylights on the mountaintop right in front of them, and then a 4-man team of 1 million. I see one player of 1 million driving over, seeing if he could set up onto the rest of the Alpha 7 team.
HVVP left the hilltop. They've sort of started to regroup towards Kitsune and the buildings to the western side. Probably going to be quite useful in these coming circles, but there is still catch to worry about. Godlike Stalwart holding off on the north side. Against Vampires, they try and crest a couple ridges. How dare they be so bold? They are sent back by the gunfire.
There's so many teams still alive. 14 teams. Oh, well, I said that too soon. 13 teams alive as Alpha 7 does get taken out. 1 million does spot a chance to strike, and they go for it. I was just saying, 1 million, very quiet, consistent performance in day 1, but that has led them to slip down. I wanted to see them play a little bit bigger, a little bit louder, and they are starting to do that.
Certainly are. Puff up, create a presence. 1 million still trying to push in against this solo hold, essentially. 1 nade through the window is going to be all that's needed. Bit too long on the cook there for the nade. Marshall wants to put another one in, and actually forcing Mr. Board on the outside. Still not finding the damage. How is he surviving this bombardment? I've no idea, but they want to put another one in. Do they think he's still in the building? I think they might do. In the meantime, Power moving up, and it's Nova to cut them back, fittingly. Jimmy, though, spotted, and actually flushed out very, very quickly as Damwon roll over the top of the hill. With HVVP moving aside, there is no protection from that angle, and now Nova have a new threat from up top.
Just constantly being sandwiched here. If they tuck themselves deep enough, they should be fine. And Damwon, taking the fight to HVVP now. Damwon, once again, from the low ground, all of a sudden finding themselves on the high ground with a huge advantage.
Able to get some really solid angles. I don't think Matic gets back up here. Tixie's not moving. Kitsune is not either. So playing as a duo potentially for HVVP to move things forwards. Will Nova be able to survive? Vampire fragging out Bacon Time Fall in the meantime on the melee on the north. That will start to crunch on in, but Fireflux, hang on a minute. Did Ketch just finally stood up and took down Tixie, even Kitsune solo for HVVP. This could be one of the worst performances that they've had so far this tournament.
Yeah, and it's because they got the zone.
Go figure.
Yeah, go figure. Well, I mean, when you get the zone and you start getting surrounded and you're playing that wide and loud, you know, it could really bite you in the butt, and I think that is exactly what's happening here. Meanwhile, Nova just sticking strong together in this little ditch, in this little gully. They are very resilient. And, oh, close. Paraboy down to 1 HP. Is he going to bleed out? I think they tapped that revive, but if Damwon has a nade, that could spell so much trouble for the Nova side.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. I think there was one or so in the pocket. There's a nade over the top. Paraboy knocked. Damage sent over towards Nova. In the meantime, 1 million eliminated. Oh, sorry, no, going up to 5 elims. I thought that was the elimination flash, but no, they're still on 4 players alive. On the western side, probably one of the stronger positions. I mean, Donuts USG may be able to hold them out if they can regroup properly. In the meantime, north side, Yudu Alliance against Vampire. Fluka takes a knee. Should be flushed out there as well. Not going to be too healthy. Now it's just the 2 players active for Vampire, but they are going to go for the shots underneath the bus, not quite threading the needle there as Ravenclaws move forwards. Yudu Alliance with 2 players on the ridgeline. They're probably going to be able to win this one out, but they're worried about Schweppes' position. Maybe just looking to put out a smoke or 2 and go for the fight, but hang on a minute, it's 1 million coming through on the backstab of the third party towards Yudu Alliance, and everybody's taken a toll on this fight as in-roll Godlike Stalwart from the eastern side, and both of the teams in the fight get backstabbed.
Here we go. Star Wars now finally springing into action. The dominant position here, working from that high ground down. New zone has shifted, but I don't think really impacts much. Every team was already committed to fighting, and now with the circle shifting away from them, it's not going to change much at all. They're going to continue to do this fight. Vampire is so resilient, still alive somehow, some way, but that's because there's a third party on the fourth party, which is keeping Vampire just alive a little bit longer.
Goodness me, they're trying to draw it out super far. See what they can do. Yudu Alliance will be able to cut one down. Marshall falls on the crossfire to the divot that Miramar is famous for. Senke steps up, it's a spray, and Vampire crest at exactly the same time. Yudu Alliance now with just 1 player remaining. As Vampire move on through, they have pushed back Godlike Stalwart, or Godlike Stalwart retreated from this engagement. They didn't want any part of it, and now Vampire are staying alive with 3.
Oh man, I feel like that's a sign of stalwarts, given their previous games, playing a little bit more passive. I think if this was prime form stalwarts with, you know, no bad games, they would have continued to press that third party with no questions asked, but it's still okay for them. They still have 4 up. They just play a more dominant position, which, I mean, in my opinion, they could have gone back to after picking up a few more points. Catch, meanwhile, causing so much trouble for everyone, causing trouble for HVVP and the side of Damwon. He finally goes down, and there we go. The last player of Yudu Alliance finally taken out, and another one. 1 million, finishing that fight off.
I mean, it's only fitting, right? It is only fitting that that fight ended that way. I think the solo player from Yudu Alliance took down either 1 or 2 players from Vampire in the meantime. 1 million, obviously, with that final blow to be dealt, but now 1 million need to escape, and potentially Godlike Stalwart have made the right call here, disengaging from that, leaving them to their own devices because they know the sightlines are going to be strong from the south side. Down 1. Looks like they will take a tumble as well. 6th place, 4 eliminations, a decent point scoring, and should keep them in the top 3. Nova, though, want to try and wrest that from them, playing at the moment with 3 players alive. King low.
Yeah, Donuts USG, by the way. We saw that, you know, surgical rotation cutting right down into the middle of everyone into that deep gully. That has rewarded them heavily as they have split up into a 1-3 split. HVVP used to have that compound, but they were so split they could not, you know, assert any presence. So now USG will be taking the compound and that prime position right here out of Missile.
Can Missile hold out on this spot before Godlike Stalwart get there? Can they regroup to it, or do they even want to at this stage? They know everyone's going to be looking their way. Senke, Lone Ranger for 1 million. In comes the regroup. They are trying to go for this crash across the field, and it looks like it is going to work out. 2 of them make it to some divots. Nova might still have vision. Are they going to be able to get into cover? Order suppressed. Here comes Power as well with their 2 players. The bus goes up, but they've already made that crossing. They've already made that dash. What more can you find?
That was very risky, but maybe necessary because they lost that zone at the compound. That one bus really making it there was huge for Donuts. That could have been the game-winning play or the game-losing play, but it works for now. But there's still a 4-man of stalwarts that everybody needs to be wary of.
All they need is that little opener onto Missile, and then they can move in through that valley, take control of a lot of this map. King actually tickled by the play zone, more than that as well, gets knocked by it. Paraboy answers with the off angle and will be able to take down the player. Donuts USG acting as a backstop. Kante has moved into a position where he has shots underneath this bus, and that is going to leave Donuts USG as with a real sore one to wake up to there. 5 teams remain, and Zone 9's closing in 5 seconds.
Missile, meanwhile, manning a 1-man defense against the entirety of STE. I think I saw a double knock with the Molly in the elimination feed. Now Nova has a really good chance to spring up as Star Wars is preoccupied with Missile, and Order, once again, with those util, they're looking up over. Lufa gets a nice knock onto King, though. That's going to slow things down. Order needs to hit those, doesn't get it, but another player will pick that up. Nova down to 2, maybe get a revive, and Star Wars with 3 players up still.
Finally moving them aside. Godlike Stalwart, 3 players, as you say, still trucking into the circle. Everybody's going to have to move forwards, out into the open ground. I feel like Power and Nova are at a disadvantage in this scenario at this stage. 3 players alive for them. Godlike Stalwart can start to exert control over these sidelines, but Nova have swung down and actually moved into a favorable position. Power swept aside, and Nova looking to reclaim their position in those top 3 and challenge once again towards those top spots as 1 player's down. Scry is there. Action needs to stand tall, but they can't find the answer onto Paraboy as he fades away with the shots. Just Action remains, and he's in the sidelines of Order. You do not survive long there. And it is going to be Nova taking the chicken dinner.
That was... If you rewind that game from the beginning, that was not an easy game whatsoever. Nova made their first rotation very, very far up to the northeast, and the zone constantly shifted down to the southwest, completely opposite of where they started from, and they just worked their way into so many numerous tough positions, but they pulled through. I think that is a sign of a back-to-back world championship team. I think only someone of their caliber can manage to get the win, starting from that hard northeastern position and working all the way into the southwest.
I definitely did work for it there. I think they racked up somewhere around 12 eliminations as well, with a really solid performance coming from the Nova squad.
So I don't usually care about the travel distance stat, but I want to see it come up because I believe they've traveled insanely far for that whole duration of the game. It'll really go to show how hard Nova worked to work into every zone. And Order popping off here, 1,000 damage with 5 eliminations. Really spearheading everything for Nova in this match.
They really did a lot of work. Moving on in, HVVP were taken down by a bit of their push, a bit of down 1, mix it all together. And it proved to be just a little bit too much to hold on that south side despite getting the circle. HVVP should still hold on to the top spot on the tables, but Nova are back and on the chase. Can they get it done a little bit further? Can they eat into that gap more? We'll find out in the next games.
And it's the legendary Nova busting out the chicken dinner in match number 2. 28 points onto their total. That's going to give them a nice thick boost back on the leaderboards for them. And you know they got to be hyped after this one, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, this was such a solid performance. I mean, 13 elims and a little bit of a bounce back. That's why they were on both of our teams to watch, because we knew that this was a very likely outcome, especially after the potential pattern we saw emerging. But 7, you called it out. Godlike stalwart, really strong performance. I mean, power up there again. Is this what you were hoping to see?
Can't see me right now, but I'm literally doing air guitar because I'm so happy of how well they were able to perform there. 15 points for them. Eliminations, not as high, but guess what? As long as you get up there, that's all that matters when we do a head-to-head. A lot of people always talk about Paraboy. Order. I mean, the numbers he was able to put up. 5 eliminations, 1,000 damage, and then top. You got to give him some props too. 1,400 damage for himself. And only 1 elimination. I think that is the first time that I've ever seen that, Glitter and Hot Jukes. I've never seen a player get more than 1,000 damage and only 1 elim. At least he was being able to help out his team, right?
Dude, that's gotta hurt. That has gotta hurt big time, you know, and that's the way it is here at this level. You know, you have to get those finishes. If not, they're gonna keep getting back up and they're gonna come after you hard as ever. You know, man, it's so crazy to see just the massive group of talent. I'm gonna still geek out about it over here. I love the PFGC. You know, it's all about this show right now. So Nova get that win. You know, I think they've got to be feeling themselves. How do you think HVVP is feeling now that we've had a couple games going into today, Glitter?
I mean, not only we've had a couple games, they've gotten some points on the board, but 7, we were talking about this while we were watching too. They just keep finding each other. Nova and HVVP. I don't know if they have like a secret tracking radar or what is going on, but every game they run into each other.
Oh man, good to have you back, Glitter. It's literally like having a twin, bro. I was thinking that, and I'm so glad you called it out. This team, and shout out to Steven. You guys don't know who he is, but he's pretty awesome. I was telling him, yo, somehow they keep fighting each other, or if not, they literally just pass by each other and wave and say, are we going to fight this time? No? Okay, we'll wait a little bit longer. I don't know how this keeps happening. I wonder if maybe HVVP kept on looking at Nova over and over again. They saw some patterns and they were able to detect it, and that's why they keep running into each other, which might lead to Nova starting to play a little bit more different. Who knows? That's just me speculating.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Well, we got more of the show coming up here in just a little bit, everybody, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
Compañeros de PUBG Mobile, prepárense para experimentar los nuevos eventos que se vienen. Prepárense y únanse. Disfrutar el juego.
And we're back, just like that. Man, this is getting intense here at day number 2. I'm your host, Hot Jukes. I'm here with the 7WG and Glitter Explosion. Here back at it once again. And as soon, of course, once Glitter's back, Nova has to bust out a chicken dinner in Miramar.
Listen, we were talking about it. I'm a Nova fangirl. I always have been. Okay? And gave him a little bit of good juju. We did the chant. It worked.
It always works. It always works. Of course, I gotta give a big thank you to our sponsor, Sony. If you guys didn't know out there, the Sony Xperia 1.4 and the Experience team were actually created in collaboration with professional esports players. You can actually play PUBG Mobile in 90 hertz with the Experience team's intense cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming. So, guys, let's go ahead and take a look at the overall rankings to see how that has mixed up here after 2 matches today. HVP still in the lead. And as you can also see on the leaderboards, Evos, nice.
Yeah, a huge drop for them, actually. Going from 2nd place at the start of the day, and now all the way down to 5th place. But Nova being able to make the big jump right there. In the previous game, they were in 5th place. Making that jump to 2nd place is going to make him very happy. And just being able to close that gap. Now it's only a 10-point gap there to HVVP. Off of 7-2, moving up to that 3rd place. And now here on the 2nd page, Glitter, we have to call out some of these teams. I mean, Knights, Yuta Alliance, Baking Time. How are you going to be in 15th place with 1 chicken dinner?
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of a struggle, I think, happening down here in 12th through 16th. And don't forget, if that is where the team ends up, that is bad. That's where they're eliminated. So they're trying to avoid that, Jukes, because it's a dangerous zone to be in.
Oh, way too dangerous. But hey, you know what? Speaking of dangerous, Sandhawk, baby, coming up next. And you know that these players are... They're having to mix things up because you know what? The healing strat, not a thing of the past. 7, I know you're happy about that. You got the twinkle toes going over there, And I think it's time to take a look at the top Sandhawk performers. And it's Nova.
It's Nova. It's HVVP. It's 1 million. And actually, I'm super glad to see Evos because they need this map. They need to be able to perform really well to just stop the downhill that they're currently on. I really was not expecting this out of them today. Hopefully they will be able to take advantage of this Sandhawk to help them out.
Sandhawk, always so fun to see. My eyes are always going to be on boot camp, always on Paradise Resort, seeing where that zone's going. Of course, when it comes to Sandhawk as well, if that zone does go over to that northwest island, those teams that drop at that location, you know that they are going to be screaming
HVVP
for joy. Yeah, HVVP is going to be really pumped up. It's a bet. It's a really interesting one to take for teams that drop there because if that zone goes there, it's like money in the bank when it comes to Sandhawk. But if it doesn't, having to cross that bridge, going to be pretty tough. Let's take a look at y'all guys' teams to watch, our analysts over here. And we do have the Knights. I had a feeling that you were going to pick them here, 7, coming into Sandhawk.
Yeah, and I'm not picking them to win. And I'm not picking any of these teams to win. It's literally teams that I'm going to be watching now because they need to do something right now. Glitter mentioned it too. They're on that zone where you're going to get sent home. Survival stage, what? Non-existent for you. You got to be watching that from home as well. Something needs to happen here. After this match, we're going to be halfway through the day. And then, I mean, it's just going to get worse and worse. Teams might start picking on them. And I do see that you still have Nova on your list, Glitter.
Well, I mean, it's Nova heading into Sandhawk. I had to put Nova on the teams to watch. That was just, it was too easy. But I also did, I mean, you're talking about the squads that need to step up. That's also why I put Skylights Gaming on mine because they're another team that's down there towards the bottom that really needs to pick up their game here. Sandhawk is always a good opportunity for anyone that is in the middle or the bottom of the pack to just shoot up the leaderboard out of nowhere. And then Powers just looked real good today. I want to see if they can continue that.
All right, well, you know what? Speaking of looking good, we got 2 amazing gentlemen about to come on up. Let's go ahead and take them on over to our casters.
Well, I don't know about gentlemen, but we'll take the compliment. We'll take the double, that one. Thank you very much to the desk. We're going to be heading over into Sandhawk, and they're right, it does get a little bit crazy sometimes. A lot of point-scoring opportunities.
We saw yesterday's Sandhawk game was probably one of the best Sandhawk games we've ever watched, and no bias, Nova was the one that took it, right? But it was a showdown between HVVP. We had the linchpin player, I believe it was 1 million actually, that came in and just really decided everything. Microboy had a standout solo performance. A lot happened in yesterday's Sandhawk game. I'm expecting the same thing today.
Yeah, it should be quite exciting. I mean, it did finish around that Riverside as well in that last game, so maybe we'll see something different. This will be the second Sandhawk that these teams have played. We've only seen the one from yesterday, whereas we've seen 3 Miramars now, and we've come up, I think, on 4 Erangels at this stage. This is only the second time we're going to be seeing that Sandhawk, so hopefully these teams have done their revision, they've done their research, and strategized accordingly.
Yeah, and surprisingly, yesterday in Sandhawk, there was no like big hot drops. There was a lot of skirmishes early on. And another thing to bring up, Stalwarts Esports, right? They get boot camp, which is probably arguably just the best position to start off in Sandhawk. And they got absolutely torn to shreds because they rotated out of boot camp just a second too late, and another team ripped them out of their vehicle. And so hopefully we'll see some adjustments with Stalwart as far as loot timings go. Just move a little bit quicker because everybody's, you know, going at a really fast pace once we get into the Sandhawk game.
Moving as fast as they can. It is a little bit about pacing in Sandhawk, and I mean, that's where teams like HVVP can shine as well. I mean, we didn't see it maybe as strongly as we would have liked in that last game. They did sort of just get cut down one by one with the initial knocks coming through from Nova, and then Damwon chiming in as well.
Yeah.
It was kind of, it was death by 1,000 cuts in that Miramar, but HVVP look at a reign strong yet again, open up that lead that they once had. It's 10 points now between them and second place team Nova, who newly jumped up into their second place, moving into Sandhawk.
Yeah. I like you brought up death by 1,000 cuts because I think every single member of HVVP got taken out by a different member. It started off with Nova, right? And then Damwon came out over the top, and then Ketch from Fireflux just hiding in that ditch finally shows up. And I think USG was the one that crashed the compound, right? And then took out the last remaining player. So they literally lost the player to 4 different teams. And here we see the players jumping out of the plane, like I mentioned yesterday. Oh yeah, there was this hot drop though in Ruins. And it is going to continue. Inco versus Damwon Gaming.
Inco not losing all their players early. Either a Damwon. Not just yet. They'll bide their time. Auto shotgun for Forest on the inside, playing sneaky around the side of the corners. A little bit more by the book here with the rifles coming through from most of the other players at this stage. Can Forest have the impact that he needs to in this position? Forwards and right around the corner against Inco. Really don't want to misstep. A big stun grenade actually out into the open, kind of catches themselves completely blind, and Sung moves in. Forest is there as well, and it is absolutely a mincer right now. Forest just whiffs a little bit on those shots with the auto shotty, leaving 2 players from Inco alive. But that is a really good start to the hot drop for Damwon.
Yeah, just like that. One stun grenade and everything starts to go off with a bang. Damwon did lose a player though, so it is a 3v2. Becker will not be able to get revived. And we saw yesterday too, Bacon Time, they eventually swung up to do some sort of third party, even though it was way later in the game. But Bacon Time, they know these 2 teams are here. They see it in the elimination feed that they're fully fighting and committed. They have a decent idea that's probably in this compound in Ruins. So we might see Bacon Time set up around them and potentially cut off their exits.
Could be a problem if they don't move fast enough on the engagement. I think he swapped over to the DBS there for Forest. A little bit more used to the handling on it maybe than the auto shotty. But yet to go in for a full-fledged engagement. I didn't even catch where Osel went down there for Damwon. In the melee that ensued from that stun grenade, it was really quite chaotic, and I think I might have just missed it. But yeah, absolutely. 3 players for Damwon.
I'll tell you, the screen went white and then stuff happened. That's pretty much what I took from it. And I feel like Damwon should continue that 3v2, right? Like, I know it's tight quarters, it can easily fall apart, but use some util, bait out some shots, put out some pressure, and I think the 2 players camping down there should get fidgety enough to give Damwon the opening, and that is exactly what they're going to do. Plus, you want to kind of claim your Ruins drop spot for yourselves, and if you're going to just leave them be, they might drop here again.
Do need to claim it effectively. I mean, we saw what happened to Power. They got moved off of Gatka over on Erangel, off those hot drops. I'm just taking a quick look around the rest of the map, and it looks like nobody else is really hot dropping at all.
No.
Bacon Time did move up the circle, moving over to the mainland. People are going to have a little bit better of a time in terms of rotations. It won't be quite so cruel and isolating to a lot of teams who are left outside.
Yeah, the circle very far to the east, pretty much centering up onto Corey. So HVVP will have to move this time on Sandhawk, and I'm really curious to see how they play Sandhawk, coming in from the edge, because Sandhawk, most difficult map to play coming in from the edge, because not a lot of room to work with, as Nova, is that 4 people in 1 vehicle? Well, yep, 4 in 1 vehicle, and Catch, he is out of there.
They really like this compound, apparently. I mean, they dropped over in Painan, and they will be heading on over straight to this compound. They're leapfrogging across a compound that certainly in the European tournaments we saw be quite important, that compound to the west of this one, on the junction of the road that heads south from boot camp, that goes across from Ruins to Quarry as well. That junction compound saw quite a lot of powerful play, but it seems like Nova value this one higher.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of PEL, and this is a very standard full send rotation out of Nova to take this compound whenever the circle is around here, and for good reason. There's a lot of option plays, right? Crossing that road is a little bit difficult to go to the north side, but if they could just get a player in there, they have control of the north and south of the road, and then they have the quarry access pretty much. You just throw down a few smokes, take that vehicle, and you can make it into Quarry as well to continue out on your game. So strong compound indeed. It is why they just, prioritize that so hard. Damwon Gaming still trying to find the last 2 members of Inco.
Both just biding their time. With the numbers as they are, I thought if it was 4, I feel like Damwon would have gone on this a long, long time ago, probably a minute or 2. But as it stands, they know that if that first knock doesn't go their way, it could be all out the window.
Yeah. Especially in these tight corridors. You can easily get a 2-piece with a team pushing you when you just, do that first initial peek. So this is why Damwon is so hesitant. But they don't want to just leave either, because the zone being so far away and them not having any vehicles, there's really no point in them rotating. If they had 4 people, maybe they could decide to do the hard push or do the fast rotate, because you have more people to work with, more possibilities. But down to 3, this is pretty much like the default choice for them. And that nade could spell trouble.
Oh, the first push comes through, and it's good for Damwon on a 1-1 trade, but a second falls. It was close, but Forest keeps them all together. And Inco fall, the Ruins go the way of Damwon.
Extremely close fight. That fight is exactly why Damwon took so long. Came down to a 1v1. And that shotgun, that DBS, getting the last shot in, worked out really well. Nova have secured this compound. They need to be a little bit careful, though, because I do see Fireflux maybe trying to set up a play on them, because Catch is still not regrouped. Catch is kind of like a trap card, so if Nova is a little bit, not cautious enough, one of them gets knocked and then Catch comes up with the play, it could spell doom. But Nova playing it very safe, staying inside the compound, not just running around in the open haphazardly.
They are fairly open right now for Fireflux. I feel like they very likely are going to get third-partied if they stay this split. With teams moving down from the north, you've got Power moving from Paradise Resort, or well, north of Paradise Resort. EVOS moving down south as well. Vampire and 1 million even further up north. Everybody's going to have to try and find a position. All those teams on the west as well, potentially going to crunch in towards that same area.
Meanwhile, I'm taking a look. Bacon Time is camping the players of Damwon Gaming. At least one of them is sitting in the blue zone, watching that, biding his time. HVVP playing it very slow, still in the blue zone on the northwest island. So they're not going to do any fast rotations, it seems. They do have vehicles at their disposal, though, so that we could see some sort of like lightning strike push out of HVVP. The Knights, one of the teams that we're keeping an eye on, running through boot camp, making sure it's clear. Running in from the west side. This is going to be a very difficult game for the Knights, as so many teams are already ahead of them in the zone.
Pittsburgh Knights moving through boot camp, trying to play cautiously, but no one really is there at this stage. Godlike Stalwart not going to be playing in the compound, so they will have boot camp to themselves.
This is 1 million from the north side. North side, very quiet. There's only 2 teams on the northern side not in zone. 1 million and Vampire Esports. A lot of space to work with on the north too. I don't imagine they'll clash anytime soon. It's mostly the western side with all these eastern shifts on Sandhawk that have teams starting to converge on one another.
HVVP slowly moving on through, playing that edge style. Damwon will be behind them though, and that might catch them unawares if they're not careful.
Back onto Nova. We do see Catch right there, still stuck, and just like you predicted, here comes Damwon, but it's actually Damwon not expecting HVVP ahead of them. And HVVP in the blue zone. Favia might just go down to the blue. Can he get a heal off in time?
Oh, I think he popped a bandage there and looking to pop that first aid. Same story for Sung as well. Looks like they might only have bandages as well, actually. They were so long in that fight, they haven't looted.
Yeah, no meds now, actually, for either of them. They were hoping to take that bike into zone, but HVVP, that's tough. That's really tough. And I think that those compounds are probably fully looted. Every bandage, energy drink, first aid, definitely gone. They're gonna. This is a last-ditch rotation effort. They're gonna have to just gun it, and HVVP is obviously on the other side.
That's it. Finds one, and up the top as well. I mean, it's easy clean up there as well. They do have Forrest still at the back, still alive, but you've got to wonder for how long. That's easy pickings for HVVP. They're not going to miss those. That is broadside, you're right. It was a last-ditch attempt. But now HVVP have to push in a little bit faster. They were stalled by this.
Yeah. Well, not stalled too long. I think, if anything, they just like swatting a fly on their back, right? And it's like, oh, okay. Well, I mean, we saw them come in earlier, and I guess they decided to be like, hey, wait for us, because those were the freest of points, but for good reason. No meds. If they try to go around on the bike, they would have got taken down anyways to blue zone, so you can't blame Damwon Gaming for that play. And Circle shifts back to the west. A lucky break, I'd say, for HVVP in a sense. And oh, here's that trap play I was talking about. Catch pops off, and Nova cut down to 2 players instantly.
And maybe a little bit further as well, as the rest of their teammates are not out of the woods just yet. They're in the crossfire with the rest of Fireflux. Solus does get spotted. U2 Alliance are here as well. Solus should be run down in this scenario, but you can see Order and Paraboy, 2 of the most prolific fraggers in this tournament, 2 of the most prolific names as well. Now left alone. They are going to be hiding out in this shack. The position should be fairly known. EVOS might have sightlines. It's difficult to play from here on in. The one thing they have going for them is that they are center circle.
Yeah, very central in the circle. In a shack, this position, though, I would say it's pretty decently strong because they're so centered up. No teams, I would imagine, could fully push them without being worried of getting third party from their backside. So they essentially have kind of a buffer zone with the teams surrounding them. You definitely do have to pray that they get the zones, though, because down to 2 members, not much that they could work with, though it is Order and Paraboy, like you said.
There are fewer, scarier duos in this lobby.
There's actually no scarier duos in the world, in my opinion.
I think that's fair, you know? I think that's fair.
Yeah. HVVP.
Yeah.
Coming in from the west. Oh, vehicle rotation? They might kind of shoot it down more towards the center spot. We'll see very shortly here how this works out for them. Oh.
Rolling down, 2 and 2. Godlike Stalwart not going to take shots just yet. Action posts up and starts to empty the mag. Will not really connect with too much. Those trees providing ample cover for now as they move through those hillsides. Staying on top of it. Not going down just yet. Staying covered.
I think that rotation is working out for them. Nothing showing up in the elimination feed. I think they made a successful rotation indeed. Alpha 7, one player knocked. Should be an easy revive, unless if he's down in the quarry.
Ooh.
No, or is he in the building? No,
I think he's in the building. Yeah, I think he's in the building.
Okay. All right.
They just needed to drop a smoke to go for the cross.
Okay, I see. That camera angle from... Oh. Okay. All right.
You do Alliance taking shots down. I mean, you could see there that they did have that cover on the cross, so it was necessary to go for the smoke. Probably just going to res in situ for Alpha 7. No one really going to challenge them. No one's going to push them in this position, so they are just chilling.
New circle shift. Back towards the west once again. Star Wars Esports catching a big break. I would have to say 2 games in a row. They're getting the zone blessed over to their side, so they don't have to worry about their backs. I want to see this time around maybe Star Wars, play a little bit more aggressive in terms of trying to find points. That last game, they didn't have too many elimination points, but they had 4 up the entire game. The Knights springing into action on that northern side of the new circle. And I think this is about time for all the chaos of Sandhawk to start ensuing, John.
Fireflux's compound, really valuable right now. Keeping them safe. Keeping them secret for the time being. Bacon time. Ooh, Tixie knows something. He knows something's up over there. He spotted a vehicle, he spotted a player, he spotted a toe, something. He's giving the game away, but in the meantime, Nova. Oh, okay. Didn't even see the start of that, but Vampire crashed straight on in and take down the duo that remained from Nova. Don't take any casualties their way either. Wasn't even going to trade on out for it. Nova are out, and their run for the top is going to be curtailed in this Sandhawk. Evos up the hill against USG Donuts. The res is coming through from the Donuts. Will try and keep themselves back at 4. Evos getting curtailed. Microboy knocked. Oh, wow. SKF as well. Redface now looking to try and cross. The last player standing for Evos. Matic, hang on a minute. Down one, trying to run on in. Matic on the outside will be saved by a long-range shot. Rather mid-range, but still will be able to survive it. Kitsune moves in, moving in for the res.
Yeah, that donut setup is quite impressive. They have a 1-3 split with one player split across the road preemptively to cover a push, and I hope it's working out for them as the Evos team, really got cut down by Missile. Meanwhile, on this western side, Star Wars Esports looking to play maybe a little bit more aggressive, look for some more points, because their backside is completely safe. This is where they should be sticking their heads out and looking to put some damage into Bacon time.
I'm surprised that Kitsune didn't go for the res over onto Matic. Matic is still down for HVVP. Will have to crawl forwards into the next circle if he wants to survive, but they might just give up on it and try and confirm the points onto Bacon time. If they can get rid of the players there, maybe they can get a safer res.
On the northern side, the Knights forced to work their way up the hill. Power holding a dominant split on the northern side. That's a pretty scary split. But I will say, if they could just put out pressure, it forces all the other teams around them to kind of fight each other rather than being able to spearhead into the Power team themselves. So Power showing a lot of prowess here, controlling the whole northern side, playing very confident in each individual player.
Pittsburgh Knights did take a knock over towards Spec Tensor as well now in the crosshairs of top. Will get knocked out. Kante moving through on the foothills. Skylights Gaming in the meantime not going to stand up in this game. 13th place Pittsburgh Knights will be flushed out as well in the midst of it all. Donuts USG playing with the 3 players on the northeast side. Evos moving through, similarly diminished though. 3 players, Microboy, SKF and Redface. Ozzy-san has got that DBS in the close range. That is brutal. We know how effective it can be. Spotted out from some angle. Don't even think that was coming through from Evos, but either way, it will go down, will get flushed. Now it's up to Lufa. Will not be able to stand the test either. Microboy now left as a solo. Powerful, but how much further can you go on a long dash moving through? South side of this engagement, you've got Alpha 7 trying to move past You Do Alliance. up the top of the hill, try and move into this next zone.
And it's actually 1 million that came up and finished off that fight. USG still has one, though, in the form of Nato. He is not yet in the zone, though. That northern side is so tough for teams to move in. And Fireflux just taking shots at everybody on the southeastern side. We have a 3v4 starting to slowly break out. Alpha 7 forced to push into Udo Alliance. Oh, it's actually a 4v4. Alpha 7 still has 4. This could be an isolated fight, surprisingly, on Sandhawk.
Somehow they might have managed to find one, as unlikely as it seems. Udo Alliance, though, have got a really nice setup on the defense. So much just rolling downhill, and Alpha 7 caught completely unawares. Only Mythic there. I'm surprised he didn't spot him there and just go for the straight-up spray to the face, but there it is. Finally finding the final player of Alpha 7, and they will go down cleanly to Udo Alliance.
Udo Alliance showing some really strong strength there. New circle shifts. All the teams on the northwest, that's Star Wars and Power, need to make their way in. There's so many 4-man teams still up here. You have Udo Alliance, Star Wars, Power, and HVVP. That is 4 4-man teams this late in the game of Sandhawk. That's almost unheard of.
Alliance suffering a little bit at the moment. Vampire taking the fight with them. Soulcase spots out Schweppes, though, and that might slow down any thoughts of aggression that they might have had up towards the Udo Alliance, top of the hill. This eastern side of the circle, kind of fraught right now. Very dangerous for a lot of teams. HVVP isolated in their area, looking good to hold these sightlines. Schweppes does go down to the spray from Udo Alliance. Trapped, unfortunately, and now Vampire only have the 2 remaining.
Nice spray from the laydown, but the blue zone's going to cover him, so he's going to have to start making a move right into the arms of Fireflux here. Fireflux lost 1 member early, but still very strong with this compound and 3 players up. Only 1 player really contesting them here out of the form of Ravenclaw.
Donuts USG, 9th place, 1 a limb. Teams are going to start to fall now. There is no 2 ways about it. The Fireflux compound being held at effectively. Udo Alliance actually now with HVVP at their doorstep. All 4 of them are alive, and 5 eliminations now on the cards. They're going to start to ramp that one up as they swing out to this eastern side. They're moving through, and now they're going to start to engage the thrusters. Matic moving forwards, leading the charge right now. Olio down the hill, dispatched. Matic does get caught in some crossfire there. Coming through, they want that flush. CML wants to try and take them down just a little bit, but will not be so lucky just yet. The control is there as HVVP flood the hillside. Another knock over towards Meku. The flush is looking to be confirmed out, but it's a little bit greedy. And Udo Alliance going to be taken down to task. So few of them still left standing. It's Tixie moving forwards in the fight. And HVVP stay up. All 4 of them are alive, but these reses need to come through quickly.
Man, the 4v4 capabilities out of HVVP. I don't feel like they've lost a single 4v4 yet. Every single time we've seen HVVP go down, it's usually some form of third party. This team is so dominant. They'll get that full reset into the late game, and there is no other 4-man team up besides them. I think this could be an HVVP victory here. Star Wars Esports down to 2, but they picked up a lot of eliminations this time around, so good to see that coming out of that team.
HVVP taking the Nova chicken dinner as a bet. Turning around and trying to swing for the hills on their own. Moving in from the northwestern island. They had one of the longer rotates. They played on the edge for the longest time. They caught out players rotating from that western side from down 1 and really ruined their day. And now they're looking to do the same to everyone else, rolling across these hillsides. 3 players from Fireflux, and that nade is put amongst the pigeons. A double knock comes through, and Fireflux might have been able to find the opening that so few other teams have been able to find. Kitsune at the back with 2 players to handle. Tixie is flushed out, dips wide into the blue, and it's a brutal nade to take HVVP down.
Oh my, that one nade. Whew, I did not predict that, did not see that one coming. Now it's down to 2v3. Fireflux has a slight advantage having, those rocks to work with to get the sightlines, to get the angles, but Star Wars can still win this in a 2v3 situation. He's got the nade. Could be another big one coming out here.
Scry launches it to the left side of the rock, not finding anything really. Ketch breaks out to the tree. Might spot that nade moving through. I think that might have been a smoke. Looking to try and bloom it on in, but Scry spotted. Vector, though, valuable at this range and immediately flushed out. Brings the numbers even. 2 versus 2 now. Action moving up. Godlike Stalwart put the Molotov in the backlines as well. Big stun grenade up into the air. Finds a lot of pressure for Fireflux. But Scry's just staying down low. No way they can go for these pushes. Action's still there. They can't risk these peaks. They have the rocks, but they're going to have to move at some time. No more ordnance left. No more utility. It is just a bare barrels fight right now. Solke spotted on the side swipe. And Action crucially moves up. Godlike Stalwart taking every advantage that they're given. Lutz is the last to go. And what a way to finish that out. A massive nade coming through from Fireflux. Takes down HVVP. And with that, Godlike Stalwart find the opening they're looking for and careen themselves to a chicken dinner.
Nice celebration for them. I love the micro play there from that one Stalwart player that shifted downhill to the side to kind of get the cross angle and worked out perfectly. Player hopping onto the rock thought he had a huge opportunity but was instantly cut down. Stalwarts Esports, huge victory for them. A lot of eliminations as well. So I think we're starting to see signs of life from Stalwarts. You can see it on their faces. Definitely relieved and definitely happy that they once again have pretty much put themselves in a position to fight for the top 3.
They really have had a good chance on this game. HVVP, they did extend their lead a little bit. A little wave to the camera after that chicken dinner. Very nice stuff.
Yeah, man, that nade though out of Fireflux. Fireflux, by the way, day 1 to day 2, huge difference in performance so far. I think Fireflux at one point was like last place on day 1.
Yeah, they were not having the best of times. At the end of that day, they came 2nd place, boosted those numbers. 4th place at the start of today. Another solid late game performance, but it is Godlike Stalwart to have a much needed chicken dinner.
Oh man, we're back, and Godlike Stalwart win that Sandhawk match. And man, Fireflux Esports, that 1v2 nade onto HVVP was so clutch, and it kills me to see one of their players get on top of the rock. The rock play never works, Seven. Never works.
It really never does, and I'm surprised I would still see it to this day. I don't think I've ever seen it work one time. But Fireflux Esports, I mean, for them to be able to put up 20 points, we saw the grenade from Solke. That was so beautiful on HVVP. And a team that I know you wanted to look out for, Glitter Power Esports there with 14 points. That's good for them.
Upgrade here.
Solke with the 6 eliminations. I mean, I was talking about it earlier, 558 damage. And then you go to Action. This is more like what I expect out of players when I see over 1,000 damage. 6 eliminations to his name. You can see there from Yuru Alliance, Yamil being able to put up 3 eliminations, 633 damage to Inscree there from Stalwart Esports. I mean, this team, Godlike Stalwart, you guys have turned it around and turned it around in a big way. Good job.
Yeah, big way indeed. I think a lot of teams in this Sandhawk match really got some great performances. And like you just said earlier, you called it, Glitter, right? You want to see some more out of Power Esports. 8 eliminations. They did some great gatekeeping at the top. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get that really good finish. But at the same time, I mean, that really helped negate, their total score by just getting those elims.
And we talk about that a lot too, like especially when we were on Sandhawk, right? That is an opportunity to really get those elims up, to get some points on the board for yourself. It's the perfect opportunity to just keep yourself in an important spot on the leaderboard.
Yeah, well, we saw a big hot drop in Ruins with Damwong and Inko, so we do have a great interview with Damwong. So let's go ahead and send it on over to Choo Choo.
Panelists and casters, we're back here on ground in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia with me, Choo Choo. This time we have one of the earliest teams to get themselves chicken dinner in the second day of a second week here, none other than Damwon Gaming. We have Osal with us here today, the multiplayer for the team, and a really, really good performance today. So you guys have been in a very good condition with your first chicken dinner of the day. If you compare with yesterday, did you make any adjustment when it comes to day number 2 here?
오늘 두 번째 날인데 첫 번째 판에서 이제 치킨을 드셨잖아요. 근데 어제 경기 이후에 어떤 점이 바뀌었는지 물어보십니다.
일단은 첫 번째 날 같은 경우에도 준비한 대로 계속 하려고는 했었는데 이제 한 끗 차이로 조금 아쉽게 점수를 더 획득하지 못한 부분에 대해서 좀 많은 얘기를 했고, 전략적인 부분에 있어서는 저희가 뭐 변한 건 없지만 마인드셋적으로 조금 더 긍정적으로 가져가려고 했던 것 같습니다.
They were playing like as they practiced, and nothing much have changed, but they have played like as they practiced.
Basically, to just really pull all out today and more focus, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. And also, another one, which meta or tactical how's the strategy that you love more? Either it's tactical to its placement, or do you play really aggressive for the eliminations?
오늘 그 플레이 하신 게 이제 전략적으로 하신 건가 아니면 좀 공격적으로 하셨는지 궁금하다고 하십니다.
첫 번째 매치 때.
오늘 전체적으로.
원래 저희가 준비했었던 게 이런 방향이었는데 그냥 첫 번째 날에 잘 도드러지지 않았던 것 같고요. 그냥 그게 전부인 것 같습니다.
As they practiced on the first day, it was not really well done, but yeah, today they've made the
The play into action.
Yeah.
It's okay. I think they have a really good start today. Maybe to focus a bit more when it comes to you change your mindset as well today, right? We can see that they are more spiritual and you have more motivation today. But can I ask you one favor? I want to say Damwon Gaming fighting, okay? For your spirit to be up for more, okay? 1, 2, 3. Damwon Gaming fighting! Yeah, thank you guys. Back to the desk. See you guys in the next game. Bye.
And we're back, just like that. Always good to talk to some of the players out there. Damwon, again, that beautiful hot drop in Ruins with Inko. That was kind of a little bit of a tough fight, but they were able to go ahead and get that done. But it just goes to show, even if you do get those early eliminations, man, it really just puts you back quite a bit at the end of the day there. But of course, we got to give a big shout out to our sponsor, Pullman Kuala Lumpur Bangsar. Guys, this is how we get it done here in this show. Glitter. All right, now that we saw, a good fashion Sandhawk game, I think it's time we take a look at the overall rankings to see where this all lands out. And again, Nova up on top. But look at that godlike stalwart. Jumped up big time.
Huge jump. Only 3 points behind Nova. I mean, HVVP still giving themselves tons of cushion, keeping themselves in that top spot right now. But this battle that we're seeing emerging between 3rd and 8th, 7, I mean, this is insanely close. And right now, there's a 3-way tie. I mean, come on.
There is. I mean, I'm also looking at the gap there between first place and second place. It almost became a 30-point gap. that's something that we're going to be keeping a close, very, very close eye on. And then if we look at some of the teams, Euro Alliance, I mean, this is a team that I was so happy to see the way they were playing. I know, especially Repo Boy, the way he was able to do a great opening with the nade on Alpha 7, being able to hold off Alpha 7 and allow his teammates to get angles on Alpha 7 and finish off. It was just lovely to see, and I'm happy to see them actually move up on that leaderboard.
Yes, indeed. Now we're going to go ahead and take it on over to Eric Gale. Back to the tried and true coming up next. One thing about that was crazy is, I wonder if that had to be a set play by Fireflux, And that these players have done so much research, so much homework on those rotations. And I wonder if that's something that we're going to see here in Aaron Gale, those traps, 7.
We've seen it before. I mean, we saw it yesterday happen to Nova with Paraboy getting absolutely destroyed by one of the power players. And you know what? Since I'm talking about Nova, even though I don't have them as teams to watch, first of all, let me rewind real quick, okay? Inco Gaming, what are you doing? What are you guys doing? You're truly 30 points? Come on, man. And I think I do have to give this insight to the viewers. There is 2 players that actually don't have any global experience in this kind of stage. So I wonder if maybe possibly that could be affecting them in some kind of way, because this is not the Inco Gaming we're kind of used to. And then Euro Alliance, you saw what they were able to do there. That's why I wanted to hype them up a little bit more, because this team definitely showed us some greatness. And I'll tell you about Nova later. I see you have Evos there on your teams to watch, Glitter.
Same reason that you kind of threw them on your teams to watch a few games ago. I feel like not 100% the best day that they were probably hoping for here today, and with the performance that we saw from them yesterday, we know what they're capable of. So just looking for a little bit of a pickup there from Evos. USG is one of those squads that's right in that bubble area of safety between getting eliminated or staying within the 4th through 11th spot, kind of bouncing back and forth between there. And because all these points are so close, one strong match from any of those teams can just shift somebody down in the rankings. So I just want to see if they're able to kind of close out strong in these last few matches. And then, we saw what Fireflux just did, so.
Yep, absolutely. And now's the time. That's the thing we keep on just harping on, is day number 2 is that time to really just jump up from that bottom of the leaderboard. One match can do it. As soon as we start getting into later dates, it's going to take a lot more than just one. And, and one team that, of course, I want to talk about, 7, is the Knights. Okay,
I knew that was coming.
They're the only North American team out there. Our hearts are racing for this squad. Sandhawk, Power Esports just absolutely gatekeep the heck out of them. And you can just see, look at the face of Coops right now, just thinking, man, what can I do different? And what if you were the coach, 7, which you are, right? For the Knights.
Okay.
What would you be telling Coops right now?
I will be telling him to try not to overthink it. Let his style, let his gameplay kind of start showcasing a little bit more, right? This is not a Knights that we're kind of used to. This Knights team is currently in 14th place. Look at my boy right there. He's like, what's up? What's up? But going back to the Knights, I even was telling you guys this, and you know what? I'm actually going to say it on broadcast too. Once we get to PMGC, I always feel a little bit disappointed of our regions, because our region, North America, is always getting absolutely smacked. So I'm hoping that Knights at some point here is going to be able to turn it around, Glitter.
Well, okay, to be fair, though, this is why we kind of called it out at the very beginning of the day, too, when it came to our top damage dealers. Coops was 2nd on our top damage dealers, and that was taking into account the subpar performance that they had in day 1. So totally agree with what you're saying when it's about just kind of play your game the way you're comfortable, because it will work.
Coops, start cooping. And now that I've said that, it's time for John Allen to start John Allen. Let's take it to the casters.
I'm not entirely sure what's involved in John Allening, but you know what? It sounds like a good time, certainly for me. I don't know about it for you, Zute. Maybe you should stick to Zuteing, but if you want to try it, I could give you a few pointers, I guess.
I was just gonna say, if you're John Allening, then I am Zhu-Taeing here, as we're about to hop into the next game. Players are getting their seats adjusted here, getting their headsets put on correctly. And oh man, the prep before the start of the new game. Stalwarts, this is the cam I want to see. Let's see their focus. They're back up into the top. They're in the top 3. I was actually quite surprised because we've been, okay, I won't drag you with me, but I've personally been, giving a lot of flack to Star Wars with the way they've been starting games, and they have had huge bad games, and then they have a few great ones, and they're in the top 3. That's actually quite crazy to me.
I mean, it's indicative of the volatility of the early stages of this tournament, right? You have 1 or 2 bad games, it's gonna shoot you up the tables. The question, as it always has been when it comes to tournament play, is can you stay there? Can you have that staying power, that consistency to be able to keep that up? With a team like HVVP, they obviously have shown us that staying power so far at the top of these tables. They've shown it back in the European regions. They're currently now stretching out that lead yet again and keeping themselves there. Nova, again, they had a little bit of a downturn, but they've always been at the top of these tables. That's consistency. It's godlike Stalwart that is the odd one out of those 3.
I gotta definitely agree with you on that one. For the people that missed day number 1, Godlike were struggling so bad that at one point we caught them, one of the players slamming the table out of frustration, because that's how many strings of bad games that they've had, and lo and behold, they're in the top 3. But it is absolutely nowhere close to being over, like you said, John Allen. So let's just see if they could start playing consistent now to fight and stay in the top 3, or if they're just going to fall down once again.
We saw it in the first week. I think we were seeing, especially towards the end, some celebratory desk slamming coming through as well. We were worried about the structural integrity of the desks, but it seems like they've been able to hold up to the stresses of this tournament, even if the players weren't.
We have a very eastern to west plane path here. I think we're done with the hot drops, honestly, outside of Miramar and Picado. But ooh, I like these eastern circles. Yeah, something a little bit different for us. We've already seen a military base circle as well, so nice variance coming out of Erangel. We'll see how the teams adjust to this one, as nobody in this lobby has yet played an eastern circle to start off.
The plane path is going to have allowed all of these eastern teams to get pretty much wherever they want as well. So if you're dropping out on the eastern side, you're going to be pretty happy with this. The question is, how fast do you move into position? Because you can bet that those teams out on the west, Georgiopol, Quarry, Primorsk, that sort of area, they're going to be looking to move out east also.
Yeah, and you never can count out Nova, right? They always make the fastest rotations, like humanly possible. This team's a heavy rotating team. We saw it on Sandhawk, it didn't work out for them, but they spearheaded their first rotation straight into the compound, one of the split compounds that Fireflux was holding. So we might see Nova prioritize one key position in particular, though this being Erangel, with it being much more lenient on rotations and play options, there's a chance Nova might take this one, not slow per se, but they might not feel rushed, even though they're far out of the circle on the west side.
Grenade lethality rate. I'd be interested to see how many grenades were thrown on that, because I feel like those numbers are a little bit deceptive, you could, if you've thrown 2 nades and got an elimination with one of them, you got a 50% lethality rate. But if someone who's thrown 30 gets a 20%, that's much more impressive. Have to go and check the numbers underneath those stats. But the average damage, I think, is a little bit easier to know how it sits. And at the moment, it looks like, who was that? Was that top at the top?
Yeah, that was top at the top. Out of SCE. Yeah.
That's impressive. That's
very impressive.
I didn't expect that. I thought it would be Tixie.
No, yeah. I would think so also, because, okay, so Tixie has been the star player for HVVP, and they've been consistently doing well. STE has only had a few big games, so for top to string in the average damage to be at the top, I think he's just been putting massive amounts of damage every game then.
Must be. I have to go and dig through all of those stats myself, because that is quite the achievement for top, so very well done to him and, of course, to Godlike Stalwart, who have had a massive upturn today. I think that's the big story that we're looking at the moment. The resurgence of this roster. Damwon as well, we had that interview with them, with Damwon fighting at the end. I mean, they really have also, I would say, shown up a little bit more today. They have been not really able to get over those final hurdles, but they have managed to be able to have the chance to jump them.
By the way, I want to point out on the current leaderboards, it's actually so beautiful to look at, right? If I had to pick 5 teams that could be in the top 3, it would be these 5. HVVP, obviously, right? Previous Navi, stellar PMGC performance. Of course, Nova's in there. We've talked a lot about Godlike Stalwarts coming in today. It was such a dominant force coming out of Mongolia. Alpha 7, one of the leading teams in the Americas in terms of aggression and just racking up the points. And Damwon, a little bit of a question mark, right? Because they had a great performance in this league stage last year, fell short in the finals. But that question mark, it's proven wrong in my opinion, because they are sticking it out and making it their way into the top 5. The only team that's not up there that, I would expect maybe can be up there would be Vampire, right? They did really well in the Invitational, but of course that format was a little bit different than what we have here, so that could be why they're struggling just a little bit, sitting in 10th place.
To be fair, though, I mean, you look at, the format for all PUBG Mobile essentially comes down to play the game better and you earn more points, right? And there are, I agree, there are some changes, but to come from kind of dominating, to be fair, PMWY, both in the main tournament and the after-party showdown as well. I mean, to come into this and be a little bit lackluster in the way that they have been, certainly in day 1. They have had a little bit better of a time today, I would say, but they're still down in 10th place. But it is, indicative of the performances they've had in their regional stages. They get that direct qualification in, but if it had been down to, if they hadn't have done that, if they hadn't have won over in PMWI, they wouldn't even be here. And right now, I would say they kind of haven't proven the prestige that they have earned.
Yeah. You're absolutely right about that. So, yeah, it's just the one odd team out, but like you said, given their performances leading up to here outside of PMWI, it is indicative of their 10th place current, form. But we still got quite a few games left. Teams can always turn up, throughout day 2, day 3, and day 4. But the current top 5, it is, picture perfect almost, you might want to say.
Yeah, I would say. I would agree. I mean, to be fair, Fireflux is also tying up there on the 82s with the team from Turkey.
That is true.
Keeping up pace. So, they're still very much in the conversation. And it's a team that we've seen do well on the international stage before.
Yeah, some very veteran players. I've had the pleasure of meeting Solke back when he was on Footballist. And I do think there's one more player on that team that did play for Footballist at one point, or maybe associated. But we're heading into the 7-minute mark in the game, so teams are starting to rotate into this eastern side. I'm looking at the mini-map. Yeah, the middle of the map, very heavily populated already, especially the top of that Pride Rock where prison is and the lumberyard. Very taken up already. And, the Knights might catch a Nova player out here. A big trap. They're kind of just sandwiched between the Knights split right now.
Trying to sneak on through. At the moment, Knights aren't pulling the trigger on this, though. I did just take a look at the Fireflux roster, and it was Solke and Lutz who came from the Footballist roster. I wanted to double-check that before I said something wrong on the broadcast. But yeah, they both came through before. And all of these names will be names that are familiar to fans of the region, of Turkish and of European PUBG Mobile.
The European region, and really, growing over the years, but definitely, HVP leading the charge. But that's not to say the other teams from the area, really putting in the work and showing up. Next circle shifts, and we will... Well, that's not really centering up, but I feel like it kind of does center up in the sense that teams were expecting more of an Eastern finish for this game.
Certainly a little bit. HVVP swinging around on the north side. trying to rotate on in through the blue. They have got a couple of stims. No first aid kits, actually, for Kitsune, but just have a med kit. Maybe a little bit lacking on these meds, but they do manage to get out of the blue. Potential that they could swing through Yasnaya and pick up a couple of scraps left behind by the teams there. So they should be all right for now.
Yeah, this rotation, by the way, for HVP, I've seen it done like 1,001 times. You know, swing from the north and work from the north in anytime the zone ends around the eastern side. So I do expect to see HVVP go on somewhat of a warpath once again. They have everything down pretty much to a science working in from the north side. As in the Lumberyard, Bacon Time picking up a quick little lock. Will they capitalize off it? Go for that confirmation onto the power player, and they will indeed.
Send straight on through, cutting off the supply line here as the crash comes forwards. I don't think they were expecting that. Up and into the fight. Another knock comes through and over the top. Hang on a minute. Kante trying to leapfrog, and in fact, it will work out. Keeps him on the swivel. Teammates falling, but do manage to regain a little bit of territory. Shirty now moving down the hill. Noise is there as well, but I don't think Bacon Time want to go further aggressive onto this fight. EVOS are there as well, further down the hill, as they're looking to try and move up. A third party to come in for the side swipe. Good thing they didn't fully commit to this engagement against Power, because they could have been caught unawares.
Credit to Power for really just going for it to save their team member. I feel like Bacon Time backing off was good when they got third party, but even as the first player went down, I feel like they should have sent one more just for the support, you know, just in case, you know, Power retaliates and tries to save their team member, and they did not do that, and they're forced to give that one up. They lose a player, and I think they also lose the positioning that they would have rather preferred.
You do Alliance moving in on the west side, but you close to down one. We're looking to, once again, jump up the tables. Currently sat 4 points behind that third place bubble. Being in the top 3 at half-time at the end of today would be a really solid point to end on for this mark. And if you're at the top, it's likely that you are going to stay at those top 3. So HVVP hopeful for that accolade. From the north side, they are playing that edge once more, and we've seen how controlling they can be.
Circle shifts up to the northwest. Big circle shift. We're going off the Lumberyard area completely. Prison, that Pride Rock near the top, probably not going to be in play towards the late game. This changes things a lot because we have a huge open field now outside of, you know, north of Shelter that does not have very many playable spots besides those few hard compounds.
Bacon Time. 3 players now moving forwards. They didn't manage to get the flush, by the way, over onto the player that they sent forwards for. Power managed to get all 4 of their players back and alive, and now they're actually on Bacon Time's tail. Jimmy just cutting through it, thinking, hang on a minute, what's going on here? There's about 8 players moving through this area, but just looking to potentially regroup with the rest of the roster. No, in fact, he's going to turn around and try and join the migration, head a little bit further north and get some scouting done.
Yeah, this mad dash of a rotation makes a lot of sense. We are only in the third circle, but like I said, this third circle has so much unplayable area. And Bacon Time, they're going to commit to this. Donuts was trying to hold, I would say, a little bit of a greedy 2-2 split. Usually this split works in the third circle, but with the third circle having so little playable area, you know, you got to only pick one and commit to it. And this one is a great spot. I would rather prefer to see all 4 players here where the last 2 players of the Donuts USG team are. So we still have 61 players alive. So this is going to shape up to be quite a crazy finish.
Nova are also taking a 2-2 split, and Paraboy did get knocked to a nade from Inko coming through. I think it was Becca who threw that one. On the eastern side of the 2-2 split from Nova, that's by Prison. A little bit further south of this engagement. Mansion and the surrounding area to the south will start to get a little bit jam-packed. You're right about the amount of playable terrain, though. Nova fully regrouped up to their downed player, so they just completely cut off that 2-2 split. I think that's a solid reaction. And I think more teams should be making plays like that, because I think it's something that it feels like, oh, we could go and help, but like we should maintain the 2-2 split. Nova are like, you know what, no, we're cutting that. We need our team as 4.
Yeah. And once they get the revive, there's a chance they could go back, right, to 2-2. That's always still an option. But it's just you have to do the support. We saw Bacon Time, right? They sent one player to finish out the flush, and the rest of the team didn't really at least send one more player, right? You need to support your teammates. And just as I say that, yeah, they got the revive, they stabilized the situation, and King has gone back to shelter to continue with that split. And I love how I'm, criticizing Donuts doing a 2-2, but here's Nova just doing a 2-2, and it's like, okay, well, if Nova does a 2-2, it's fine. But anyone else, doesn't quite work out.
Order might be in trouble there with Schreps. I think he diverted the rotation, and you can see Schreps just turns around almost immediately. Order into the vehicle, so is King. They just regroup instantly. As soon as this circle pops up north, they're out. They're outie.
That watchtower, by the way, for this zone is a strong position because there's a little hillside to the north of it that they could control, which pretty much gives them the option to play into the whole entirety of the rest of the circle on the next shift. So that watchtower, very crucial. But with so many teams on the southern side that just lost zone, we might see a full send crash potential into that watchtower that Nova's going to be 4-man stacking.
They are going to be full-man stacking it as well for now. I think they might look for a little bit of scouting around the edge. They know that Inko is nearby in prison, so they're going to be worried about that probably primarily, and they'll know there's teams to the south, so hopefully they'll be on the swivel. Order has sent forwards, in fact, to get a little bit of information. Power in the meantime. This is way further south with the Pittsburgh Knights. Will have to move north. Fireflux making the crash into the center. The Vampire team are there. Schweppes is rolling on up, and everybody's health bars are flashing up red. Fireflux are getting cut down. So are the Vampires, and nobody's coming out looking good here. Fireflux have lost a player, but Vampire get the worst end of the deal. They lose all 4 of theirs. Evos now making this crash. Paraboy and the rest of Nova are just forcing everybody out wide. And these crashes are mad and desperate to try and send in this far, this fast, without any scouting, without any information. It's going to be a bloodbath in the fields.
Yeah, we went from little playable area to even less playable area, but it's just wide open fields with these little ditches that everyone's just full sending in the hopes of finding something. And I think I'm looking at this now, teams are getting cut down everywhere. We went from 61 down to 51 instantly, and the circle's not even fully closed yet.
I mean, we had Vampire roll up and get completely crunched. Fireflux lost 2, so that's 6 players right there. We lost another one just now. We've lost Godlike Stalwart with 2 players. Donuts USG, they went down a little bit earlier, but goodness me, it has been absolute carnage on this mad dash from the south. 3 teams as well, still very close to one another. Fireflux, Bacon Time, and on the southeast of this, you got 1 million as well. All 4 of them seemingly still alive and healthy for the time being, and they have a little bit of cover. North side, in the meantime, HVVP playing up in the God compound on that northwest edge. Nobody moving close to them.
They're just chilling. Nova and the Knights getting into full-out fight. Nova lost 1 player early to the Knights playing low and slow from the south side. And I think it should be a full push for the Knights. That is a strong position for the Knights to take, but Nova is fighting back. Spec now down. Meanwhile, there's carnage going out everywhere. USG sitting so comfortable at that position. Just imagine if they still had 4 and HVP from the top side. Oh, it's just a... Oh! Nice shot back.
From Coops.
Oh, I think Coops took down Nova.
Oh, okay. I got excited there. I was like, that's from the other side of the circle. And then I looked at the distance. I was like, no way. That's impossible. Can't happen here. But yeah, they should be resable very easily for HVVP. They have the rooftops, oversight on so much of this zone. It's going to be hard to deal with them, but they will have to move now with the circle popping.
Here's that fight that we were missing a lot from. Nova down to just Paraboy 1v2 situation. The Knights have hopscotched in front of them, and that peak a little bit too long. Coops with 3 elimination. The Knights, however, lost 2. If the Knights managed to keep 4 up somehow in that fight against Nova, which I feel like they should have because they got a free opening in the beginning, man, this could be the game to put them into, the top 10. But with only 2 players, it's going to be a little bit harder to manage.
I'll tell you what I feel about Nova right now, is that their team fight in a straight-up 4v4 is not as indomitable as maybe you would expect from this squad. I mean, it seems like they rely a lot on rotational strength
Yes.
and being able to get picks and suppressive maneuvers and fire. And to be fair, it works bloody well. But they sometimes do get found out. And I feel like those little openings are being identified and exploited by a couple of teams.
Yeah. For me, the more difficult it is to navigate a fight in the terrain in a 4v4, the better Nova does, because they're so good at breaking down the situation. But in a more straight up fight, like the one we just saw with the Knights, it's definitely their weak point. And speaking about straight up fights, Damwon Gaming full sending into the 2-man of USG. USG just down to missile. He's got a nade. He's forced to uncook it. Hops out with the side with the UMP, but it is not good enough. Damwon Gaming continuing on with 4 players and getting the edge of zone 2 in a really strong compound.
Definitely a chance for Damwon to catch up to Nova's position on the tables as well. They, as you say, now have a good launching point on that west side of the circle. HVVP in the meantime moving in so much open ground right now. Any ditch, any divot is going to be so valuable.
On the eastern side, I got 1 million. Alpha 7 facing off here for the bunker area. This ditch is literally a death trap. So many teams are forced to default to play into here, but the nades are so easy to land as Carrillo takes one right there. Does that nade confirm it? It does not quite yet. I want to see 1 million get a little bit aggressive to at least confirm that flush. Otherwise, it's going to be another reset.
Revo looking to put down suppressive fire, stop Venom from standing up and going for this res. They should spot this one. Lazy Boy lobbing one towards the backlines to try and put the cat amongst the pigeons, but it's not going to slow things down. The res almost ticking in. Venom steps up, wants to suppress it, gets a good shot
nice.
through. I don't think he got that res in time either, so that means Carrillo is still ticking away, and Revo now has to be man on the spot. Venom crawling backwards to get knocked, and the res can start to tick away. Lazy Boy in the meantime as well was knocked there crucially, leaving Senke now the last player alive for 1 million, and neither of these two teams is looking super strong right now.
No. I think Alpha 7 will get that full reset though, which is great for them. 1 million on the back foot as one of their players knocked out of the shed will not be able to get revived. And here comes Alpha 7 with the full push, and Alpha 7 will take control just in time as a new circle shifts out. Alpha 7 will still have some of that ditch left to play in with that new circle shift. Meanwhile, Bacon Time made this full send way earlier, and it is paying out huge. Up to 7 eliminations and keeping 3 players up too.
Good news from a team that needs it as well. 12th place right now for Bacon Time. Actually, all 5 of the current teams that would be eliminated if we close the counting now are still in this one fairly late. So nobody really going to be able to stretch out a lead over one another, but Bacon Time with 7 elims. Really good news. HVVP took a knock, but they have rallied around it, and Kitsune should be picked back up here. Yudu Alliance wanted to put some nades over their way, but it's going to be difficult to hold them off for too long, especially given that Yudu Alliance are down to 2.
The amount of damage HVVP has done in this game is probably over the 3,000 mark. They've been laying down fire since the beginning of like Circle 3 out onto this field, onto everybody. And Tixie, with a quick little spray down right there, gets the opening, and that's the opening they need. That is the edge of zone that they want. And Yudu Alliance just down to 1. This should be the push here.
I mean, Tixie makes it look so easy. It's fluid.
Yeah.
Well, those sort of tricks are not easy to pull off. The guy is kind of insane when it comes to being quick on the trigger, but they still need to move forwards, and they've allowed the res to actually come through. It is a re-knock coming in with the nade, fortunately, so they will be able to find that opening yet again. Alpha 7 wants to slow them down, but won't be able to do it. Actually, the holders from Olio will be able to find one. Repo Boy flushed out. And the final blink comes through actually from Damwon, but HVVP suffering maybe more than they would have liked. Matic still left on the outside, will have to regroup, but they have made it to some cover.
They need to get some smokes down right there to stay alive. They do have hard cover of the vehicles, but doesn't look very strong when Damwon was scoped in on them. Meanwhile, Skylight's coming in from the northeast who has a 4-man team. They've been very quiet. 0 eliminations so far, but they keep 4. So this could be another team that has the potential of taking this match.
Skylight's gaming on the north side, but the ground in front of them is fairly barren. There are a couple of buggies, a little bit of cover ahead, but they'll have to fight for it, and it won't be easy. Everybody will be looking their way. You can see the smoke starting to bloom. Shots over towards Alpha 7. The saving grace right now for HVVP is that all of these teams on the northeast side are fighting off against one another. The issue is Damwon right now.
Damwon definitely in the best position. Alpha 7 with 4, HVVP with 4, Damwon with 4, Skylights also with 4. A lot of 4-man teams left in this game. And I think there's no hard cover left. Like, literally, no compounds are left in this zone. Just rocks, trees, and dips, and blown up vehicles.
That is not ideal. It really isn't. I mean, there's very little to be getting on with, and I imagine that these 8 teams are going to trim down by half very, very quickly. When this circle pops, it will be decided. Look at that, and I think HVVP do get the shift there as they moved forwards off their launching point at the back. They will control it. It's a hard northwest shift, and they are really happy about this. Everybody else going to have to move, and you can see immediately it's popping off. Inko taking down Godlike Stalwart. The remaining players there will fall, so they won't be able to continue their charge up the tables, but Inko racking up a couple of eliminations from the bottom of the tables.
Yeah, nicely done with that vehicle set up for the cover. I like how they have the wheels touching each other, because with these vehicles, the thing is, if you get shot underneath the car, you can easily get tapped away, but they have it touching end to end, so providing a bit more cover, which is actually, that little small detail is crucial when it comes to the late game. You want to keep everybody as covered as much as possible. Alpha 7, meanwhile, they're going to have to prone their way in here through the thick grass.
HVVP were spotted. I think that might still be Damwon taking shots over their way, but it's not going to be easy. All that HVVP need to do is keep their heads down, allow all these teams to expose themselves, take a shot or two whenever they can, but staying alive is of the utmost importance. And you can see Alpha 7 struggling with that right now. Pittsburgh Knights were taken down. The final duo will fall. 2 players alive now for Alpha 7. Mythic spotted. Only the 1 now active. HVVP have taken a knock in the meantime, and Damwon are looking to leverage their southwest position. Alpha 7 will fall as the final player is flushed.
Just like that, we're down to 17. 5 teams still up. Bacon Time finally having to make a move. They've been playing in that dip this whole time, and they will find another nice little ditch to play in. HVVP down to 1. Damwon Song going for the finishing blow. That nade.
Big nade. Huge.
Oh, huge. It damages everyone, but Damwon going full aggression right here, and Matic rips him out of the buggy.
Can he keep the team alive? Meku is the lowest right now. He's just going to stick it onto Kitsune because he knows that he's not going to be able to get both up. Tixi is bleeding out in the meantime as well. Damwon not going to have the time to crash onto this, so he should be able to get the team back up to 3. But how fast can they do it, and can they stay safe?
This is so chaotic. Matic with the nerves of steel. At 1 HP with the buggy coming straight at him, stands right up, takes that player out, and revives 2 other teammates. I respect Damwon for trying to go for the finishing blow there, and it could have worked, but Matic was just on point. Circle still closing in, John. Teams still have to prone and move in out of their cover. Damwon looking so dominant, now down to 2, and, well, HVVP, they get the reset back to 3.
There are 2 crates out in the field ahead of HVVP and a tree as well. So potential hard cover for HVVP to move towards, but there will be danger in the wings as well. Inko getting spotted out. Squash those C's. Tixi doesn't want to take the shots just yet. Doesn't have a teammate to team fire with, so biding time, just trying to stay quiet. Tixi backed off the ridgeline. Falls back to the rolling cover. Spray over towards Damwon now as they are dripped down to 2. Matic putting pressure out their way. The zone finds Fabian. Should be visible out wide. Kitsune spotted. That will come through from Skylights Gaming. They're going to be lit up immediately by Bacon Time. They are just getting torn apart there. Damwon eliminated in the meantime on the south. They did get spotted. Kitsune low, probably going to go out here. HVVP move forwards with 2, and Bacon Time have the lion's share of the circle. Matic can't quite make the dash. As Noise finds the shots. Excellent result there for Bacon Time.
This game-ending sequence has been absolutely nuts. It is just 360 crossfires happening all the way around. The zone is still closing. HVVP still has one, and Inko finally reveals himself, takes some shots. Is he going to go for the confirmation? He really should, but it is actually Tixie from the other side that gets it. And now we're in a 1v1v2 situation.
Shirty, I think unless they invest the time, while they are investing the smokes right now, yeah, they really want this res. Look at that. Skylights Gaming moving across towards Tixie. They should have heard the shots coming through.
Yeah.
Tixie unaware of this right now. Pops the smoke out. They'll see that immediately. As soon as the arm goes up, Mafia Boy knows exactly where to shoot. Tixie in danger. Does he know it? Don't think so. Mafia Boy misses the shots, completely whiffs it, goes completely wide, and Tixie has the chance.
My God.
He turns it on, and Mafia Boy falls. A massive misplay coming through from the roster of Skylights Gaming, and Tixie capitalizes. Bacon Time in the meantime move over the top of the hillside. The nade from AJ will find the final nail, but HVVP have done the job, and now over the top it's Bacon Time. They will be able to close this one down. They exert control from the eastern edge. And it is Bacon Time for the chicken dinner on Erangel.
You could see from that celebration that they knew that was an absolute slugfest towards the end. And honestly, John, I gotta give a shout out to the new changes with the circle. I think we discussed about it a little bit, right? Me coming into week 2, you were saying how, you know, with the new circle changes, it keeps too many teams alive towards the end. It's not like before, but honestly, this type of showdown with this many teams left alive in the last zone, where it just slowly shrinks in, creates some really fun, exciting back and forth gameplay.
I mean, yeah, I have to agree. That game was certainly entertaining towards the end there. HVVP, the shots from Tixie, the misstep coming through from Skylights as well. I mean, you have to hit those shots from Mafia Boy. Like, that was a dead to rights shot.
And then Damwon going for that finish, trying to get that, you know, the kill in onto HVVP and then getting ripped out. Man, everybody was trying to make some amazing plays there, but it's Bacon Time that clutches the win.
I mean, they lost a player early on as well, so it's really good news for them to be able to stay alive for that long and in the end take a pretty high elimination chicken dinner as well.
Bacon time! Bringing home the bacon once again here with their second chicken dinner so far here in the PUBG Mobile Global Championships. 25 points on the board for them. That's going to definitely help bring them out of that hole they dug themselves in after, you know, yesterday's performance here, Seven.
It really is. I mean, 2 chicken dinners, that definitely is going to help them out. But can we talk about HVVP?
Yes.
I mean, I feel like the players are just clutching up when they actually need to clutch up Glitter, and this is doing wonders for them and their consistency.
I mean, we saw some of the most insane plays as we get to kind of compare Shirty and Matic here from Bacon and HVVP. I mean, similar across the board when it comes to damage, just barely favoring Matic as well as those throwables, but the elims go the way of Shirty, and team contribution is also very similar, which is not necessarily crazy, but it only is within the context of the fact, Jukes, that we saw Matic pull off an insane play to save the squad to then lead into another insane play on behalf of Tixie. So, like, contextually, Matic, it might be winning in my opinion.
Absolutely. I mean, HVVP, their survivability is just ridiculous. Even if they lose a couple players, they just happen to have that strategy of just saying, okay, you know what? We can't win this. let's just put some points on the board. And that is why they're staying on top here. But like you mentioned, so many sick plays. You know, like you mentioned, Tixie, that insane clutch at the end. Down one getting knocked out of that buggy at the last second. I mean, it's just been absolute craziness here. That's what the PMGC is all about, Seven.
It really is. And I mean, this is why I actually have that team to watch. I switched it. As soon as I saw that happen, I was like, you know what, HBVP, I want to keep on watching you, and I'll tell you guys later why.
All right, well, we got a quick break. We'll be right back right after this.
Hola compañeros de PUBG Mobile. Prepárense para experimentar los nuevos eventos que se vienen. Prepárense y únanse. Disfrutar el juego.
The legendary Messi teaming up with PUBG Mobile there in that break. Oh man, I can't wait to see that collaboration here in the future. You know, he going crazy. Guys, let's go ahead and talk about the show that we got here as of right now, okay? We're back at it. We're back to seeing a second Aaron Gale there towards the end. We saw some insane plays. You know what else is insane? It's Sony with their Xperia 1 and Xperia Stream, which are actually put together in collaboration with professional PUBG Mobile esports players, guys. Of course, you can also play PUBG Mobile in 90 hertz. That is right. With their total system cooling in the Xperia Stream and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. So go check that out as we take a look at the overall rankings. And man, we're starting to see a heck of a lead here. Heck of a lead with HPVP, Glitter.
They're kind of untouchable right now. I mean, talk about trying to make sure that they make their way through to those finals. They have just continued to increase their lead on top of everybody, Seven. But then moving down, we talked about how close this area is going to be. I mean, 96 to 93, 93 to 89, a tie at 89, 86. Any single solitary good performance completely changes these rankings up.
100%. And I mean, you're still going to have some of the other teams that are going to be trying to make that push, especially here as we get towards the final of day 2. We still have 2 games left, but you can see Bacon Time making a push way up. Skylines Gaming as well. And then you can see Vampire Esports maintaining the points that they currently have there. But as you mentioned it, I mean, that first page is just so close in regards to the teams that are going to be trying to qualify directly to the grand finals and also try to make it to the survival stage.
Heading into Miramar here next in this next one right here. And, you know, one team I kind of like saw there at the bottom was, you know, UDO Alliance. They had a great match in Sandhawk where they gatekept Alpha 7. And, you know, I was hoping that that would kind of help boost their morale. You know, anytime you're able to take out a really, really strong team, I know that's got to hype your squad up. You know, Alpha 7 have been doing really well here in Miramar. So I wonder if we're going to see these teams finally bounce back here in this next game as we take a look at the top performers here so far in Miramar, Glitter.
Oh, okay. You know, I feel like when it comes to UDO Alliance, we've seen them have like these moments of really, really strong gameplay. They just kind of need to bring it all together into one solid game, get a chicken dinner on the board, and kind of keep that momentum going for themselves. But talking about the top performers here on our last Miramar map of the day, Nova, A7, 1 Million Esports, and HVVP. I mean, you're essentially at that point, you're just looking at the top of the top already, which could be scary for anyone who's trying to catch up to those spots.
And at this point, I think you might as well start going for third and second if you do not stop HVVP. And these teams at the bottom, they're kind of like stuck in that position of like, hey, at what point do we have to start focusing on them rather than just getting our points, because they're going to start running away with this thing quick here, Seven.
Yeah, I mean, we're starting to see that with the HVP. And remember earlier I teased you the point for that team. Well, now is the time for me to tell you what I was trying to tell you earlier, which is this team, you got to make sure you eliminate every single player. You can't leave one player alive. We've been able to see over and over again what every single player is able to do when they need to clutch up. And I think that's currently what's allowing them to be so consistent. I am going to be pointing out Knights. Once again, I feel like Knights needs to turn around. They did get a bit of a confidence boost there on that last match by possibly being able to knock out Nova. Maybe that might be a confidence boost. Who knows? And then Inco Gaming, I mean, you got to do something too. You're currently in 16th place. Please.
All right, Glitter, I see you got a couple of different squads. You know, I see Damwong on there. Why'd you go ahead and pick them?
Listen, I feel like they've just had a really strong performance all day. They're one of those squads that have now put themselves in contention for breaking into that top 3 with a one or two more solid performances. And I think that they might be able to actually set themselves up for success, at least heading into the final day. One of the final days of the entire thing. And then A7, we already saw them. Obviously, top Miramar performer. I'm expecting a lot out of them. Bacon just did enough to have a really good performance and put themselves right in that bubble. But we need more of that, okay? They've only had a few pop-off performances here and there, and it's not consistent enough, so I want to continue seeing it happening now that they've started it.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, the 2 pop-off performances out of them. Are we going to have to wait another half a day until they actually perform again, or pretty much almost a full day of matches until they perform again? I'm hoping that's not the case here for Bacon Time.
Yeah, I hope it isn't as well. You know, of course, we could talk about this all day, but it's time to get in that game. So let's take it on over. John Allen and Zute.
Well, whether or not it's Bacon Time, I'm sure we're going to see a couple more pop-offs. Certainly, we're going to have 2 more today as we have 2 more matches left to go. We're back over to Miramar.
Oh, good old Miramar. I've been loving the zone shifts we've been seeing today. Completely different from first day. And every match, it's like almost a new game because teams have not yet played in that type of zone. We just saw in Erangel a hard eastern circle that shifted back to the west. And the previous Miramar game, very northern circle, and it shifted all the way back down to southwest, which gave us, you know, the viewing pleasure of seeing a champion team that is Nova take a really difficult chicken dinner there.
For EVOS, we are going to see a substitution come through. I believe they've taken KF out and put Lepart in, so they're swapping out their rushers for the roster on this time around, on this entry into Miramar. So maybe they feel like their aggression had a couple of missteps, or potentially going to be a little bit different this time around. So maybe that's going to change how EVOS are going to approach going aggressive this game.
Yeah, EVO still has a really good chance. They've been just playing consistently quiet. They just need their own pop-off game. We've seen so many other teams pop off today, whereas they didn't pop off yesterday. So EVO's just biding their time. Maybe now is the time to strike. We do have the Knights here, sitting really far down in the rankings. They definitely need to change something up, and you know, something's not going right for them. This is, I would say, Knights is somewhat of a dominant team for sure out of North America, but they're struggling when it comes to the world stage.
I mean, I think that as the desk said, right, they're the only North American team at this tournament. So the fact that they're in this red zone right now is not good news. 14th place as it stands, but with that last game, is it 14th place? Hang on a minute, I'll need to double check that. But as it stands, you've seen that with a good game, you can get out of there very, very quickly. And at this stage, that is all it's going to take. And after that, you can just play consistent and stay in that survival bracket if that's what your goal is.
Yeah, they're actually currently a little bit worse than 14th, 15th, but they're 1 point away from 14th. And right now, they just need to worry about getting into survival stage at this point. You do not want to be knocked out this early on into the tournament. And you have to take a step back real quick as we're talking about, you know, teams getting knocked out. They've worked all year long to get here, and to get into the survival stage, it's just like you just need to make it a little bit more. But that little bit more could be probably one of the most difficult challenges for a lot of these teams, because this group, by the way, let's not forget, this is the group of death. This is the most difficult group out of all 3 groups.
Certainly would seem that way. I mean, so there's probably more title contenders in this group than any of the others, which is kind of why we've given it that name, right? I mean, you've got teams like Nova, 2-time defending champions. You've got HVVP, who have shown us that they can just absolutely blast out of control. And I mean, so many others, right? We just go through listing pretty much half the lobby. But
yeah,
it's really, really cool to see. Are we going to see, a little bit of a scrap maybe between Forest and Stoned? If someone drops down, it looks like Forest diverted, so did Stoned. Neither of them willing to go too close to one another. Stoned grabbed the buggy, so Forest just diverted away. Down one, want to keep themselves as 4. Rightly so, it's wise.
Yeah, run, Forest, run. He's got a bucket. I think Stone was maybe looking for a weapon and thinking about chasing him down. Well, yeah, a little bit of a different drops here. Potential fights, but none fully happening. I'm taking a look. The Knights actually gave up Picado. Funnily enough, Vampire also gave up Picado. So now Picado's just wide open.
Interesting. That's a little bit odd, but Pittsburgh Knights will not be left alone because 1 million playing down in Puerto Paraiso will come across them. They've spotted those parachutes with the Winnie, not quite able to land that shot. Senke just drops back. They're fairly far apart from one another. They can kind of split loot this.
Yeah.
And should be able to move. And they will need to move early because the circle popped all the way out northwest. Kind of similar to the first Miramar that we saw today.
Yeah, definitely a little bit similar. Maybe you will see some different shifts though, however. And yeah, Picado's completely open. Nobody in Picado. And it'd be great to be in Picado for this match because you get that fast loot and then you rotate right out into somewhere more central of the zone. And Fireflux might have actually kind of sniffed it out because I noticed one player, Fireflux, was... Yeah, he was just in the air for quite a while parachuting. And I think he was probably like, wait a second, guys. There's no one dropping in Picado, I think. And I was like, really? Are you sure? But I think Lutz is now running down there to maybe get some free loot. Bacon Time in the center of zone. We saw Bacon Time in the previous Miramar match. They sent 2 players up to the hilltops extremely early. They'll probably be looking to do the same as looking at the minimap. Yeah, they already sent 1 player way up there. But on the other side, HVVP has sent a player up on the northern mountaintop, north of that, road that divides somewhat of the center of the zone.
I mean, I think this is fairly standard for HVVP's rotation set from La Cobraria that we saw in the European Championship. They moved down south. They were challenged a couple of times by the players from El Pozo, and there were, I think there was a team also that came in from the west, from the east, from water treatment or from San Martin a little bit later on. So they have learned how to get that outpost fairly consistently. And that's what Tixie is trying to do. They are getting a little bit of high ground and giving themselves that foothold to try and push themselves up into this next circle. The interesting factor here, I think, is Vampire. Because as you were saying, they've left Picado. They're split dropping ruins. They're trash looting on the north side as well with Ravenclaw to give themselves some info as well. I mean, I like it. It's worked out very well in this specific circle.
All the way up in the trailer park area. And I think Damwon was actually looking to loot there, thinking it would be completely open. But now they're forced to drive all the way back down south to Valdemar. So they're going to have to, have a late looting start and then rotate back up into zone. But luckily for them, they're on the far western side, right? They don't need to worry about another team further west because that's just in unplayable territory. Everybody's going to be coming in from the east. So even with a late rotation and late loot, there is an advantage going over towards the side of Damwon. Meanwhile, USG here, very early rotation, smack dab in the center of zone now.
On the south of El Pozo. Inco moving in as well from the eastern side, coming through from that east road. HVVP looking to get those vehicles. Looks like they've acquired quite a few, and they should be looking to move down south fairly soon from La Cobraria and getting on into the thick of it. Godlike Stalwart currently getting into San Martin and moving through it as well. They've already got a lot of vehicles. They should be moving fairly quickly. Donuts USG. This is a solid compound, and they can hold here for a little bit.
Pretty safe for now. I don't think any team's going to prioritize a crash onto any compounds, not in the first zone at least. We see Star Wars here, having How did Star Wars perform in that previous game?
In the previous game that just came through, I think they
Yeah,
were.
the
I think they
Erangel
were in it
one.
fairly late. I mean, they did.
There's so much happening.
I seem to remember them being in quite late, but then there were a lot of teams in quite late.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
I think they might have gone down fairly early in terms of those placements, but I think they managed to get into
I'm
some
taking a
solid
look now. They
positions
managed to get 3 points.
on placement.
They went out in 10th, or they got 1 rank point and 2 eliminations, so they came out 10th overall in that last match. And I only ask because it's like we see them shoot up so bright, and then it's like we're just not sure where they are. It's either they crash and burn, or they do really well. Or as for last game, they only managed 3 points. But I mean, there's so much chaos happening in the last game, we didn't even notice it. So still hanging in there in the top 4, 89 points, only like 7 points away from second place. So Star Wars Esports, they are rotating in from that eastern side, cutting into the middle. They'll be quite sandwiched by a couple of teams, but it should be okay for now, as this is only the first zone.
I mean, it's kind of crazy that everyone from 11th upwards, basically, is in with a chance, a very like a reasonable chance as well, of getting into the top 3 at this stage. Still, we haven't started to close those doors. We still have more than half of the games left to play. When you include this one and the Erangel that we've yet to play today, we are not at that halfway mark yet. So these tables could completely replicate, but upside down, and Inco could rise all the way up to the top. Very unlikely, of course, that happens. But absolutely everybody really in with a chance at this stage to even direct qualify, if not make it into that survival bracket.
I feel like if I had to pick a dark horse team right now, it would be Fireflux. Like, they had a really bad day 1, but they have very, very veteran players, and we've seen today they could, pull out the points when they get the opportunity to. And they're sitting right at the cusp of, like, being able to burst through and really cement themselves in that top 3. So Fireflux would be the team for me to kind of just watch out for just in case. And these long-range shots out of Nova, man, so precise and accurate.
Fireflux is interesting. I mean, today they've had a second place with 8 eliminations, a 4th place with 4 eliminations in the first and third game that they played today. But other than that, they've come 10th with 2. And 14th with 4. So it's kind of all or nothing, seemingly, right now for Fireflux. So maybe it's kind of a similar story to Godlike Stalwart, who are feast or famine a little bit.
Nova with another fast rotation. The circle did shift right onto El Pozo. So high chance we might see an El Pozo game ending. Definitely different from the previous Miramar match here. And you can see a lot of teams just starting to congregate in as they are getting a fairly decent idea of what kind of Miramar game this might end up being.
Overtaking shots, suppressing fire from Order, but Fireflux looking to mount the hill, turns the scope the way of Soul K, but doesn't quite land all the rounds he needs to. Is wary of teams looking at him from around and everywhere on the hills. And Order doesn't overstay his welcome, even though there's not really too many players to play for that threat. Thinks of the vehicles, gets back in. Nova playing by the book.
Yeah, very well done. Order realized as soon as that player stopped, the rest of the team is probably stopping and taking that ridge. So that game sense kicking in very quickly. It looked like free shots, right? For a second, like he's wide in the open. He just hopped out of vehicle, no cover. But Order knew better than to take a couple more shots because, yeah, just moments later, Fireflux on the ridge looking right back at him.
It's easy to tunnel vision. There's Tixie, the outpost who moved south early from La Copereria, will be able to maintain this high ground near Crater Fields, actually, breaking out to the eastern side, playing a little bit of scouting towards Power, taking down a player, getting a flush, and now he can just look to regroup. He's diminished that strength from the eastern side. Oh dear, hang on a minute.
Oh
no, he surfed. He surfed down the ridges. That's Shirty taking a little bit of an unfortunate drop there. I think that can be rezzed for Bacon Time. Yeah, in fact, it already has. So they did manage to bring that one back up, but you hate it when that happens. You think, oh yeah, I can land on that, right?
Yeah,
nope.
Slippery rocks right there. And Tixie, I like that play, by the way. He gets one elimination, and he just leaves. He knows the chances of him getting a second one onto an unsuspecting team, especially after firing off shots, slimmer than the first elimination he got. And he has no meds. That's how early he got up there. So he takes his point and he leaves and he regroups and probably will pick up a couple of meds from the rest of his team now.
I mean, he moved south from La Copereria. They all regrouped onto his position, and he moves east off of it, right? It's kind of... oh, no, wait, no, he did stay there the whole time. Okay, hang on a minute.
Yeah,
I got my bearings wrong a little bit. You're right, yeah. So yeah, hopefully going to be able to snaffle a couple of those meds. It looks like we're going for an El Pozo finish, though.
Yeah. Fingers crossed. It'll be the first city ending we've seen all week long. This will be the very first city ending if it does go in there. Nova on that southeastern side forced to move in. Knights on the south, same with 1 million. A lot of teams having to just edge a little bit in. Meanwhile, everyone else pretty much already has their foothold set in the new zone. Fireflux, wow, from long range, takes down 3 members of the Knights. Or 2. Xenox down to 1 HP.
That is very, very close to going down. Does manage to get the heal off in the meantime. Gets into the vehicle. Can he get enough speed to get away? The spray from the UMP not quite powerful enough at that range to take the knock. But the Pittsburgh Knights severely diminished now. 2 players.
Yeah, the Knights are just dropping down lower and lower. There's a chance they could be last place after this game. Inco is currently... Where is Inco located? There's so much teams just congregated on top of each other. It's hard to pinpoint exactly as...
on the northeast side of all of this.
Northeast side. Inco.
The orange. Yeah, the orange.
Oh, the orange. Oh, the northeast inside the city.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, inside of all of this. Yeah, I mean, it's
inside of all this mess. Yeah, okay. Well, they're in a good position. But so is like 7 other teams because there's like 7 other teams right around them. So if I say they're in a good position, so is everybody else, as everyone's taking up real estate in El Pozo.
It's situations like this where you just sort of think maybe staying out of it is a better idea. It's also situations like this that give all teams a chance to do well, right? Because it is going to come down sometimes to those little bits of circle luck shifts to the building that you're in or away from the building that you're in, that you have to make a mad dash and you lose 1 or 2 players and it kind of all goes downhill from there. Urban environments do allow, I would say, a lot more variability in terms of who is going to be able to take this chicken dinner.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. It comes down to more of whoever draws the shortest stick, right? And hopefully you don't. So that's how city endings typically go. I will say, though, some teams that have very good cohesion can navigate those, game-ending zones where they have to cross from one road to another or cross the street. And the teams with the best cohesion usually actually can make it out that one difficult rotation crossing, and that will put them instantly, couple placements up towards the end of the game.
I mean, you know who I'm thinking about right now, right? It's HVVP.
Yeah, so I was thinking that just as I was saying it. Yep.
I mean,
we're on the same page here.
They have shown such incredible cohesion in fights that are chaotic as anything as well.
Yeah.
Most notably on the Miramars of day 1, they were fighting off against 2 teams whilst also moving through the blue and took it almost all the way, right? They brought it to a 1 versus 1 that really could have gone their way if they'd have just managed to sneak in that last shot, but they weren't quite able to do it. Even so, mad chaos, and they thrived in that scenario.
Yeah, that's where they shine the most. Nova forced to rotate by the likes of Matic here, and Order driving back around.
I'm going to give them the credit and assume they know what they're doing. They know what's going on. Jimmy has not got the memo, apparently.
Jimmy's like, you know what? If you're not going to do it, I'm going to do it. But Nova has to find some way into that zone. It looks like Jimmy's going to be the one to maybe secure a spot. You know what? Nova could actually go out the other way. They could loop back, cross up to the high ground, and then drive in. So maybe that's their plan right there. The second they took a lot of suppressive fire, they thought better of it, and okay, we'll take the long way around.
Pittsburgh Knights on the south side, they were down to 2 early. Udo Alliance trying to bring them down to 1. Spec going to drop off the hilltop in the meantime. Fireflux on the southeast side, close to Evos. Bringing in Lapar for this game, but still losing players fairly early, and in roll the Fireflux players. to try and ruin the day. Fireflux down to 2. EVOS, sorry, not Fireflux, EVOS down to 2. One of their players already far forward, not going to go for backup. Microboy trying to go for the regroup.
The Iron Sight, M4 out of Soul K here. Force a crash into the Knights, and actually Spec getting taken down by the other player of EVOS on the mountaintop. Now it's down to 1v1, and Microboy will go down, but Fireflux, they're going to come in spades with 4 players if they do decide to take that position. Fireflux playing really well from the edge. I'm liking this, new look out of Fireflux.
They managed to rack up 4 eliminations so far in this game, the majority of this lobby, about half of the eliminations that have gone through so far. And they will have laddered up over Godlike Stalwart. At the current standings, currently I think they're 1 point ahead, so it's still very, very close, and those will trade back and forth, I'm sure. Nova split up right now, playing with 3, trying to just waddle their way into the north side of El Pozo. But with half of the zone not in El Pozo, it's not entirely guaranteed that it will finish.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, we had a really hard western shift, putting Alpha 7 actually in a really prime location. They control the entire western hemisphere of the circle pretty much on the high ground and the hard compound. But we'll see if it goes west once again, or maybe it centers on up, and if it does center on up, it's going to be a majority El Pozo zone.
Soulless going down there to Redface. The rattling a little bit too loud for him to handle. 2 players down for Inko in the meantime, and Bacon time going to be the ones to move through this apartment block. 52K and Becker as well. 2 players alive right now for Inko on the eastern side. The circle does move back to El Pozo, so these urban teams are going to have a good time.
A good time, or maybe even a bad time. It's going to be that urban chaos finish. It does keep Nova, alive a little bit longer. They don't have to try and rotate past that, the likes of HVVP as Inko goes down. I was just saying, Inko, they're in a good spot, but if they're in a good spot, so is every other team around them, and Bacon Time finds the better of that one.
Matic just knocked himself, I think, jumping out of a window or something, maybe got caught, and then dropped out and took the final full damage as the knock, but still, you can't be letting those ones slip. They do get that res, and HVVP stay alive on the northeast side. They're close to Nova. Currently, they are the team that is splitting Jimmy from the rest of his roster of 3 players alive. So they get everyone back and into fighting shape. Meku will need to patch up just a little bit. This is a very interesting position from Jimmy. Hiding out, getting a lot of info. I mean, not really with the rest of the team. Still maybe valuable.
Interesting is a apt word for where Jimmy is right now. And the Knights moving in together, the last remaining duo going up against Redface. No. He's got that machine gun, though, the 1v2 Redface. That is not a good look for the Knights.
Gets the job done. I mean, they had so much opportunity to get that one done, and they just fell flat. That should have been a Pittsburgh Knights flush. Yeah. They might have gone down to the Udo Alliance. They roll on through over the top of the hill. No, not willing to go for that push. They think maybe, if they just were able to eliminate 2 players like that, there must be multiple players handling that. But no, it's just the one. Sneaky beaky under the cliff.
Man, that is not a good look for the Knights whatsoever. Like, it's okay, it's not okay to have a bad finish because you're that far down, but the way they went out in a 2v1, that's extra demoralizing for them, and there's only 1 game left today, so I don't know, man. Meanwhile, Udo Alliance on the high ground, they could stay up here for this zone, maybe 1 more, but the problem with this area is you don't get a chance for many eliminations. Like, you could take shots at so many different people, but it is so hard to confirm anything from way up there.
Power spot Kitsune. Order seemingly downloaded by Meku. I think he saw a barrel or a foot or something. Hops in just at the wrong time. Cooks a nade. Thinks better of it. Puts it back away. Kitsune did just get rezzed, picked back up. Meku now repositioned to a different angle. I don't think Order would be able to spot it if he shimmied all the way out that window. But he's not going to risk it.
Yeah. thinks better of it. And nobody really going down in this new circle shift. Teams are just forced to get a little bit closer, but the next one will really determine which teams will have to make that push. As U2 Alliance taking some shots to 1 million. Looks like 1 million is getting a little bit more aggressive onto this hilltop side. And U2 Alliance can stay up here once again for one more circle, but at some point I feel like they will have to go down. The northeastern side though, that's where a lot of the movement's going to be at.
HVVP have to move south. Nova as well, with their 2-1 split around either side of two different teams, will have to move south, as will Skylights Gaming. Nima is still on the outside for Skylights as well. They will have to probably regroup. I imagine they're going to try and move to the warehouses to the south. Alpha 7 also going to have to cross the road.
A lot of action about to happen on the northeast, but also a fight in the south. U2 Alliance. Oh, I love this position out of Olio. We'll get the opening right there, and that could prompt the aggression. I want to see U2 Alliance get a little bit aggressive here. They have the high ground. They have the opening knock. This is a team that will pester them if they don't take care of them right now.
A little bit of tunnel vision there. Didn't spot the player up at the top on the rock. Senke as well, looking to try and rain it down, but will not be able to execute from that position. That was the player up the top of the rock. Venom's the last to fall, and that's the aggression that you were looking for. They roll up, they do the job, and none of them go down. This is going to give them time to move forwards on the cliff.
Well done. Here's that cohesion coming through out of HVVP. They got to moving in together as 4. STE also trying to do the same. Goes down to one player, and Firefox is actually going to go super aggressive on this. This could be huge for them. That is 4 points right there.
Nade over the top. I think that got one flush, but his top still standing. And this guy was highest average damage in the last game. I don't know if that still is his accolade. Solke wants the challenge, though. Around the edge will be spotted. Definitely they know where Solke is playing from, but it is still just top left standing. Not too much HP to play with either. Solke challenging off around the side of the bus. Wow. But in the end, it's Shirty from the top row.
It's bacon time. That takes down that one. I love that aggression out of Fire. This is, I said it earlier, the Dark Horse team, and they are showing us that they do have the capability to easily be in the top 3. This is a huge game for them. 7 eliminations already. They still have 3 up, but there is still all this urban chaos they have to deal with. Jimmy separated completely from Order and Paraboy. Jimmy's got to make his own way in, and he's up against 2 players now.
Good news is that they should have no clue that he's there. He's making a couple of scuffles, a couple of shuffles. Now they should know. They'll hear these footsteps, the doors opening and closing, and Mr. Board will be on the lookout. Spots Jimmy. The chameleon cover is brought to a close. Not going to regroup just yet. HVVP made a solid push, and Kitsune spots Paraboy, so just Order left on a pretty wide split. 11 teams remain, so going down here, bad news for everyone involved. Fireflux, 7 eliminations, Bacon time 7 as well right now.
Oh, full out 4v4 now. Alpha 7 and Vampire. Alpha 7 usually wins these, but we'll see how Vampire mounts this defense.
Revo forwards, actually getting burnt down. Just stays in the Molotov. Not a good idea. Bad for their health. Mythic falls as well. There is no straight up fight because it's just being curtailed by nades, by Molotovs. Drops one up over the wall as well.
I like that.
Really nice underarm there to just keep them away from it and force them into the sightlines of U2 Alliance. Mafioso will be backed off. Jimmy spotted out as well, handled by Skylights Gaming. That's going to bring Nova down to their duo. But again, it's that fearsome duo that everyone's going to be scared of.
As scary as they are, they're next to a 4-man team of HVVP. I think a 4-man team of HVVP is a little bit scarier than the legendary duo of Order and Paraboy. But HVVP, they got to push into power, and this could be a great third-party opportunity for the dynamic duo. And they are pushing in. Meanwhile, Fireflux is pushing in on the other side, and it is all-out chaos. And they're gone.
What? Hang on a minute. How did that turn around? HVVP are eliminated. Fireflux are out as well. All in the melee of it. I didn't even catch how any of that happened. But Paraboy and Order, they do move in for a third party. 10 eliminations for Bacon time in the meantime. All 4 of them alive, and they are looking to capitalize on a strong game with another big performance here. 9 teams remain. They're all 4 alive. 10 eliminations is huge. Paraboy caught, nade in hand, and that's bad for business.
Oh, that was Bacon Time that push. I thought that was Power that was doing... This is that urban chaos. We have the names right in front of our faces, and I still can't keep up with what just happened. So that is Bacon Time up to 12. Power with the crazy defense. I think maybe HVVP got third party from distance, like crossing that road. Always difficult to do. I didn't see a lot of smokes, so that might have been their demise. And Alpha 7 also goes down. Vampire Esports mounts a good defense with the help of Udo Alliance from distance.
Down one. Still fighting out. They're really, really central on this circle. The buildings that they have, solid. Zone 7 moving into Zone 8. Vampire, still all 4 of them up. Udo Alliance suffering from the high ground. Nobody going to be able to get back on up there. So now it's all about building cover.
Udo Alliance makes it down from that high ground, but they're now only down to 1 member. Everyone else almost, I think everyone else is fully in the zone. Bacon Time with 4 players. Bacon Time playing like what we expected HVVP to be able to do in the urban environment with 4 up. But yeah, it is actually Bacon Time with the most amount of cohesion, running it through everybody. 14 eliminations. This could be a record for this week if they pick up a few more, or is 14 already the record?
I have to go back and double check, but it's certainly going to be up there. If they're able to claim this chicken dinner, because there are still some formidable foes in their way. And once these things start to clear up, it becomes a little bit harder just to leverage position exclusively. Good news is they will open up the cannons yet again, find yet another knock. Shirty moving into position, does get spotted from the high ground. Mafia Boy from behind that pickup over there, over the ridgeline. Will be looking for suppressing position, but won't be able to find it. Noise does get down, does get knocked. As Vampire try and swing in as well towards this engagement.
There we go, another opening for Bacon Time, and they will take control of the warehouse. Probably will even be able to get the revive. Also in the zone, I do believe, on that northeastern edge. Bacon Time should be up to 4 as one of them gets play zone. Mafia Boy, last one up for Skylights. Smack in the middle between Vampire and Bacon Time. He might just elect to play it quiet now.
Noise does fall in the end, so Bacon Time at 3. 16 eliminations, though. I'd be surprised if anyone's going to be able to top that. Ravenclaw swinging out, has to dip potentially into the blue with just a sliver of HP for Vampire. Does hit the deck, might have an opportunity to heal. All 4 of them are there, but in comes the cavalry. They need to get these vehicles. They need to get this crash onto Down 1.
Damwon holding down the fortress in the center of zone, and that is it. This is the final circle. It is just going to shrink towards the middle with Damwon Gaming holding probably the last bit of hard cover once the circle shrinks fully, and USG making a desperate attempt to cross that road with the vehicles. They will lose 1, and Bacon Time pressing on in with their 3 players. USG Donuts now down to 1.
Down 1 holding, but in comes the crash. Vampire knew what they needed to do. They're up there. 3 players are in now. 1 player still at the backstop for Vampire, watching those windows, calling out rotations. And then marshalling those forces up the top. They do manage to spot Mafia Boy and bring us down to 4 teams total. Damwon still on the inside, no one really challenging. Ravenclaw mounts up into the buggy. Olio has that angle, but not going to be able to leverage it. Sung pops a nade out the window, wants to find a knock, but not going to be able to get it done. The return knock over on towards Udo Alliance brings us to 3 as Bacon Time roll up into this as well.
Oh my gosh. The crazy thing is they don't need control of this compound. The center of the zone is going to be away from it, and oh no, a team nade.
That's going to ruin the day of Bacon Time. They're on 2 players now, and up the top, Schweppes finds another, leaving them just 1 active. It's disastrous to get that sort of a nade happen. Shirty now left last standing for the squad. They've been brutal so far, but they might be drawn short here. Instead, Vampire and Damwon.
Oh my god.
Out back and forth. Damwon moving as a unit, but they left Sung behind. They're trading it off 1-on-1. Shirty's in there. He's lighting it all up. They're all worried about each other, but they should be worried about Shirty. He's shutting it all out, and he is going to hold the outside.
Oh!
Finally dealt with. 1 versus 1. Wound is there, and he takes it. Vampire, bring it back. It's back and forth. It's crazy. It's wild, but in the end, the Vampires weather the day.
Holy smokes. Can we get can we get a slow-mo of the last minute of that fight? That also, by the way, that guy jumped off the roof and hip-fired, headshotted the Bacon Time guy. He thought he probably had it, getting the ultimate third-party chicken dinner win in, and then boop, headshot, and Vamp. That was crazy. Did you see how Damwon Gaming grouped up as 4 and all exited out the backside and tried to do like a beeline, and then Vampire over the top just all jumped off on top? That was absolute wild.
I mean, that was absolutely crazy. What a way to finish that out. Down one getting in there late. Vampire taking a big chicken dinner, standing up a little bit taller than we've seen so far from this tournament. This is really good news for that squad, for the roster, only having a second place so far. So getting that top chicken dinner is going to be really, really good news for them.
Also, Bacon Time with like, what, 16 plus eliminations?
Huge.
That's a huge amount of points for them as well. But I think the overall winner is kind of, sure, Vampire won, but as far as leaderboards go, this is a huge game for Damwon, because the teams ahead of Damwon Gaming didn't do as good as them.
Oh, it seems like, well, HVVP got cut down early on the northern side on a difficult set of pushes, trying to move past Power, got caught as well. I mean, it was very, very tricky for them. Damwon had that center position, and they played it very, very well. I think they went, I don't know if they went down second or third. I could not tell you at this stage, but Damwon, they rack up a lot of points for that central position. HVVP, they go down early so they can close that gap, but Vampire finally finding their feet here.
You got Vampires flying, Evo sliding, and Bacon is timing. And this is getting absolutely insane. In first place, Bacon Time with 27 total points. But with the chicken dinner from Vampire Esports, absolute madness here at the end here of day 2-7.
It is. Even though they didn't get the chicken dinner, guess what? 27 points for them. It's going to be massive. Remember, this was a team that we had a lot of question marks in regards to what had happened there at the end of day 1. But hey, great performance here. Vampire Esports, though, we got to give them some props too there with the total 26 points. And here we go. Top performers. Shirty, 7 eliminations, 11, almost 1,200 damage. You know what? I'm just going to give it to you, and then you can see Fluke. And I was just like Sute Glitter. Once I saw the Vampire Esports player just jump out and fire a headshot one of the Bacon Time players, I was like, oh, wow. Okay, this is one of the craziest finishes we have seen all year.
Listen, it was just pure chaos, which I feel like is always a really good indicator of the communication level of whoever's left up on the remaining squads, as well as the composure under pressure, because you talked about it before. The lack of or presence of previous global experience actually plays huge as we take a look at the overall rankings here. First of all, DWG, massive points for them, keeping themselves in second place, but tied now for third and fourth between Bacon Time and Vampire Esports, above Nova? Are you kidding me?
Look from third place to 8th place. They're all separated by just 6 points, and we have 4 teams that are tied technically. Bacon Time making the push at the beginning of the day. They were in 14th place, now in top 3. This is more like it. This is the performance that we're expecting out of them. And then some of these teams, I mean, we talked about Bacon Time. We did talk about Evos at the beginning of the show. Evos is having an absolutely awful day, and I'm hoping that here in the last match coming up, Glitter, they can hopefully turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, I need to say that maybe I am an agent of chaos. We are doing, obviously, Erangel for our last match, but when we were talking about teams to watch, Jukes, I had picked Bacon and Damwon as 2 of my 3 teams, and I was pleasantly surprised with that ending.
You nailed it. You nailed it. I mean, Bacon time almost got back-to-back chicken dinners there. I mean, they might as well have, because they got the most points with an insane amount of eliminations. Let's take a look at the top Erangel performers so we could see who is looking most likely. And man, of course, Dabwog and Bacon Time, we would see them up here because, I mean, they have just popped off here in the latter stage here of day 2-7.
Yeah, they have. And with Damwon Kia, this is going to be playing in their favor. And I'm wondering if HVVP is going to be running into Nova again. I mean, these 2 teams, it's pretty much guaranteed that they're going to be colliding against each other every single match. And so far, HVVP does end up taking the advantage of Nova. They always end up knocking at least a player of Nova and slowing them down. I'm telling you, they had to look at how they were playing. They had to just do so much VOD review because they know exactly what Nova's going to be doing.
100%. 100%. I mean, that's what happens when you are the previous champions here of the PUBG Mobile Global Championships.
Yeah,
back-to-back champions. Yeah, talk about a target on their back. That is all their back is a target. So you know people were studying them because at the end of the day, when you want to be great, you always have to study greatness. And that is the team that all these players have been watching. So they know every move that they're doing. And speaking of watch teams, let's see what y'all's team to watch are for this final match. I'm seeing a lot of similarities there. We got Nova, Alpha 7 from both sides, and then Bacon Time and Downward Gaming. I love these picks.
You know what, Glitter? I'll let you start first. Go for
it. Well, we had to pick Nova. All right. Yes. I mean, they are somehow not in the top 3 right now. Yeah. Heading into the final match of today, definitely not where they want to be. And even when we saw the top performers, they weren't in there right now. It was pretty much everybody else that we've talked about up here on our teams to watch that was in that spot. So yes. I think Nova is probably going to be looking for a little bit of a bounce back. Obviously, Alpha 7 as well. 7. Would you like to cover them? Shall I let you break them down?
Bring it my way. Okay. I got to talk about do Brazil, the Brazilian squad, because, I mean, they're also not performing today. They, too, we're getting a lot of surprises, right? Along the lines of what you were saying with Nova. This team is not anymore close to, I guess, in a way, close to top 3. They are currently sitting in that 7th spot, and now they're finding themselves in this group that is just so close to each other that anything can happen, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be scaring them a lot. And then we go towards Bacon Time, a team that has been able to just fully turn it around today. Yes, I know they got a chicken dinner yesterday, but the whole performance yesterday was not the best. So far today, they are the best performing team besides HVVP, and HVVP has slowed down a little bit more. So another team I want to keep an eye on is going to be Damwon Kia, because that team is taking advantage of a lot of stuff. Once they see HVVP ends up getting eliminated early on, they're taking advantage of that by being able to get more eliminations and making sure their average survival time goes even higher to secure those placement points.
Damwon Gaming going nuts, man. I mean, it's absolute craziness. Pandemonium here. You can see these players getting ready for the last match here. Talking out some strategies, saying, yeah, man, I think we should go this way. We should go that way. Other one's like, nope, I think we should turn the fan on to max. And the other one said, nope, I like it low. Great, yeah. And they came to an agreement right there. That's what's good to see here. Is good teamwork. Good teamwork here at the end of the day.
I didn't know you could read lips like that. That's impressive.
I can. And right now, okay, he's thinking, he's looking at his teammate saying, dude, you got to do better. That's what he was thinking right there. You can see that. And then over here, you do Alliance, feeling great.
Are they though? Are they? You know what they're saying right now?
Really
we are in 13th place. If this was to end right now, we're going to be going home, boys. That's why he keeps looking at the camera. He's like, no more finger hearts. And then we go to Knights. And Knights is currently struggling. And something that Glitter actually brought up. I wonder if, I mean, a lot of this, especially for Coops, right? This is going to be his first global tournament. I wonder how much that's actually putting pressure on him.
Oh,
right?
man. As big pressure as it possibly can be. All right, let's look at it. Let's go from Vampire right there. And, oh, Tensa, open them eyes, buddy. Get ready, because the last match is about to start. Let's take it on over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Hot Jukes. I mean, yeah, maybe if Tensor had opened his eyes in the previous games, the Pittsburgh Knights wouldn't be 15th place right now. But you know what?
Oof.
Maybe they can learn from that.
Yeah, or he's pulling the Paraboy. You know what I see Paraboy doing a lot right before matches start? Seat fully reclined, trying to get a quick nap in. So I don't know. Different players have different pre-game rituals. So obviously, whatever the Knights are doing is not working. They could be soon finding themselves eliminated. You know, I mean, we're not even halfway yet, though, right? We still got this one last game, but the pacing at which the Knights are playing is just not good enough.
Yeah, absolutely agree. They don't seem to be, I guess, making the right decisions. We've seen them be successful in firefights, but they're losing maybe a little bit too much, potentially overcommitting to the engagements. I mean, the big example for me is that engagement to the west side of prison on the watchtower against Nova, right? They won that engagement, but they spent 2 of their players in order to win that fight, right? They didn't need to necessarily fully engage on that. Of course, it was a difficult decision. There weren't too many options, but still, losing 2 players, they needed to maybe stay a little bit closer together, and they could have had a little bit of a better time. And it feels like they are just getting picked apart in these fights. They are powerful, sure, but they are just getting picked apart.
I think it's also definitely the nerves, right? Like, this LAN is just a different environment. And as far as the, Asia teams go, like just towards the eastern side of the world, they have a chance and an opportunity to play like more LANs than North America does. So it's like maybe it's just the LAN experience really coming into play here. And I could see the Knights being a team that gets nervous because all throughout the couple of years, North America has struggled, and everyone says this is the best iteration of a team for North America, like the super team finally coming out of North America. So there's also that added pressure, and with all these factors combined, I think that definitely has a huge thing to do with the Knights' current performance.
Yeah, I mean, it is true. There are less LAN opportunities, but then how do you explain HVVP? You know, I mean,
they've been to LAN so many times just because they're that good.
That is true. That is true. I mean, if you're just really good, then I suppose it does work. Does work in your favor. Speaking of, Alpha 7 going to be hot dropping them in North George. Well, I mean, say hot drop. We had this before where Alpha 7 and HVVP shared North George, right?
Yeah, they'll just end up sharing it. Hot drop wise, look at the south though. Off that plane path that's 3 teams. That's Bacon Time, Star Wars Esports, and Inco. There's a potential. There's definitely some congestion, right? Military base, maybe you can fit 2 teams, but there's 3 teams dropping onto military base, so there might be some fighting going on there in a little bit.
Yeah, you can hold one definitely in the military base, 1 team in Novo at least. There is potential for trash loot, I suppose, around the south side of the island.
Yeah, I didn't count
Novo.
Right.
I guess there's the opportunity for Inco to go for that trash loot. It looks like Godlike Stalwart might break out for the Novo drop. Given the circle, it's viable. That eastern bridge definitely open for a late rotate or a mid-game rotate.
Yeah, first circle is like 70-80% main island, and then 20% is on the military base. It shouldn't really impact things. Taking a look at everything is pretty standard this time around, right? No crazy first circle. Plane path was definitely more on the western side, but with the circle being east, that gives everybody an opportunity on the west to rotate in early enough because they're the first to loot. So all things considered, quite a balanced start to this last match of the day.
That was quite interesting there. You see Damwon actually have the highest eliminations on Erangel with 33, ahead of HVVP by 2, who both of those teams, by the way, sit way ahead of the rest of the pack on like 22, I think was the next highest. But it's interesting that Damwon actually do have that, and it reigns back into what they were saying over on the desk and what we were saying as well, is that yesterday the majority, almost the entirety of Damwon's points came from Erangel. Their other maps just not up to snuff. And what we've seen today is the fact that they can play on other maps. They've managed to rack up a couple points there, and they have stood a little bit taller than we've seen, and their shadow stretches further as well.
Yeah, that top 5 definitely changing up a little bit. Alpha 7 and STE no longer in that top 5. And it's actually Bacon Time and Vampire. So it is, like you said, from week 1, things can change quite a lot and quite quickly from game to game. And we're starting to see that now. Damwon Gaming sitting at 2nd. HVVP. Do you think, Sean, I'm going to ask you this question. It's going to be a tough one. Do you think HVVP will be first place at the end of the week?
I think that is a very interesting question. I think it's a difficult question, but my gut instinct is yes. I think that this is a team that has shown enough consistency over the course of this tournament, showing that they can do it. And in general, when they get on a run, they don't stop until there's like a break in play. So day on day, it seems like they keep on steaming. From my previous experience with this roster, HVVP and formerly of Na'Vi, they are on fire here. Quite frankly, and I mean, you know, sure, we're saying, oh, last game wasn't as good, but they've had 2 third places today, 8 eliminations, 9 eliminations, a 5th place, 5 eliminations. Like, they're still here. Even their bad games are good games.
That is very true.
It's all contrast, and this is a team that I don't see at the moment anyone really standing up to. The closest, of course, looking to be Damwon on the overall rankings, and even then, they're sat 24 points behind, and at this stage, halfway mark, that's a really significant barrier, and I don't see HVVP slowing down anytime soon.
That's true, and then I just feel like no other teams have that outside of Nova. I would say they don't have that like scary clutch potential. Like HVVP, put them in a very difficult situation, and there's a chance they might just rip that apart and just absolutely dominate. But Damwon, they're a really strong team, don't get me wrong. They play very well, very textbook, but I have yet to see like this team is scary moment type of thing, right? And Nova, I mean, they're the back-to-back. So I would say Nova is another team that has that scary potential to just shoot up. But yeah, HVVP, if I had to put a percentage of confidence in them taking first, I would put my percentage around like 70 to 75%, and I don't know about you, but that's a really high percentage, and I'm confident enough that HVP will remain in first by the end of the week.
That's a very, very confident prediction. I mean, it's
pretty high up there.
I kind of agree with you. I would say I give it right now about a 40 to 50%.
40 to 50.
I'm at that level. I know how these tournaments can change super fast.
That's true.
If HVVP, and it's unlikely in my mind, have a bad day, there's a chance that Damwon have a great day, Nova have a great day, even like godlike Stalwart, right, have a great day, and they could challenge
or Bacon Time
for these spots. Right, exactly. So we've got a lot of teams that could, or any other team.
Watch Bacon Time be first place at the end of the week.
Hell yeah. I mean, that would be quite the turn up, right? From top to bottom to top. That would be quite the yo-yo. But I mean, I've been a fan of HVVP from all of the impact they were able to have back over in Western Europe and then over in the European Championship as well, beating out Mad Bulls, who were ostensibly a favorite.
Such a star-studded roster, and we saw just a few minutes ago that team contribution breakdown takes you up to like 26 eliminations.
Huge.
Absolutely mad lad of a player. But okay, rotations are starting to head in. We're 7 minutes in. We see a lot of teams starting to posture up near the center of zone. One of them definitely being Nova. And once again, HVVP rotate up to the northern side and will work down from the north in. Very standard things out of HVVP. There is Alpha 7 though following behind them. So might see a fight between those two further down the line.
You were talking about other teams that kind of have that clutch factor, and I feel like Alpha 7 might be on that list, but today, haven't quite seen it as much, right?
Yeah, Alpha 7, they have that scary team potential for sure. If I were to rerun things, it would be HVVP, Nova, and Alpha 7, and Stalwarts, if they could get get their things together, because I've seen Stalwarts in other tournaments look very scary. This time around, I mean, they've had great games, but it wasn't like scary performance pop off like, wow, this is Stalwarts esports. It was more like, okay, they played it well given the zones and they got the chicken dinner. Right? I have yet to see that scary Stalwarts that I have seen before.
Yeah, that's what you need in this sort of scenario. Big
There's that
shift.
Fight.
Coming on
HVVP
through.
and Alpha 7.
It looks like HVVP going to open up well onto this engagement. Alpha 7 go across the bridge and run into a brick wall from the south side near Yasnaya. They're not even going to stick around. HVVP, they've sent the message. They're just going to leave it. Hang on a minute. There's a PS. Postscript coming through from Tixi. A couple more bullets just to let them know who's in there.
A quick readjustment to just start pinning them in immediately, right? Tixi goes over, and then we see the rest of them rotating back up around the Knights, and Nova getting into fight. Xenox on fire, not in the way that you want to be on fire, but that's going to be enough. The cover fire will push the Nova team away, and they will disengage from that. And that's a smart disengagement as Power full sending into 1 million, and that is 1 million down to one player.
And they're not even in the same location. You can see they're just sending over to the north side. They've been spotted as well. Senke, the last player for 1 million, into the shack. Wants to pop some of those stims and get back to as much health as possible. Important now for the survival of 1 million in the final game of the day. 16 teams remain, but that was too close for comfort to bring that down to 15. Teams from the military island have started to leave. Godlike Stalwart are now up near Milta. Only Inko remain on that military island near that Novo position.
Yeah, we see this sudden burst in chaos because the circle had just shifted. So the fight that Nova was taking, they're going to give up because they want the better position in the circle. They did lose Paraboy, unfortunately. And I'm looking at my mini-map. It looks like HVVP did try to do some type of pincer movement onto Alpha 7. But Alpha 7 being resilient will deter HVVP, and they're going to prioritize that new zone instead. And uh-oh. Matic actually going down here. HVVP down to 3.
Donuts USG lose missile to the scopes of Meku. I mean, they might be down to 3, but you might as well leave them at 4. It's kind of the same thing when they're still bulldozing from one side. Hopefully they can keep it on going, bringing Donuts USG down low. They're lobbing in the ordnance as well. Kitsune up the top. Meku spotted, not knocked though. Zozi-san has to back off there. Tixi repositioned around on the outside. And this is a really open area once you have that position at the back. Look at how Tixi moves around for this. HVVP, they're not going aggressive. They're penning them in. And if Tixi can mount up, this is broadside. This is open season.
This is textbook play right now. If a team is trapped in there, these are the angles you take to get the next opening before you crunch in. They do have to worry about third parties, though, because they're kind of close to the center of zone, and if they attract too much attention, they should think better. And yeah, Tixi goes there for just a couple of moments, and his new zone's about to shift, so he's going to think better of it and just rotate back. That's really good discipline out of the Tixi.
They get the drop as well, right on top of the HVVP position in the north side. Alpha 7 still near Yasnaya Poliana in the north. We'll have to move down south, so potential for a rematch between these two rosters and on the even numbers as well. Maybe Alpha 7 can make that one go differently.
Find Nova once again back at these shelter bunkers. This is a position that they often play, they really like. But there is Bacon Time here as well. Bacon Time doing a 2-2 split. 2 at the shelter bunkers, and then 2 further north at that one compound that we saw USG Donuts hold in the previous Erangel game. As far as this circle goes, though, there's still a lot of playable areas, a lot of big dips, a lot of power positions. Might see a lot of teams come in here still keeping their team up on full power before anybody goes down until the next circle shift.
Inko, 4 players. East side, Fireflux, 4 players as well. West side currently going to be in a little bit of danger from Pittsburgh Knights. Although if their past performances are anything to go by, that's not much danger.
Ooh. Burn.
Yeah, I'm going to flame them. I mean, they're 15th place. Do better, I won't flame you, you know?
Yeah, and they got Udo Alliance right behind them too. Yep, Coops now gets shot at, and yeah, it's not good. This edge play out of the Knights, it's like, if you want to do the edge play, you got to do it the way that, you know, HVVP does it. They clear out their entire backfill side before even looking forwards for a fight. And this is costing them. Knights will go down one player, but there's a return fire, and Xenox almost goes down. It is crucial that he does not go down here. The Knights need... Oh. And I think this is a full disengage now. Knights cannot recover this fight anymore.
It should be. It should be. Just try and stay alive. Actually, funnily enough, while you were talking about how HVVP do it, remember they didn't take down Alpha 7, and Meku just went down to that backfill from Alpha 7. So HVVP, not doing the HVVP thing, has punished them.
Yeah, I see that now. I mean, they tried, though, right? They went back to try and take out Alpha 7, but they couldn't. But lo and behold, right, it comes back and quite literally bites them back in the butt.
Not great news, but Pittsburgh Knights down to 2, HVVP also down to 2. Lessons to be learned potentially, both at the bottom and the top of the tables. On these scrambles for the northeast side. A lot of cover in this circle, so a lot of teams just finding these divots.
Look at that Nova split. These guys just...
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Jimmy is on a mad one today. What's going on?
Jimmy's like, you guys smell today. I'm going to go play by myself. But new circle, I think Jimmy should yeah, okay, there we go. Jimmy decides better. Okay, it's like maybe I'll go back to that compound. That compound's definitely, I'm not going to say definitely will get smashed because the surrounding area around that compound's also strong to play from. So teams might not necessarily elect to just full send it.
I was going to say, is Jimmy actually going to go back to the compound, or is he going to scout north across the road and just go for another wide split? We'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, the 2 players remaining from HVVP are up to bat against Alpha 7. 3 players there, moving on in. Kitsune and Tixie to go for the hold. Kitsune around the corner, looks for the drop shot, stands back up. That magazine is emptying quickly, and there's no crossfire there. Now Tixie wins out his one, but his teammate has failed to do so. Tixie now getting burnt away, has got the Groza. Could do a lot of damage, but will be put back in place. Alpha 7, backfill on HVVP.
Nicely done. I think this game, they're going to go back to the drawing boards to make sure they hurt Alpha 7 more than just taking down one player, so this does not happen again. I think this was a mistake that they kind of knew better than, right? This probably happened. They're like, oh, we knew we should have taken care of them, but they didn't. Meanwhile, everywhere else is mad chaos as teams are still trying to circle their way into the zone. Not much left to be able to play in terms of hard cover.
Down one have got a couple of buildings, though. And with HVVP going down very early, that 24-point gap is looking a little bit more achievable. With the 2 eliminations, that will ramp up to 26. It would need a big chicken dinner, sure, but we've seen down one be capable of that.
My 70-75% conviction has just dropped down a little bit, maybe down to 60 now.
Okay, he's still above me, though.
Yeah, I mean, this was the first time. Oh, nice shots by Solus, but I feel like this is the first time we saw HVVP make a clear mistake, right? That they should have known better. We even called it out before any fights happening. Alpha 7's following behind. They should watch out for it, and they kind of messed that up there.
And losing a player as well, that probably played into it a little bit. Leaving only Meku to go backwards. They didn't know where Alpha 7 had gone. They were trying to scout it, or I'm not entirely sure what they were thinking, really. But yeah, I think that is the HVVP misstep, and follow it up with a Udo Alliance misstep as well. 13th place team right now, getting cut apart by Down One.
Yeah, Damwon closing that gap ever so slowly now, picking up those points. Damwon control, very strong compound as well. They have that hill to work with right in front of them, so even though they're on edge, they're pretty comfortable with the way the circle is.
Evos up the top, above on the shelter. Inko underneath. Both of them going to be firing out towards the northwest, and Evos aren't going to need to take care of Inko, so they kind of just have this turret underneath them that they can leverage.
And they can't get too aggressive because Star Wars, you see him scoping in right over there. They can just pop open the door and then third party from distance if it gets too messy. So they got to be careful. Nova picking a knock onto Star Wars long range. And that is the last one of Udo Alliance gone. That's another point for Damwon Gaming, the second place team. And they got a clear line into Fireflux now for the next potential fight. And this is going to get tricky. Nova sitting comfortable in the south. Alpha 7 wrapping around from the north might wrap into Damwon Gaming.
See where they end up crashing. They are going to need to find a little bit of an opening there. Inco taking heavy nades actually coming through from Redface. Look at that, a reposition out wide to drop nades in the mouth of the bunker. Squash getting dropped down on these smokes are covering off from Godlike Stalwart, and they're constantly worried about that north side as well. And in go Evos. They're moving down, and it's mincemeat here in the shelter, but there is an answering volley coming through from Vitali, the last to fall. And the nade goes down. It's a vehicle to blow up, and Redface will be the only hard casualty here.
I thought that explosion might have just wiped out both teams. Look at how low Lyzurg is. One step closer.
Wow.
And both teams go out to that.
That could be a disaster.
that would have been disastrous, but that would have been very entertaining for us.
Certainly would have been. Either way, EVOS are going to have to regroup as fast as they can and move quickly. Skylights Gaming will know about this location. We saw those knocks coming through earlier from Godlike Stalwart. They don't have too many opportunities now.
Here comes a northwestern fight, a three-way fight between Damwon, Fireflux, and Alpha 7. Looks like Damwon's going to first pin down Alpha 7, or at least suppress them so they don't get sideswiped, which is a great idea. They could take their time here in order to pressure out other people so they could take that hard fight with Fireflux right in front of them. They'll actually pick up another point there onto Revo.
Nice knock from Ketch down towards Sung from Damwon. Favian Forest. And Osal looking to scramble for the res. The smoke has bloomed, and they'll move into position. In due course, Carrillo goes down to a nade from Favian. So they are still fighting out on this northwest side. Looks like that interview at the that we had earlier, Damwon fighting, really rang true. 4 eliminations so far, and they are, as you say, slowly racking up those points, getting into positions, but they do still need to keep it together.
Definitely so. I think everyone besides Damwon has made it into the zone. Damwon still has a push just a little bit. Will they go a little bit north into Alpha 7, or are they going to continue to try and straight shot it right into Fireflux? USG Donuts now getting into the mix of things, getting a massive nade onto Alpha 7, and Damwon's going to indeed shift to the north into not just Alpha 7, but now also the USG Donuts.
3 players alive for the Donuts USG team, 1 player alive for Alpha 7. Even though my guess against 4 players, Mythic does have that Groza though, so it could be pretty difficult to handle if they don't dispatch him early for Damwon. And they will look to move through that north territory. Fireflux are getting picked apart a little bit, only Ketch remaining now. Vampire on that west side as well. Got to remember what an impact they can have, but with the north shift, they are all going to have to swing in.
Oh, that left side. That left side's going to be rough. I feel like Nova might actually even swing to the left too, because just going straight in from their position, not much to work with. It'll be more of a YOLO, but if they swing up to the left, they can at least maybe work their way in. But there's so many teams here. They're trying to find Mythic. Mythic's got that Groza, like you said, and he will get caught. Damwon Gaming with 4 players still up. Damwon Gaming, okay, so I say they're not a scary team, but I think that's just because that's their playstyle. We saw, I think in the very first game of Erangel where they had 4 up, they could have elected to go hard, but they just play it slow and methodical. And even here, they're playing it very slow and methodical, even with 4, where they have the firepower to just absolutely rip teams, but they're going to do it patiently, and there goes Ketch.
That was the most calm elimination of a squad I think I've ever seen. Shreps just rolls it over, back tire, no business. Vampire, though, now playing a little bit further north and might put pressure onto Damwon's position. Be able to survive this one, but for the longest time he's been alone in the shack. How has he done this? Hang on a minute. There's been third parties all across the way. Finally, Senke falls, but the rest of Nova going low. Jimmy getting rezzed up, sure, but everybody knows Nova's here now. Vampire getting torn apart in the meantime. Power are starting to move in. Damwon struggling against the Donuts USG roster. The backline is firing on all cylinders, though. Damwon want to keep this one going. 3 players are alive with the forward position severely diminished, really, at this stage. Sung, really their last hope. A nade out wide. Won't quite find the damage. Oziel close. Favian dips around the rock, finds 2 and wipes them down. Oh, that is good stuff from Fabian to keep down one in the fight.
The left, the right, the shimmies outplaying him, using that hard cover beautifully. Damwon Gaming, okay. Looking, I take that back. They are kind of scary. Kind of scary. That individual play skill out of that player, very, very impressive. But it's not done yet. We still got so many teams. By the way, we have a 4-man team of Bacon Time just chilling in their ditch, yet to make a move, yet to have to strike. And the last time we saw them have to strike on that Miramar game, they picked up 17 eliminations. So they could potentially string together 2 chickens in a row.
I mean, look at this as well. Vampire Esports took the Miramar, so it would be their double in a row. But they've had 6 eliminations, and Bacon Time with the one before that on the 1. I'm looking at down one with 9. Only 2 players remaining, though, but their north side position isn't terrible.
This could go any way right now. And Nova, they're just trying to stay alive. They got nades, though, out of the Vampire team. Just one well-placed nade right into that shack. And
there it is.
Yep, there it is. Done and dusted. Vampire take out Nova.
Another nade coming through from Nima over towards the shack, currently held by Power. Nades putting pressure onto the roster, but they're out the back of it. They're landing on the inside fairly well, but that one goes long and does a little bit more damage. Maybe they'll see where that one's going to fall. That's going to get the knock. Kante low as well. Nima puts one more in, maybe overexposing the Vampire, but hits the deck in time. Another knock over towards the Power roster, and the back flush is just going to run away. Kante wants nothing to do with that shack anymore.
There we go. Yeah, that's the right idea. If there's 1 nade, 2 nade, 3 nades, 4 nades, I think they're going to keep nading you. So you want to back up quite a little bit. So Kante will stay alive for a little while, but this is a 4-man team of Skylights that have yet to fight and come into the mix. They've been in that compound the whole time, and wow, nice shots from long range by Vampire.
Kante as well, holding his own around the rock, but can't quite hold off the rest of them. Mafia Boy did go down. After their bombardment, they just wanted to roll forwards into this next zone. Vampire swinging down towards the south, opens up a little bit more room for Damwon, but the road ahead of them will need to be crossed. Stoned nails the nade over onto the roadside.
That was a no-look nade. Didn't even see what's over that ridgeline and caught it. And wait, what? Oh, Bacon Time! Here comes Bacon Time! Now Bacon Time strikes, and they pick up a double onto Vampire.
That is really good news for Bacon Time. The only 4-player roster now in operation. Can they be shut down? Can the teams from the south regroup, regather, gain momentum here? Because they do all have 4 players, but they need these reses to bring it back.
Definitely, I think Bacon Time's got clear sight lines on both Vampire and Skylights right now. Bacon Time have full control of the situation. Just look at that minimap, taking fights on all 3 fronts. If Damwon Gaming wants a piece, Bacon Time's got a good position to fight them as well.
Difficult road ahead of Damwon right now. Literally, as they do have the road to cross. Sung spotted. That's kind of going to give the game an end, but with 9 eliminations, top 4 finish, this is going to put a really big dent in their 2nd place chase.
At 60%, now down to 55%.
I'm operating at about a 35 to 40% situation here.
Let me see. Oh, Raven still managing to stay alive with all 4, but not the same could be said for Skylights. They're getting pieced apart now.
Bacon Time do manage to find a Vampire back at full force, but immediately put them on the back foot yet again. They're not going to let this one go. They have control of the center circle. I think Bacon Time might be worried about the north side of the road. No, maybe not. Okay, yeah, they are going to trade out that way. Fabian goes down. 4th place, 9 elims. A good game to finish Damwon's half tournament. And this group green is looking good for them.
As much damage as Bacon Time has done, they have not confirmed any of their knocks yet. 4 still up for Skylights and 4 still up for Vampire. And another double knock. So many. This has to be a confirmation of some sort here.
Board is pretty low here out in the field, but stays on the decks, holds his nerve and shuts it down as well. Shirty felled. The crawl back from Skylights Gaming to keep them in this. Another nade over the top from Noise, lands right on the forward player. Excellent positioning, but Vampire now have an opportunity. They can start to move in with the numbers advantage. They're moving up to the road. The smokes are giving them cover. Ice is at the back for Bacon Time. Is still holding that back sight line, but they can challenge it. They can take effective trades when they're occupied so heavily with this squad down the hill. They've invested a lot, and now they need to regroup up the top, but Vampire have made that adjustment, made that move.
Oh my gosh, more revives coming out. They've only picked up one confirmation there that whole entire time. Another knock. This should be the nail in the coffin, but they have to be so careful because Vampire Time right around the edge, and Vampire Time making a move on the north side. They're going to swing and backfill this, John.
Oh, they're going right around behind, but they're getting lit up.
Oh!
Down, and Orm Style with the UMP empties the mag into the Vampires. Only Ravenclaw remains now, but the rest of the team, they're fairly split. Bacon Time, if they lose their forward position, Vampire might strike with just Ravenclaw. It is 1 versus 2. They're looking for these reses potentially on the back foot. A lot of information being gathered. Noise is spotted. Dobs out wide, but no, he just hits the deck behind the tree. Ravenclaw can't quite find that spot. And Orm Style looking to bring Isis back into the fold. A reposition there. Ravenclaw last to fall. And it is Bacon Time who get their revenge on Vampire Esports to get the final chicken dinner of today.
What the last 2 games out of Bacon Time? Insane. By the way, I feel like they farmed more damage in the last minute than some entire games combined. They got a double knock onto Vampire, a double knock onto Skylights, full reset for both teams, another nade double knock, another double knock out on the road, like literally 20 seconds later, and it's I want to see the damage numbers. Like, it's oh my gosh, what a huge game for not just Bacon Time, for Damwon, for Skylights, for Vampire as well. That was quite a game to end the day on.
I mean, actually, to be fair, for Vampire, that kind of sucks. They were tied at the start of this game for 3rd place with Bacon Time, right? They were tied on 96. And the fact that they won this now puts Bacon Time confirmed in that top 3. Damwon as well, being up late means that they can't even chase for the next goal on that engagement. I mean, it's slightly unfortunate, right?
Yeah, but by the way, that UMP taking down 3 members on that flank with the car, I mean, I think that was a play out of Vampire. I actually loved that play. They knew Bacon was preoccupied, and that guy just did not miss.
No. Every single shot, lined it up time after time after time. Vampire Esports, they made the best of a bad situation, but Bacon Time were just too vigilant. They end up with the final chicken dinner of the day and with a great shot at the top 3.
And I have officially dubbing today as Bacon Day. Extra crispy. 3 games in a row. Bacon Time finish with the most points compared to any other squad. 26 more points to their total. Yeah, it proves, 7, Glitter, that the first day, second half, just a fluke. What do you think?
Yeah, you know what? I'm willing to say that too. I think it was a false alarm. That's exactly what it was. The performance this team has been able to put up, especially for the second half of today, has been absolutely insane by Far Esports too. Being able to put up 21 points there,
Damwon Kia, I mean, we've been seeing it, what they've been able to do. And then for the players to watch here, you've seen it over and over again, Glitter. Tixie's just doing work.
Honestly, all of HVVP just putting in all kinds of work. I mean, like you said, Tixie at the top with the elims and the damage, then Matic coming in with the assists. They might not have been our focus today because we were talking about a lot of the other teams that improved from day to day, but HVVP were still consistent, still had really good elim numbers, and they're just a dominating force right now, Jukes.
So dominating, in fact, that they are going to stay on top here after 2 days. But wow, Damwon Gaming in second place, Bacon Time in third. I mean, that just goes to show just kind of like how behind Bacon Time were yesterday, but they really kicked it up a notch here today.
With the performances that those two teams, the one Damwon Kia and then Bacon Time, been able to do, you can see we're finally starting to see a bit of a separation here when we actually look at 4th place, 5th place. So tomorrow, I'm expecting a lot of these teams to be able to wake up. Nova, especially, currently at 99 points. I'm pretty sure they're not going to be happy with their performance today. Another team is Alpha 7 Esports. And I got to give some love to Power Esports. I was honestly not expecting them to be here in the first page with what we were able to see yesterday, but they were able to pick it up in a big way.
Not only that, but Skylights Gaming jumped up. They weren't in the top 11 pretty much all day, literally all day, until this final game where they come up top 3 and get some more points on the board, jump up just inside of that bubble. Evos almost falls completely out of it, which is completely opposite of how they played yesterday. They are right on the cusp now, only by 6 points, and that's nothing in the grand scheme of things, Jukes. I mean, this is going to be a very close race.
Oh, close race indeed, especially there at the top. And for the teams at the bottom, remember everybody watching, it's top 3 that get that guaranteed ticket to the big show. And those squads there on that second page, tomorrow, they're going to have to bring some heat. But, I mean, good luck, because you see squads like Bacon Time, right? Like Damwon Kia just go absolutely nuts today and are able to go ahead and top. And regardless, even though we didn't talk about them, like you said earlier, HVVP are just staying on top.
They are, but that gap is starting to close with what we're seeing now at a Bacon Time. Now, when we get back tomorrow, are we going to be... The main question that I'm asking, right? HVVP has showcased that they can actually maintain themselves at the top after 2 days. Bacon Time, even though we might be thinking that it might have been a fluke, I want to see if they're actually going to have what it takes to continue on the performance they had today.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Well, it looks like we are going to end this one out, guys. Thank you so much for watching. And we were going to have a beautiful interview with HVVP. Let's go ahead and take it on over to them.
And Cassis, we're back here live in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And my, oh my, what a day today. And again, HVVP make it at #1 chart as we have Kitsune. By the way, I'm your host, Chuchu. Right. Kitsune, you're the IGL.
Of course.
And again, you guys, you are the man of your own word. Yesterday, you said you can still bring in #1 spot. And today, you're still at #1. Congratulations of maintaining. It's so hard to maintain in a row. But did you really expect yourself to get #1 today with such a great result?
Yeah, I mean, we had like pretty big gap. And today, it became like a little bit like less. But still... that was actually pretty good, but we had 3 bad games. We'll just fix it tomorrow, and I guess we will still be top 1, so we'll meet you tomorrow.
3 bad games. You guys are the first one to crack a triple digit. You still say that it's a bad game, but we want to know, can you share with us slightly your secret, okay, about how you maintain your performance when it comes to day 1 and day 2, and what is the difference between you and the rest of the other teams that make you conquer #1 2 days in a row?
Basically, I think the biggest difference is that we try not to stay focused and being confident in our place, and always trying to just play our gameplay and not trying to change it bigger than it has to be changed.
Don't fix something that's not broken.
Yeah, of course.
And that's pretty straightforward, but we never know if that's the right thing. Maybe they would share with us that much. But also, we want to ask about Damwon Gaming, since they are running up to the chart on top just next to you in the second place. Do you think they pose a big threat for HVVP right now?
No threat, no. I wouldn't say like that, but I mean they actually had like really great run today, and when we met at Erangel, they were like knocking us like one time over time and time, and it was like really hard to find them. It was really hard to like pick them. So yeah, we respect them a lot.
We're going to wait and see if there's any surprise tomorrow. And also, being eliminated in the last game today, do you think it's kind of affecting your mood or not?
I mean, we did like really big mistakes last game, so it was pretty expected that we were gonna get pushed, and only like some huge plays by like me and Tigzy could save us, but it didn't happen. So, okay, just need to move on.
Maybe tomorrow it's going to be still number one for you, I think.
I mean, it will.
Okay, it will. I think that's it for us on ground here today. Thank you so much, Kitsune, the IGL, for HVVP. We're going to see if they're going to keep on hat-trick number one. But for now, we're going to go back to the Cussers. Take it away.
Bye-bye.
It will. It will, he said there. First place, the legendary Kitsune. Always good to hear from the IGL, from HVVP. I mean, the confidence from him and the rest of his squad, especially when you see the way his team has been playing. I mean, I really can't blame him.
I appreciate that he said he's actually not happy with the performance.
Yeah.
Because if he's so self-aware, right? Some teams get lost when they're in first place, but he's so self-aware to realize, yo, today wasn't really that good of a day. They were able to improve on their average placements. Don't worry, we'll be able to cover that tomorrow too. But overall, I mean, they got a number by baking time, and their baking time is going to be doing work hopefully tomorrow too.
Yeah, but like the most important part about that is the fact that he wasn't flustered by their mistakes. He said they already knew what the mistakes were. They're going to have them fixed for tomorrow. Like the mental side of HVVP right now is just unflappable. No one's going to be able to break that. So that's going to carry them so far.
Cannot be flapped. Cannot be flapped. I mean, that is what happens whenever you are in first place. I guess that's the benefit, right? You're going to be feeling pretty good regardless, but like you mentioned, you know, hopefully we can see them continue that on. But at the end of the day, that's what all eyes are going to be on them when it comes to the next gameplay tomorrow. Again, I'm your host, Hot Chooks, here with 7WG and Glitter Explosion. Thank you so much for watching. Mark your calendars, and we'll see you on the next show.